Ballad of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Posante. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. A Ballad.
Of all the lives I ever say, a pirate's be for I. Hap what hap may he's allus gay, and drinks and bungs his eye. For his work he's never loth, and a pleasure in it'll go, though certain sure to be popped off. Yo, ho, with a rum-a-low. In Bristow I left Paulus shore, well stored with togs and gold, and off I goes to sea for more, a pirating so bold. And wounded in the arm I got, and then a pretty blow. Come home I find Paul's float away. Yo-ho, with a rum-a-low. And when my precious leg was lopped, just for a bit of fun, I picks it up on the other hop, and rammed it in a gun. What's that for? Cries out Salem Dick. What for, my jumping boo? Why, to give the lubbers one more kick. Yo-ho, with a rum-a-low. Allows this crazy hull of mine at sea has had its share, marooned 3 times and wounded 9, and blowed up in the air. But ere to execution bay, the wind these bones do blow. I'll drink and fight what's left away. Yo-ho, with a rum-a-low. An Old English Ballad.
End of ballad. Chapter 1 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 1. The Worldwide Hunt for Vanished Riches. The language has no more boldly romantic words than pirate and galleon, and the dullest imagination is apt to be kindled by any plausible dream of finding their lost treasures hidden on lonely beach or tropic key, or sunk fathoms deep in salt water. In the preface of that rare and exceedingly diverting volume, The Pirate's Own Book, the unnamed author sums up the matter with so much gusto and with so gorgeously appetizing a flavor that he is worth quoting to this extent.
With the name of pirate is also associated ideas of rich plunder, caskets of buried jewels, chests of gold ingots, bags of outlandish coins secreted in lonely, out-of-the-way places, or buried about the wild shores of rivers and unexplored sea-coasts, near rocks and trees bearing mysterious marks indicating where the treasure was hid. And, as it is his invariable practice to secrete and bury his booty, and from the perilous life he leads, being often killed or captured, he can never revisit the spot again. Therefore immense sums remain buried in those places and are irrevocably lost. Search is often made by persons who labor in anticipation of throwing up with their spade and pickaxe. Gold bars, diamond crosses sparkling amongst the dirt, bags of golden doubloons, and chests wedged close with moidores, ducats, and pearls. But although great treasures lie hid in this way, it seldom happens that any is recovered.
In this tame, prosaic age of ours, treasure-seeking might seem to be the peculiar province of fiction, but the fact is that expeditions are fitting out every little while, and mysterious schooners flitting from many ports, lured by grimy, tattered charts, presumed to show where the hoards were hidden, or steering their courses by nothing more tangible than legend and surmise. As the kid tradition survives along the Atlantic coast, so on divers shores of other seas persist the same kind of wild tales, the more convincing of which are strikingly alike, and that the lone survivor of the red-handed crew, having somehow escaped the hanging, shooting, or drowning that he handsomely merited, preserved a chart showing where the treasure had been hid. Unable to return to the place, he gave the parchment to some friend or shipmate, this dramatic transfer usually happening at a deathbed ceremony. The recipient, after digging in vain and heartily damning the departed pirate for his misleading landmarks and bearings, handed the chart down to the next generation. It will be readily perceived that this is the stock motive of almost all buried treasure fiction, the trademark of a certain brand of adventure story. But it is really more entertaining to know that such charts and records exist and are made use of by expeditions of the present day. Opportunity knocks at the door. He who would gamble in shares of such a speculation may find sunburned, tarry gentlemen from Seattle to Singapore and from Cape Town to New Zealand, eager to whisper curious information of charts and sailing directions, and to make sail on away. Some of them are still seeking booty lost on Cocos Island off the coast of Costa Rica, where a dozen expeditions have futilely sweated and dug. Others have cast anchor in harbors of Guam and the Carolines. While as you run from Aden to Vladivostok, sailormen are never done with spinning yarns of treasure buried by the pirates of the Indian Ocean and the China Sea. Up from Callao, the treasure hunters fare to Clipperton Island, or the Galapagos group, where the buccaneers with Dampier and Davis used to careen their ships, and from Valparaiso many an expedition has found its way to Juan Fernandez and Magellan Straits. The topsails of these salty Argonauts have been sighted in recent years off the salvages to the southward of Madeira, where 2 million of Spanish gold were buried in chests, and pick and shovel have been busy on rocky Trinidad in the South Atlantic, which conceals vast stores of plate and jewels left there by pirates who looted the galleons of Lima. Near Cape Vidal, on the coast of Zululand, lies the wreck of the notorious sailing vessel Dorothea, in whose hold is treasure to the amount of $2 million in gold bars concealed beneath a flooring of cement. It was believed for some time that the ill-fated Dorothea was fleeing with the fortune of Paul Kruger on board when she was cast ashore. The evidence goes to show, however, that certain officials of the Transvaal government, before the Boer War, issued permits to several lawless adventurers, allowing them to engage in buying stolen gold from the mines. This illicit traffic flourished largely, and so successful was this particular combination that a ship was bought, the Ernestine, and after being overhauled and renamed the Dorothea, she secretly shipped the treasure on board in Delagoa Bay. It was only the other day that a party of restless young Americans sailed in the old racing yacht Mayflower, bound out to seek the wreck of a treasure galleon on the coast of Jamaica. The vessel was dismasted and abandoned at sea, and they had all the adventure they yearned for. One of them, Roger Derby of Boston, of a family famed for its deep-water mariners in the olden times, ingenuously confessed some time later, and here you have the spirit of the true treasure-seeker.
I'm afraid that there is no information accessible in documentary or printed form of the wreck we investigated a year ago. Most of it is hearsay, and when we went down there on a second trip after losing the Mayflower, we found little to prove that a galleon had been lost, barring some old cannon, flint rock ballast, and square iron bolts. We found absolutely no gold.
The coast of Madagascar, once haunted by freebooters who plundered the rich East Indiamen, is still ransacked by treasure seekers, and American soldiers in the Philippines indefatigably excavate the landscape of Luzon in the hope of finding the hoard of Spanish gold buried by the Chinese mandarin Chan Lucy in the 18th century. Every island of the West Indies and port of the Spanish Main abounds in legends of the mighty sea rogues whose hard fate it was to be laid by the heels before they could squander the gold that had been won with cutlass, boarding pike, carronade. The spirit of true adventure lives in the soul of the treasure hunter. The odds may be 1,000 to 1 that he will unearth a solitary doubloon, yet he is lured to undertake the most prodigious exertions by the keen zest of the game itself. The English novelist George R. Sims once expressed this state of mind very exactly.
Respectable citizens, tired of the melancholy sameness of a drab existence, cannot take to crape masks, dark lanterns, silent matches, and rope ladders, but they can all be off to a pirate island in search for treasure, and return laden or empty, without a stain upon their characters. I know a fine old pirate who sings a good song, and has treasure islands at his fingers' ends. I think I can get together a band of adventurers, middle-aged men of established reputation, in whom the public would have confidence, who would be only too glad to enjoy a year's romance. Robert Louis Stevenson, who dearly loved a pirate and wrote the finest treasure story of them all, were on a proper chart of his own devising.
took Henry James to task for confessing that although he had been a child, he had never been on a quest for buried treasure.
"Here is indeed a woeful paradox,"
exclaimed the author of Treasure Island.
"For if he has never been on a quest for buried treasure, it can be demonstrated that he has never been a child. There never was a child, unless Master James, but has hunted gold, and been a pirate, and a military commander, and a bandit of the mountains, but has fought, and suffered shipwreck in prison, and imbrued its little hands in gore, and gallantly retrieved a lost battle, and triumphantly protected innocence and beauty."
Mark Twain also indicated the singular isolation of Henry James by expressing precisely the same opinion in his immortal chronicle of the adventures of Tom Sawyer. "There comes a time in every rightly constructed boy's life when he has a raging desire to go somewhere and dig for buried treasure." And what an entrancing career Tom had planned for himself in an earlier chapter. At the zenith of his fame, how he would suddenly appear at the old village and stalk into church, brown and weather-beaten, in his black velvet doublet and trunks, his great jack-boots, his crimson sash, his belt bristling with horse pistols, his crime-rusted cutlass at his side, his slouch hat waving plumes, his black flag unfurled with skull and crossbones on it, and hear with swelling ecstasy the whisperings, "It's Tom Sawyer the pirate, the black avenger of the Spanish Main." When Tom and Huck Finn went treasure-seeking, they observed the time-honored rules of the game, as the following dialogue will call to mind. "Where'll we dig?" said Huck. "Oh, almost anywhere." "Why, is it hid all around?" "No, indeed it ain't. It's hid in mighty particular places, Huck. Sometimes on islands, sometimes in rotten chests under the limb of an old dead tree, just where the shadow falls at midnight, but mostly under the floor in haunted houses." "Who hides it?" "Why, robbers, of course. Who'd you reckon? Sunday school superintendents?" "I don't know. If 'twas mine, I wouldn't hide it. I'd spend it and have a good time." "So would I, but robbers don't do it that way. They always hide it and leave it there." "Don't they come after it any more?" "No, they think they will, but they generally forget the marks, or else they die. Anyway, it lays there a long time and gets rusty, and by and by somebody finds an old yellow paper that tells how to find the marks. A paper that's got to be ciphered over about a week, 'cause it's mostly signs and hieroglyphics." Hunting lost treasure is not work, but a fascinating kind of play that belongs to the world of make-believe. It appeals to that strain of boyishness which survives in the average man, even though his pile be frosted, his reputation starched and conservative. It is, after all, an inherited taste handed down from the golden age of fairies. The folklore of almost every race is rich in buried treasure stories. The pirate with his stout sea chest hidden above high water mark is lineally descended from the enchanting characters who lived in the shadowland of myth and fable. The hoard of Captain Kidd, although he was turned off at Execution Dock only 200 years ago, has become as legendary as the dream of the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Many a hard-headed farmer and fisherman of the New England coast believes that it is rash business to go digging for Kidd's treasure unless one carefully performs certain incantations designed to placate the ghostly guardian who aforetime sailed with Kidd and was slain by him after the hole was dug, lest the secret might thus be revealed. And it is of course well known that if a word is spoken after the pick has clinked against the iron-bound chest or metal pot, the devil flies away with the treasure, leaving behind him only panic and a strong smell of brimstone. Such curious superstitions as these, strongly surviving wherever pirate gold is sought, have been the common property of buried treasure stories in all ages. The country folk of Japan will tell you that if a pot of money is found, a rice cake must be left in place of every coin taken away, and imitation money burned as an offering to any spirit that may be offended by the removal of the hoard. The Negroes of the West Indies explain that buried wealth of the buccaneers is seldom found, because the spirits that watch over it have a habit of whisking the treasure away to parts unknown as soon as ever the hiding place is disturbed. Among the Bedouins is current the legend that immense treasures were concealed by Solomon beneath the foundations of Palmyra, and that sapient monarch took the precaution of enlisting an army of djinns to guard the gold forevermore. Parts of Bohemia, peasants are convinced that a blue light hovers above the location of buried treasure, visible to all mortal eyes, save those of the person destined to find it. In many corners of the world there has long existed a belief in the occult efficacy of a black cock or a black cat in the equipment of a treasure quest, which is also influenced by the particular phases of the moon. A letter written from Bombay as long ago as 1707 contained a quaint account of an incident inspired by this particular superstition.
"Upon a dream of a Negro girl of Mahim that there was a mine of treasure, who being overheard relating it, Domo, Alvarez, and some others went to the place and sacrificed a cock and dug the ground, but found nothing. They go to Bandara at Salsette, where disagreeing, the government there takes notice of the same, and one of them, an inhabitant of Bombay, is sent to the Inquisition at Goa, which proceedings will discourage the inhabitants. Wherefore the generals desire to issue a proclamation to release him, and if not restored in 20 days, no Roman Catholic worship to be allowed on the island."
A more recent chronicler, writing in the Ceylon Times, had this to say: "It is the belief of all Orientals that hidden treasures are under the guardianship of supernatural beings. The Sinhalese divide the charge between the demons and the Cobra di Capello, guardian of the king's Ancus in Kipling's story. Various charms are resorted to by those who wish to gain the treasure because the demons require a sacrifice. The blood of a human being is the most important, but so far as is known, the Kapawas have hitherto confined themselves to the sacrifice of a white cock, combining its blood with their own drawn from the hand or foot." No more fantastic than this are the legends of which the British Isles yield a plentiful harvest. Thomas of Walsingham tells the tale of a Saracen physician who betook himself to Earl Warren of the 14th century to ask courteous permission that he might slay a dragon, or loathly worm, which had its den at Bromfield near Ludlow, and had wrought sad ravages on the Earl's lands. The Saracen overcame the monster, whether by means of his medicine chest or his trusty steel, the narrator saith not. And then it was learned that a great hoard of gold was hidden in its foul den. Some men of Herefordshire sailed forth by night to search for the treasure, and were about to lay hands on it when retainers of the Earl of Warwick captured them and took the booty to their lord. Blenkinsop Castle is haunted by a very sorrowful white lady. Her husband, Brian de Blenkinsop, was uncommonly greedy of gold, which he loved better than his wife, and she, being very jealous and angry, was mad enough to hide from him a chest of treasure so heavy that 12 strong men were needed to lift it. Later she was overtaken by remorse because of this undutiful behavior, and to this day her uneasy ghost flits about the castle, supposedly seeking the spirit of Brian de Blenkinsop, in order that she may tell him what she did with his pelf. When Corfe Castle in Dorsetshire was besieged by Cromwell's troops, Lady Banks conducted a heroic defense. Betrayed by one of her own garrison, and despairing of holding out longer, she threw all the plate and jewels into a very deep well in the castle yard, and pronounced a curse against anyone who should try to find it ere she returned. She then ordered the traitor to be hanged, and surrendered the place. The treasure was never found, and perhaps later owners have been afraid of the militant ghost of Lady Banks. From time immemorial, tradition had it that a great treasure was buried near the Kibble in Lancashire. The saying had been handed down that anyone standing on the hill at Walton-le-Dale and looking up the valley toward the site of ancient Rochester would gaze over the greatest treasure that England had ever known. Digging was undertaken at intervals during several centuries, until in 1841 laborers accidentally excavated a mass of silver ornaments, armlets, neck chains, amulets, and rings, weighing together about 1,000 ounces, and more than 7,000 silver coins, mostly of King Alfred's time, all enclosed in a leaden case, only 3 feet beneath the surface of the ground. Many of these ornaments and coins are to be seen at the British Museum. On a farm in the Scotch parish of Lesmahago is a boulder beneath which is what local tradition calls a kettle full, a boat full, and a bull's hide full of gold that is Katie Nevin's hoard. And for ages past 'tis well known that a pot of gold has lain at the bottom of a pool at the tail of a waterfall under the Crawfordland Bridge, 3 miles from Kilmarnock. The last attempt to fish it up was made by one of the lairds of the place, who diverted the stream and emptied the pool, and the implements of the workmen actually rang against the precious kettle when a mysterious voice was heard to cry, "Paw, Paw, Crawfordland's tower's in a law." The laird and his servants scampered home to find out whether the tower had been laid low, but the alarm was only a stratagem of the spirit that did sentry duty over the treasure. When the party returned to the pool, it was filled to the brim and the water was running over the linn, which was an uncanny thing to see, and the laird would have nothing more to do with treasure seeking. The people of Glenari in the Highlands long swore by the legend that golden treasure was hidden in their valley, and that it would not be found until sought for by the son of a stranger. At length, while a newly drained field was being plowed, a large rock was shattered by blasting, and under it were found many solid gold bracelets of antique pattern and cunningly ornamented. The old people knew that the prophecy had come true, for the youth who held the plow was the son of an Englishman, a rare being in those parts a few generations ago. Everyone knows that Ireland is fairly peppered with rocks of gold, which the peasantry would have dug up long before this, but the treasure is invariably in the keeping of the little black men, and they raise the devil and all with the bold intruder. And lucky he is if he's not snatched away body, soul, and breeches. Many a fine lad is left home just before midnight with a mattock under his arm. Maybe there was a terrible clap of thunder, and that was the last of him, excepting the hole and the mattock beside it, which his friends found the next morning. In France, treasure-seeking has been at times a popular madness. The traditions of the country are singularly alluring, and perhaps the most romantic of them is that of the great treasure of Gourdon, which is said to have existed since the reign of Clovis in the 6th century. The chronicle of all the wealth buried in the cemetery of this convent at Gourdon in the department of the Lot has been preserved, including detailed lists of gold and silver, rubies, emeralds, and pearls. The convent was sacked and plundered by the Normans, and the treasurer or custodian, who had buried all the valuables of the religious houses under the sway of the same abbot, was murdered while trying to escape to the feudal seigneur of Gourdon with the crozier of the lord abbot. The head of the crozier was of solid gold, says an ancient manuscript, and the rubies with which it was studded of such wondrous size that at one single blow the soldier who tore it from the monk's grasp and used it as a weapon against him beat in his brains as with a sledge-hammer. Not only through the Middle Ages was the search resumed from time to time. From the latter days of the reign of Louis XIV until the Revolution, tradition relates that the cemetery of the convent was ransacked at frequent intervals. At length, in 1842, the quest was abandoned after antiquarians, geologists, and engineers had gravely agreed that further excavation would be futile. The French treasure seekers went elsewhere, and then a peasant girl confused the savants by discovering what was undeniably a part of the lost riches of Gourdon. She was driving home the cows from a pasture of the Abbey lands when a shower caused her to take shelter in a hollow scooped out of a sandbank by laborers mending the road. Some of the earth caved in upon her, and while she was freeing herself, down rolled a salver, a paten, and a flagon, all of pure gold, richly chased and studded with emeralds and rubies. These articles were taken to Paris and advertised for sale by auction, the government bidding them in and placing them in the museum of the Bibliothèque. During the reign of Napoleon III, there died a very famous treasure seeker, one Ducasse, who believed that he was about to discover the master treasure, the Maître Trésor, said to be among the ruins of the ancient Belgian Abbey of Orval. Ducasse was a builder by trade and had gained a large fortune in government contracts, every sou of which he wasted in exploring at Orval. It was alleged that the treasure had been buried by the monks, and that the word Nemo, carved on the tomb of the last abbot, held the key to the location of the hiding place. In Mexico, one hears similar tales of vast riches buried by religious orders when menaced by war or expulsion. One of these is to be found in the southwestern part of the state of Chihuahua, where a great gorge is cut by the Rio Verde. In this remote valley are the ruins of a church built by the Jesuits, and when they were about to be driven from their settlement, they sealed up and destroyed all traces of a fabulously rich mine in which was buried millions of bullion. Instead of the more or less stereotyped ghosts familiar as sentinels over buried treasure, these lost hordes of Mexico are haunted by a specter even more disquieting than phantom pirates or little black men. It is the weeping woman, who makes straw men cross themselves and shiver in their serapes, and many have heard or seen her. A member of a party seeking buried treasure in the heart of the Sierra Madre Mountains solemnly affirmed as follows. We worked to measure, at night, a certain distance from a cliff which was to be found by the relative positions of 3 tall trees. It was on a bleak tableland 9,000 feet above the sea. The wind chilled us to the marrow, although we were only a little north of the Tropic of Cancer. We rode all night and waited for the dawn in the darkest and coldest hours of those altitudes. By the light of pitch pine torches, we consulted the map and decided that we had found the right place. We rode forward a little and brushed against 3 soft warm things. Turning in our saddles, by the flare of our torches held high above our heads, we beheld 3 corpses swaying in the wind. A wailing cry of a woman's voice came from close at hand, and we fled as if pursued by 1,000 demons. My comrades assured me that the weeping woman had brushed past us in her eternal flight. This is a singular narrative, but it would not be playing fair to doubt it. To be overcritical of buried treasure stories is to clip the wings of romance and to condemn the spirit of adventure to a pedestrian gait. All these tales are true, or men of sane and sober repute would not go a treasure hunting by land and sea, and so long as they have a high-hearted boyish faith in their mysterious charts and hazy information, doubters make a poor show of themselves and stand confessed as thin-blooded dullards who never were young. Scattered legends of many climes have been mentioned at random to show that treasure is everywhere enveloped in a glamour peculiarly its own. The base iconoclast may perhaps demolish Santa Claus, which God forbid, but industrious dreamers will be digging for the gold of Captain Kidd long after the last Christmas stocking shall have been pinned above the fireplace. There are no conscious liars among the tellers of treasure tales. The spell is upon them. They believe their own yarns, and they prove their faith by their back-breaking works with pick and shovel. Here, for example, is a specimen, chosen at hazard, one from 1,000 cut from the same cloth. This is no modern Ananias speaking, but a gray-bearded, God-fearing clam-digger of Jules Island in Casco Bay on the coast of Maine. I can't remember when the treasure hunters first began coming to this island, but as long ago as my father's earliest memories, they used to dig for gold up and down the shore. That was in the days when they were superstitious enough to spill lamb's blood along the ground where they dug in order to keep away the devil and his imps. I can remember 50 years ago when they brought a girl down here and mesmerized her to see if she could not lead them to the hidden wealth. The biggest mystery, though, of all the queer things that have happened here in the last 100 years was the arrival of the man from St. John's when I was a youngster. He claimed to have the very chart showing the exact spot where Kidd's gold was buried. He said he had got it from an old Negro in St. John's who was with Captain Kidd when he was coasting the islands in this bay. He showed up here when old Captain Chase that lived here then was off to sea in his vessel. So he waited around a few days till the captain returned, for he wanted to use a mariner's compass to locate the spot according to the directions on the chart. When Captain Chase came ashore, the two went off up the beach together, and the man from St. John's was never seen again, neither hide nor hair of him, and it's plumb certain that he wasn't set off in a boat from Jules. Folks here found a great hole dug on the southeast shore, which looked as if a large chest had been lifted out of it. Of course, conclusions were drawn, but nobody got at the truth. 4 years ago, someone found a skeleton in the woods, unburied, simply dropped into a crevice in the rocks with a few stones thrown over it. No one knows whose body it was, although some say, but never mind about that. This old Captain Jonathan Chase was said to have been a pirate, and his house was full of underground passages and sliding panels and queer contraptions, such as no honest, law-abiding man could have any use for. The worthy Benjamin Franklin was an admirable guide for young men, a sound philosopher, and a sagacious statesman, but he cannot be credited with romantic imagination. He would have been the last person in the world to lead a buried treasure expedition, or to find pleasure in the company of the most eminent and secretive pirate that ever scuttled a ship or made mysterious marks upon a well-thumbed chart, plentifully splattered with candle grease and rum. He even took pains to discourage the diverting industry of treasure-seeking as it flourished among his Quaker neighbors, and discharged this formidable broadside in the course of a series of essays known as the Busybody Series. There are among us great numbers of honest artificers and laboring people who, fed with a vain hope of suddenly growing rich, neglect their business, almost to the ruining of themselves and families, and voluntarily endure abundance of fatigue in a fruitless search after imaginary hidden treasure. They wander through the woods and bushes by day to discover the marks and signs. At midnight they repair to the hopeful spots with spades and pickaxes. Full of expectation, they labor violently, trembling at the same time in every joint through fear of certain malicious demons who are said to haunt and guard such places. At length a mighty hole is dug, and perhaps several cartloads of earth thrown out. But alas, no keg or iron pot is found, no seaman's chest crammed with Spanish pistols, or weighty pieces of eight. They conclude that, through some mistake in the procedure, some rash word spoken, or some rule of art neglected, the guardian spirit had power to sink it deeper into the earth, and convey it out of their reach. Yet, when a man is once infatuated, he is so far from being discouraged by ill success that he is rather animated to double his industry, and will try again and again in 100 different places in hopes of meeting at last with some lucky hit that shall at once sufficiently reward him for all his expense of time and labor. This odd humor of digging for money throws a belief that much has been hidden by pirates formerly frequenting the Schuylkill River, has for several years been mighty prevalent among us, insomuch that you can hardly walk half a mile out of town on any side without observing several pits dug with that design, and perhaps some lately opened. Men otherwise of very good sense have been drawn into the practice through an overweening desire of sudden wealth and an easy credulity of what they so earnestly wished might be true. There seems to be some peculiar charm in the conceit of finding money, and if the sands of the Schuylkill were so much mixed with small grains of gold that a man might in a day's time with care and application get together to the value of half a crown, I make no question but we should find several people employed there that can with ease earn 5 shillings a day at their proper trade. Many are the idle stories told of the private success of some people, by which others are encouraged to proceed, and the astrologers, with whom the country swarms at this time, are either in the belief of these things themselves, or find their advantage in persuading others to believe them, for they are often consulted about the critical times for digging, and the method of laying the spirit, and the like whimsies, which render them very necessary to and very much caressed by these poor, deluded money hunters. There is certainly something very bewitching in the pursuit after mines of gold and silver and other valuable metals, and many have been ruined by it. Let honest Peter Buckram, who has long without success been a searcher after hidden money, reflect on this, and be reclaimed from that unaccountable folly. Let him consider that every stitch he takes when he is on his shopboard is picking up part of a grain of gold that will in a few days' time amount to a pistol. And let Faber think the same of every nail he drives and every stroke with his plane. Such thoughts may make them industrious, and in consequence, in time, they may be wealthy. But how absurd it is to neglect a certain profit for such a ridiculous whimsy, to spend whole days at the George, in company with an idle pretender to astrology, contriving schemes to discover what was never hidden, and forgetful how carelessly business is managed at home in their absence, to leave their wives on a warm bed at midnight, no matter if it rain, hail, snow, or blow a hurricane, provided that be the critical hour, and fatigue themselves with the violent digging for what they shall never find, and perhaps getting a cold that may cost their lives, or at least disordering themselves so as to be fit for no business beside for some days after. Surely this is nothing less than the most egregious folly and madness. I shall conclude with the words of the discreet friend Agricola of Chester County when he gave his son a good plantation. "My son," said he, "I give thee now a valuable parcel of land. I assure thee I have found a considerable quantity of gold by digging there. Thee mayest do the same. But thee must carefully observe this, never to dig more than plow deep." For once the illustrious Franklin shot wide of the mark. These treasure hunters of Philadelphia, who had seen with their own eyes more than one notorious pirate, even Blackbeard himself, swagger along Front Street, or come roaring out of the Blue Anchor Tavern by Dock Creek, or finding their reward in the coin of romance. Digging mighty holes for a taskmaster would have been irksome, stupid business indeed, even for 5 shillings a day. They got a fearsome kind of enjoyment in trembling violently through fear of certain malicious demons. And honest Peter Buckram no doubt discovered that life was more zestful when he was plying shovel and pickaxe, or whispering with an astrologer in the corner of the George, than during the flat hours of toil with shears and goose. If the world had charted its course by Poor Richard's almanac, there would be a vast deal more thrift and sober industry than exists, but no room for the spirit of adventure which reckons not its returns in dollars and cents. There are many kinds of lost treasure, by sea and by land. Some of them, however, lacking the color of romance and the proper backgrounds of motive and incident, have no stories worth telling. For instance, There were almost 5,000 wrecks on the Great Lakes during a period of 20 years, and these lost vessels carried down millions of treasure or property worth trying to recover. One steamer had $500,000 worth of copper in her hold. Divers and submarine craft and wrecking companies have made many attempts to recover these vanished riches, and with considerable success, now and then fishing up large amounts of gold, coin, and bullion. It goes without saying that the average 16-year-old boy could extract not one solitary thrill from a tale of lost treasure in the Great Lakes, even though the value might be fairly fabulous. But let him hear that a number of Spanish coins have been washed up by the waves on the beach of Yucatan, and the discovery has set the natives searching for the buried treasure of Jean Lafitte, the pirate of the Gulf, and our youngster pricks up his ears. Many noble merchantmen in modern times have foundered or crashed ashore in various seas with large fortunes in their treasure rooms, and these are sought by expeditions. But because these ships were not galleons, nor carried a freightage of doubloons and pieces of eight, most of them must be listed in the catalogue of undistinguished sea tragedies. The distinction is really obvious. The treasure story must have the picaresque flavor, or at least concern itself with bold deeds done by strong men in days gone by.
Like wine, its bouquet is improved by age.
It is the fashion to consider lost treasure as the peculiar property of pirates and galleons, and yet what has become of the incredibly vast riches of all the vanished kings, despots, and soldiers who plundered the races of men from the beginnings of history? Where is the loot of ancient Rome that was buried with Alaric? Where is the dazzling treasure of Samarkand? Where is the wealth of Antioch? And where are the jewels which Solomon gave to the Queen of Sheba? During thousands of years of warfare, the treasures of the old world could be saved from the conqueror only by hiding them underground, and, in countless instances, the sword must have slain those who knew the secret. When Genghis Khan swept across Russia with his hordes of savage Mongols, towns and cities were blotted out as by fire, and doubtless those of the slaughtered population who had gold and precious stones buried them, and there they still await the treasure seeker. What was happening everywhere during the ruthless ages of conquest and spoliation is indicated by this bit of narrative told by a native banker of India to W. Forbes Mitchell,
Author of
Reminiscences of the Great Mutiny.
You know how anxious the late Maharaja Scindia was to get back to the fortress of Gwalior? But very few knew of the real cause prompting him. That was a concealed hoard of 60 crores, 60 million sterling, of rupees in certain vaults within the fortress, over which British sentinels had been walking for 30 years, never suspecting the wealth hidden under their feet. Long before the British government restored the fortress to the Maharaja, everyone who knew the entrance to the vaults was dead, except one man, and he was extremely old. Although he was in good health, he might have died any day. If this had happened, the treasure might have been lost to the owner forever and to the world for ages, because there was only one method of entrance, and it was most cunningly concealed. On all sides, except for this series of blind passages, the vaults were surrounded by solid rock. The Maharaja was in such a situation that he must either get back to his fortress or divulge the secret of the existence of the treasure to the British government and risk losing it by confiscation. As soon as possession of the fortress was restored to him, and even before the British troops had left Gwalior territory, masons were brought in from Benares after being sworn to secrecy in the Temple of the Holy Cow. They were blindfolded and driven to the place where they were to labor. There they were kept as prisoners until the hidden treasure had been examined and verified, when the whole was again sealed up and the workmen were once more blindfolded and taken back to Benares in the custody of an armed escort. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 2. Captain Kidd in Fact and Fiction. Doomed to an infamy undeserved, his name reddened with crimes he never committed, and made wildly romantic by tales of treasure which he did not bury, Captain William Kidd is fairly entitled to the sympathy of posterity, and the apologies of all the ballad makers and alleged historians who have obscured the facts in a cloud of fable,
For 2 centuries, this grisly phantom has stalked through the legends and literature, the Black Flag, as the king of pirates, and the most industrious depositor of ill-gotten gold and jewels that ever wielded pick and shovel. His reputation is simply prodigious. His name has frightened children wherever English is spoken, and the Kidd tradition, or myth, is still potent to send treasure seekers exploring and excavating almost every beach, cove, and headland between Nova Scotia and the Gulf of Mexico. Fate has played the strangest tricks imaginable with the memory of this 17th century seafarer who never cut a throat or made a victim walk the plank, who was no more than a 3rd or 4th-rate pirate in an era when this interesting profession was in its heyday, and who was hanged at execution dock for the excessively unromantic crime of cracking the skull of his gunner with a wooden bucket. As for the riches of Captain Kidd, the original documents in his case, preserved among the state papers of the Public Record Office in London, relate with much detail what booty he had and what he did with it. Alas, they reveal the futility of the searches after the stout sea chest buried above high water mark. The only authentic Kidd treasure was dug up and inventoried more than 200 years ago, nor has the slightest clue to any other been found since then. These curious documents, faded and sometimes tattered, invite the reader to thresh out his own conclusions as to how great a scoundrel Kidd really was, and how far he was a scapegoat who had to be hanged to clear the fair names of those noble lords in high places who were partners and promoters of that most unlucky sea venture in which Kidd, sent out to catch pirates, was said to have turned amateur pirate himself rather than sail home empty-handed. Certain it is that these words of the immortal ballad are cruelly, grotesquely unjust. I made a solemn vow when I sailed, I made a solemn vow when I sailed. I made a solemn vow, to God I would not bow, nor myself a prayer allow, as I sailed. I'd a Bible in my hand, when I sailed, I'd a Bible in my hand when I sailed. I'd a Bible in my hand by my father's great command, and I sunk it in the sand when I sailed. In English fiction, there are 3 treasure stories of surpassing merit for ingenious contrivance and convincing illusion. These are Stevenson's Treasure Island, Poe's Goldbug, and Washington Irving's Wolfert Webber. Differing widely in plot and literary treatment, each peculiar to the genius of its author, they are blood kin, sprung from a common ancestor, namely, the Kidd legend. Why, this half-hearted pirate, who was neither red-handed nor of heroic dimensions, even in his badness, should have inspired more romantic fiction than any other character in American history, is past all explaining. Strangely enough, no more than a generation or 2 after Kidd's sorry remnants were swinging in chains for the birds to pick at, there began to cluster around his memory the folklore and superstitions colored by the supernatural, which had been long current in many lands in respect of buried treasure. It was a kind of diabolism which still survives in many a corner of the Atlantic coast where tales of Kidd are told. Irving took these legends as he heard them from the long-winded ancients of his own acquaintance and wove them into delightfully entertaining fiction with a proper seasoning of the ghostly and the uncanny. His formidable hero is an old pirate with a sea chest, aforetime one of Kidd's rogues, who appears at the Dutch Tavern near Corlear's Hook, and there awaits tidings of his shipmates and the hidden treasure. It is well known that Stevenson employed a strikingly similar character in setting to get Treasure Island underway in the opening chapter. As a literary coincidence, a comparison of these pieces of fiction is of curious interest. The similarity is to be explained on the ground that both authors made use of the same material, whose groundwork was the Kidd legend in its various forms, as it has been commonly circulated. Stevenson confessed in his preface, "It is my debt to Washington Irving that exercises my conscience, and justly so, for I believe plagiarism was rarely carried farther. I chanced to pick up the Tales of a Traveler some years ago, with a view to an anthology of prose narrative, and the book flew up and struck me. Billy Bones, his chest, company in the parlor, the whole inner spirit, and a good deal of the material detail of my first chapters, all were there, all were the property of Washington Irving. But I had no guess of it then, as I sat writing by the fireside, what seemed like the spring tides of a somewhat pedestrian fancy, nor yet day by day, after lunch, as I read aloud my morning's work to the family. It seemed to me original as sin. It seemed to belong to me like my right eye." After the opening scenes, the two stories veer off on diverging tracks, the plot of Stevenson moving briskly along to the treasure voyage, with no inclusion of the supernatural features of the Kidd tradition. Irving, however, narrates at a leisurely pace all the gossip and legend that were rife concerning Kidd in the Manhattan of the worthy Knickerbockers, and he could stock a treasure chest as cleverly as Stevenson. For when Wilfred Weber dreamed that he had discovered an immense treasure in the center of his garden, at every stroke of the spade he laid bare a golden ingot, diamond crosses sparkled out of the dust, bags of money turned up their bellies, corpulent with pieces of eight, or venerable doubloons, and chests wedged close with moidores, ducats, and pistareens, yawned before his ravished eyes, and vomited forth their glittering contents. The warp and woof of Wilfred Weber is the still persistent legend that Kidd buried treasure near the highlands of the lower Hudson, or that his ship, the Quito Merchant, was fetched from San Domingo by his men after he left her, and they sailed her into the Hudson and there scuttled the vessel, scattering ashore and dividing a vast amount of plunder, some of which was hidden nearby. Many years ago a pamphlet was published, purporting to be true, which was entitled, An Account of Some of the Traditions and Experiments Respecting Captain Kidd's Piratical Vessel. In this it was soberly asserted that Kidd and the Quito Merchant was chased into the North River by an English man-of-war, and finding himself cornered, he and his crew took to the boats, with what treasure they could carry, after setting fire to the ship, and fled up the Hudson, thence footing it through the wilderness to Boston. The sunken ship was searched for from time to time, and the explorers were no doubt assisted by another pamphlet published early in the 19th century, which proclaimed itself as a wonderful mesmeric revelation, giving an account of the discovery and description of a sunken vessel near Caldwell's Landing, supposed to be that of the pirate Kidd, including an account of his character and death at a distance of nearly 300 miles from the place. This psychic information came from a woman by the name of Chester, living in Lynn, Massachusetts, who swore she had never heard of the sunken treasure ship until, while in a trance, she beheld its shattered timbers covered with sand, and bars of massive gold, heaps of silver coin, and precious jewels, including many large and brilliant diamonds. The jewels had been enclosed in shot bags of stout canvas. There were also gold watches, like duck eggs in a pond of water, and the wonderfully preserved remains of a very beautiful woman with a necklace of diamonds around her neck. As Irving takes pains to indicate, the basis of the legend of the sunken pirate ship came not from Kidd, but from another freebooter who flourished at the same time. Says Peachy Prawn, daring to hold converse with the old buccaneer in the tavern, Kidd never did bury money up the Hudson, nor indeed in any of those parts, though many affirm such to be the fact. It was Bradish and others of the buccaneers who had buried money. Some said in Turtle Bay, others on Long Island, others in the neighborhood of Hellgate. This Bradish was caught by Governor Bellamont and sent to England, where he was hanged at Execution Dock. He had begun his career of crime afloat as a boatswain of a ship called the Adventure, not Kidd's vessel. On the voyage from London to Borneo, he helped other mutineers to take the vessel from her skipper and go a-cruising as gentlemen of fortune. They split up $40,000 of specie found on board, snapped up a few merchantmen to fatten their dividends, and at length came to the American coast, and touched at Long Island. The Adventure ship was abandoned, and there was reason to think she was taken possession of by the crew of the purchased sloop, who worked her around to New York and beached and sunk her after stripping her of fittings and gear. Bradish and his crew also cruised along the Sound for some time in their small craft, landing and buying supplies at several places, until 19 of them were caught and taken to Boston. That there should have been some confusion of facts relating to Kidd and Bradish is not at all improbable. Among the Dutch of New Amsterdam was to be found that worldwide superstition of the ghostly guardians of buried treasure, and Irving interpolates the distressful experience of Cobus Quackenbos, who dug for a whole night and met with incredible difficulty, for as fast as he threw one shovelful of earth out of the hole, two were thrown in by invisible hands. He succeeded so far, however, as to uncover an iron chest, and there was a terrible roaring, ramping, and raging of uncouth figures about the hole, and at length a shower of blows, dealt by invisible cudgels, fairly belaboured him off of the forbidden ground. This Cobus Quackenbos had declared on his deathbed, so that there could not be any doubt of it. He was a man that had devoted many years of his life to money digging, and it was thought would have ultimately succeeded had he not died recently of a brain fever in the almshouse. A story built around the Kidd tradition, but of a wholly different kind, is that masterpiece of curious deductive analysis, The Gold Bug, with its cryptogram and elaborate mystification. In making use of a historical character to serve the ends of fiction, it is customary to make him move along the episodes of the story with some regard for the probabilities. For example, it would hardly do to have Napoleon win the Battle of Waterloo as the hero of a novel. What really happened and what the author imagines might have happened must be dovetailed with an eye to avoid contradicting the known facts. Like almost everyone else, however, Poe took the most reckless liberties with the career of poor Captain Kidd and his buried treasure, and cared not a rap for historical evidence to the contrary. Although Stevenson is ready to admit that his skeleton is conveyed from Poe, the author of Treasure Island, it is not wholly fair to himself. The tradition that secretive pirates were wont to knock a shipmate or two on the head as a feature of the program of burying treasure is as old as the hills. The purpose was either to get rid of the witness who had helped dig the hole, or to cause the spot to be properly haunted by ghosts as an additional precaution against the discovery of the hoard. What Stevenson conveyed from Poe was the employment of a skeleton to indicate the bearings and location of the treasure, although, to be accurate, it was a skull that figured in The Gold Bug. Otherwise, in the discovery of the remains of slain pirates, both were using a stock incident of buried treasure lore, most generally fastened upon the unfortunate Captain Kidd. Most of the treasure legends of the Atlantic coast are fable and moonshine, with no more foundation than what somebody heard from his grandfather, who may have dreamed that Captain Kidd or Blackbeard once landed in a nearby cove. The treasure seeker needs no evidence, however, and with him, faith is the substance of things hoped for. There is a marsh of the Penobscot River, a few miles inland from the bay of that name, which has been indefatigably explored for more than a century. A native of statistical turn of mind not long ago expressed himself in this common-sense manner. Thousands of tons of soil have been shoveled over time and again. I figure that these treasure hunters have handled enough earth in turning up codled marsh to build embankments and fill cuts for a railroad grade 20 miles long. In other words, if these lunatics that have tried to find Kidd's money had hired out with the railroad contractors, they could have earned $30,000 at regular day's wages instead of the few battered old coins discovered in 1798, which started all this terrible waste of energy. The most convincing evidence of the existence of a pirate's rendezvous and hoard has been found on Oak Island, Nova Scotia. In fact, this is the true treasure story, par excellence, of the whole Atlantic coast, with sufficient mystery to give it precisely the proper flavor. Local tradition has long credited Captain Kidd with having been responsible for the indubitable remains of piratical activity. But it has been proved that Kidd went nowhere near Nova Scotia after he came sailing home from the East Indies, and the industrious visitors to Oak Island are therefore unknown to history. The island has a sheltered haven called Mahone Bay, snugly secluded from the Atlantic with deep water, and a century ago the region was wild and unsettled. Near the head of the bay is a small cove which was visited in the year of 1795 by three young men named Smith, McGinnis, and Vaughan, who drew their canoes ashore and explored at random the noble groves of oaks. Soon they came to a spot whose peculiar appearance aroused their curiosity. The ground had been cleared many years before. This was indicated by the second growth of trees and the kind of vegetation which is foreign to the primeval condition of the soil. In the center of the little clearing was a huge oak whose bark was gashed with markings made by an axe. One of the stout lower branches had been sawn off at some distance from the trunk, and to this natural derrick arm had been attached a heavy block and tackle as shown by the furrowed scar in the bark. Directly beneath this was a perceptible circular depression of the turf, perhaps a dozen feet in diameter. The three young men were curious and made further investigation. The tide chanced to be uncommonly low, and while ranging along the beach of the cove they discovered a huge iron ring bolt fastened to a rock which was invisible at ordinary low water. They reasonably surmised that this had been a mooring place in days gone by. Not far distant a boatswain's whistle of an ancient pattern and copper coin bearing a date of 1713 were picked up. The trio scented pirate's treasure and shortly returned to the cove to dig in the clearing hard by the great oak. It was soon found that they were excavating in a clearly defined shaft, the walls of which were of the solid, undisturbed earth in which the cleavage of other picks and shovels could be distinguished. The soil within the shaft was much looser and easily removed. 10 feet below the surface they came to a covering of heavy oak plank, which was ripped out with much difficulty. At a depth of 20 feet another layer of planking was uncovered, and digging 10 feet deeper, a third horizontal bulkhead of timber was laid bare. The excavation was now 30 feet down, and the three men had done all they could, without a larger force, hoisting machinery, and other equipment. The natives of Mahone Bay, however, were singularly reluctant to aid the enterprise. Hair-raising stories were afloat of ghostly guardians, of strange cries, of unearthly fires that flickered along the cove, and all that sort of thing. Superstition effectually fortified the place, and those bold spirits, Smith, McGinnis, and Vaughan, were forced to abandon their task for lack of reinforcements. Half a dozen years later, a young physician of Truro, Dr. Linz, visited Oak Island, having got wind of the treasure story, and talked with the 3 men aforesaid. He took their report seriously, made an investigation of his own, and straightway organized a company backed by considerable capital. Prominent persons of Truro and the neighborhood were among the investors, including Colonel Robert Archibald, Captain David Archibald, and Sheriff Harris. A gang of laborers was mustered at the cove, and the dirt began to fly. The shaft was open to a depth of 95 feet, and, as before, some kind of covering, or significant traces thereof, was disclosed every 10 feet or so. One layer was of charcoal spread over a matting of a substance resembling cocoa fiber, while another was of putty, some of which was used in glazing the windows of a house then building on the nearby coast. 90 feet below the surface, the laborers found a large flat stone, or quarried slab, 3 feet long and 16 inches wide, upon which was chiseled the traces of an inscription. This stone was used in the jamb of a fireplace of a new house belonging to Smith, and was later taken to Halifax in the hope of having the mysterious inscription deciphered. One wise man declared that the letters read, 10 feet below 2 million pounds lie buried, but this verdict was mostly guesswork. The stone is still in Halifax, where it was used for beating leather into a bookbinder's shop until the inscription had been worn away. When the workmen were down 95 feet, they came to a wooden platform covering the shaft. Until then the hole had been clear of water, but overnight it filled within 25 feet of the top. Persistent efforts were made to bail out the flood, but with such poor success that the shaft was abandoned and another sunk nearby, the plan being to tunnel into the first pit and thereby drain it and get at the treasure. The second shaft was driven to a depth of 110 feet. While the tunnel was in progress, the water broke through and made the laborers flee for their lives. The company had spent all its money, and the results were so discouraging that the work was abandoned. It was not until 1849 that another attempt was made to fathom the meaning of the extraordinary mystery of Oak Island. Dr. Linz and Vaughan were still alive, and their narratives inspired the organization of another treasure-seeking company. Vaughan easily found the old money pit, as it was called, and the original shaft was opened and cleared to a depth of 86 feet when an inrush of water stopped the undertaking. Again the work ceased for lack of adequate pumping machinery, and it was decided to use a boring apparatus such as was employed in prospecting for coal. A platform was rigged in the old shaft, and the large auger bit its way in the manner described by the manager of the enterprise as follows. The platform was struck at 98 feet, just as the old diggers found it. After going through this platform, which was 5 inches thick and proved to be of spruce, the auger dropped 12 inches and then went through 4 inches of oak. Then it went through 22 inches of metal in pieces. The auger failed to take any of it, except 3 links resembling an ancient watch chain. It then went through 8 inches of oak, which was thought to be the bottom of the first box, and the top of the next, then through 22 inches of metal, the same as before, then 4 inches of oak and 6 inches of spruce, then into clay 7 feet without striking anything. In the next boring, the platform was struck, as before, at 98 feet. Passing through this, the auger fell about 18 inches, and came in contact with, as supposed, the side of a cask. The flat chisel revolving close to the side of the cask gave it a jerk and an irregular motion. On withdrawing the auger, several splinters of oak, such as might come from the side of an oak stave, and a small quantity of a brown fibrous substance, resembling the husk of a cocoanut, were brought up. The distance between the upper and lower platforms was found to be 6 feet. In the summer of 1850, a third shaft was sunk just to the west of the money pit, but this also filled with water, which was discovered to be salt and affected by the rise and fall of the tide in the cove. It was reasoned that if a natural inlet existed, those who had buried the treasure must have encountered the inflow, which would have made their undertaking impossible. Therefore, the pirates must have driven some kind of tunnel or passage from the cove with the object of flooding out any subsequent intruders. Search was made along the beach, and near where the ringbolt was fastened in the rock, a bed of the brown, fibrous material was uncovered, and beneath it a mass of small rock, unlike the surrounding sand and gravel. It was decided to build a coffer dam around this place, which appeared to be a concealed entrance to a tunnel connecting the cove with the money pit. In removing the rock, a series of well-constructed drains was found, extending from a common center, and fashioned of carefully laid stone. Before the coffer dam was finished, it was overflowed by a very high tide and collapsed under pressure. The explorers did not rebuild it, but set to work sinking a shaft which was intended to cut into this tunnel and dam the inlet from the cove. One failure, however, followed on the heels of another, and shaft after shaft was dug, only to be caved in or filled by salt water. In one of these was found an oak plank, several pieces of timber bearing the mark of tools, and many hewn chips. A powerful pumping engine was installed, timber cribbing put in the bottom of the shafts, and a vast amount of clay dumped on the beach in an effort to block up the inlet of a seawater tunnel. Baffled in spite of all this exertion, the treasure seekers spent their money and had to quit empty-handed. 40 years passed, and the crumbling earth almost filled the numerous and costly excavations, and the grass grew green under the sentinel oaks. Then in 1896, the cove was once more astir with boats, and the shore populous with toilers. The old records had been overhauled, and their evidence was so alluring that fresh capital was subscribed, and many shares eagerly snapped up in Truro, Halifax, and elsewhere. The promoters became convinced that the former attempts had failed because of crude appliances and insufficient engineering skill, and this time the treasure was sought in up-to-date fashion. Almost 20 deep shafts were dug, one after the other, in a ring about the money pit, and tunnels driven in a network. It was the purpose of the engineers to intercept the underground channel, and also to drain the pirates' excavation. Hundreds of pounds of dynamite were used and thousands of feet of heavy timber. Further traces of the work of the ancient contrivers of this elaborate hiding place were discovered, but the funds of the company were exhausted before the secret of the money pit could be revealed. Considerable boring was done under the direction of the manager, Captain Welling. The results confirmed the previous disclosures achieved by the auger. At a depth of 126 feet, Captain Welling's crew drilled through oak wood and struck a piece of iron past which they could not drive the encasing pipe. A smaller auger was then used, and at 153 feet cement was found, of a thickness of 7 inches, covering another layer of oak. Beyond was some soft metal, and the drill brought to the surface a small fragment of sheepskin parchment, upon which was written in ink the syllable VI or WI. Other curious samples, wood and iron, were fished up, but the soft metal, presumed to be gold or silver, refused to cling to the auger. It was of course taken for granted that the various layers of oak planking and spruce were chests containing the treasure. During the various borings, 7 different chests or casks, or whatever they may be, have been encountered. It seems incredible that any pirates or buccaneers known to the American coast should have been at such prodigious pains to conceal their plunder as to dig a hole a good deal more than 100 feet deep, connected with the sea by an underground passage, and safeguarded by many layers of timber, cement, and other material. Possibly some of the famous freebooters of the Spanish Main in Henry Morgan's time might have achieved such a task, but Nova Scotia was a coast unknown to them, and thousands of miles from their track. Poor Kidd had neither the men, the treasure, nor the opportunity to make such a memorial of his career as this. Quite recently, a new company was formed to grapple with the secret of Oak Island, which has already swallowed at least $100,000 in labor and machinery. For more than a century, sane, hard-headed Nova Scotians have tried to reach the bottom of the money pit, and in an attractive speculation it has no rival in the field of treasure seeking. There may be documents somewhere in existence, a chart or memorandum mouldering in a sea chest in some attic or cellar of France, England, or Spain, that will furnish the key to this rarely picturesque, tantalizing puzzle. The unbeliever has only to go to Nova Scotia in the summertime and seek out Oak Island, which is reached by way of the town of Chester, to find the deeply pitted area of the treasure hunt, and very probably engines and workmen busy at the fine old game of digging for pirates' gold. Let us now give the real Captain Kidd his due, painting him no blacker than facts warrant, and at the same time uncover the true story of his treasure, which is the plum in the pudding. He had been a merchant shipmaster of brave and honorable repute in an age when every deep water voyage was a hazard of privateers and freebooters of all flags, or none at all. With one stout square rigger after another, well armed and heavily manned, he had sailed out of the port of New York, in which he dwelt as early as 1689. He had a comfortable, even prosperous home in Liberty Street, was married to a widow of a good family, and was highly thought of by the Dutch and English merchants of the town. A shrewd trader who made money for his owners, he was also a fighting seaman of such proven mettle that he was given command of privateers which cruised along the coast of the colonies and harried the French in the West Indies. His excellent reputation and character are attested by official documents. In the recordings of the proceedings of the Provincial Assembly of New York is the following entry under date of April 18, 1691. Gabriel Monville, Esquire, and Thomas Willett, Esquire, are appointed to attend the House of Representatives and acquaint them of the many good services done to this province by Captain William Kidd in his attending here with his vessels before His Excellency's arrival, and that it would be acceptable to His Excellency and his board
that they consider of some suitable reward to him for his good services.
This indicates Captain Kidd had been in command of a small squadron engaged in protecting the commerce of the colony. On May 14th, the following was adopted by the House of Representatives.
Ordered that His Excellency be addressed unto to order the Receiver General to pay Captain William Kidd £150 current money of this province as a suitable reward for the many good services done to this province.
In June, only a month after this, Captain Kidd was asked by the colony of Massachusetts to punish the pirates who were pestering the shipping of Boston and Salem. The negotiations were conducted in this wise.
By the Governor and Council, proposals offered to Captain Kidd and Captain Walkington to encourage their going forth in their Majesty's service to suppress an enemy privateer now upon this coast, that they have liberty to beat up drums for 40 men apiece to go forth on this present expedition, not taking any children or servants without their parents' or masters' consent. A list of the names of such as go in the said vessels to be presented to the Governor before their departure,
that they cruise upon the coast for a space of 10 or 15 days in search of the said privateer,
then come in again and land the men spied them from hence.
And what provisions shall be expended within said time for so many men
as are in both the said vessels be made good to them on their return, in case they take no purchase. But if they shall take the privateer or any other vessels,
then only a proportion of the provisions for so many men as they take in here. If any of our men happen to be wounded in engagement with privateer,
that they be cured at the public charge,
that the men supplied from hence be proportionable sharers with the other men belonging to said vessels
of all purchase that shall be taken, besides the promise of a gratuity to the captains, £20 apiece in money. Boston, June 8, 1691.
To this thrifty set of terms, Captain Kidd made reply.
Imprimus, to have 40 men, with their arms, provisions, and ammunition. Secondly, all the men that shall be wounded, which have been put in by the country, shall be put on shore, in the country to take care of them, and if so fortunate as to take the pirate enterprises, then to bring them to Boston. Thirdly, for myself, to have £100 in money, 30 pounds thereof to be paid down, the rest upon my return to Boston, and if we bring in said ship enterprises, then the same to be divided amongst our men. Fourthly, the provisions put on board must be 10 barrels of pork and beef, 10 barrels of flour, 2 hogsheads of peas, and 1 barrel of gunpowder for the great guns. Fifthly, that I will cruise on the coast for 10 days' time, and if so that he is gone off the coast, that I cannot hear of him, I will then, at my return, take care and set what men on shore that I have had, and are willing to leave me or the ship.
These records serve to show in what esteem Captain Kidd was held by the highest officials of the colonies. Such men as he were sailing out of Boston, New York, and Salem to trade in uncharted seas, on remote coasts, and fight their way home again with rich cargoes. They hammered out the beginnings of a mighty commerce for the New World, and created, by the stern stress of circumstances, as fine a race of seamen as ever filled cabin and forecastle. In the year 1695, Captain Kidd chanced to be anchored in London port, in his brigantine Antigua, busy with loading merchandise and shipping a crew for the return voyage across the Atlantic. Now, Richard Coote, Earl of Belmont, an ambitious and energetic Irishman, had just been then appointed Royal Governor of the colonies of New York and Massachusetts, and he was particularly bent on suppressing the swarm of pirates who infested the American coast, and waxed rich on the English commerce of the Indian Ocean. Their booty was carried to Rhode Island, New York, and Boston, even from far-away Madagascar. And many a colonial merchant, outwardly the pattern of respectability, was secretly trafficking in this plunder. "I send you, my lord, to New York," said King William III to Belmont, "as an honest and intrepid man has wanted to put these abuses down, because I believe you to be such a man." Thereupon Belmont asked for a frigate to send in chase of the bold sea rogues, but the king referred him to the lords of the Admiralty, who discovered sundry obstacles bound in red tape. Fact being that official England was at all times singularly indifferent, or covertly hostile, toward the maritime commerce of her American colonies. Being denied a man-of-war, Belmont conceived the plan of privately equipping an armed ship as a syndicate enterprise, without cost to the government. The promoters were to divide the swag captured from pirates as dividends on their investment. The enterprise was an alluring one, and £6,000 sterling were subscribed by Belmont and his friends, including such illustrious personages as Somers, the Lord Chancellor and leader of the Whig party, the Earl of Shrewsbury, the Earl of Orford, First Lord of the Admiralty, the Earl of Romney, and Sir Richard Harrison, a wealthy merchant. According to Bishop Burnet, it was the king who proposed managing by a private enterprise, and said he would lay down £3,000 himself, and recommended it to his ministers to find out the refit. In compliance with this, the Lord Somers, the Earl of Orford, Romney, Belmont, and others contributed the whole expense, for the king excused himself by reason of other accidents, and did not advance the sum he had promised. Macaulay, discussing in his History of England the famous scandal which later involved these partners of Kidd, defends them in this spirited fashion.
The worst that could be imputed even to Bellamont, who had drawn in all the rest, was that he had been led into a fault by his ardent zeal for the public service, and by the generosity of a nature as little prone to suspect as to devise villainies. His friends in England might surely be pardoned for giving credit to his recommendations. It is highly probable that the motive which induced some of them to aid his designs was a genuine public spirit. But if we suppose them to have had a view to gain, it would be a legitimate gain. Their conduct was the very opposite of corrupt. Not only had they taken no money, they had dispersed money largely, and had dispersed it with the certainty that it should never be reimbursed unless the outlay proved beneficial to the public.
It would be easy to pick flaws in this argument. Belmont's partners, no matter how public-spirited, hoped to reimburse themselves, and something over, as receivers of stolen goods. It was a dashing speculation, characteristic of its century, and neither better nor worse than the privateering of that time. What raised the subsequent row in Parliament, and made of Kidd a political issue and party scapegoat, was the fact that his commission was given under the Great Seal of England, thus stamping a private business with the public sanction of His Majesty's government. For this Somers, his Lord Chancellor was responsible, and it later became a difficult transaction for his partisans to defend. It was in London at that time one Robert Livingston, founder of a family long notable in the colony and state of New York, a man of large property and solid station. He was asked to recommend a shipmaster fitted for the task in hand, and named Captain Kidd, who was reluctant to accept. His circumstances were prosperous. He had a home and family in New York, and he was by no means anxious to go roving after pirates, who were pretty certain to fight for their necks. His consent was won by the promise of a share of the profits. Kidd was a canny Scot by birth, and by an offer of Livingston to be his security and partner in the venture. An elaborate contract was drawn up with the title of Articles of Agreement, made this 10th day of October, in the year of our Lord, 1695, between the Right Honourable Richard, Earl of Bellamont, on the one part, and Robert Livingston, Esquire, and Captain William Kidd, of the other part. In the first article, the said Earl of Bellamont doth covenant and agree at his proper charge to procure from the King's Majesty, or from the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, as the case may require, one or more commissions, empowering him, said Captain Kidd, to act against the King's enemies, and to take prizes from them as a private man of war, in the usual manner, and also to fight with, conquer and subdue pirates, and to take them and their goods, with such large and beneficial powers and clauses, in such commissions as may be most proper and effectual in such cases. Bellamont agreed to pay 4/5 of the cost of the ship, with its furnishings and provisions, Kidd and Livingston to contribute the remainder, in pursuance of which Bellamont was to pay down £1,600 on or before 6th of November, in order to the speedy buying of said ship. The Earl agreed to pay such further sums as should complete and make up said 4 parts of 5 of the charge of said ship's apparel, furniture, and victualling within 7 weeks after the date of the agreement, and Kidd and Livingston bound themselves to do likewise in respect to their 5th part of the expense. Other articles of the agreement read, 7. The said Captain Kidd doth covenant and agree to procure and take with him on board of the said ship 100 mariners or seamen, or thereabout, and to make what reasonable and convenient speed he can to set out to sea with the said ship, and to sail to such parts and places where he may meet with said pirates, and to use his utmost endeavour to meet with, subdue, and conquer the said pirates, and take from them their goods, merchandise, and treasures, also to take what prizes he can from the King's enemies, forthwith to make the best of his way to Boston in New England, and that without touching at any other port or harbor whatsoever, or without breaking bulk, or diminishing any part of what he shall take or obtain, of which he shall make oath in case the same is desired by the said Earl Bellamont, and there to deliver the same into the hands or possession of the said Earl. He, the said Captain Kidd, doth agree that the contract and bargain which he will make with the said ship's crew shall be no purchase, no pay, and not otherwise, and that the share and proportion which his said crew shall, by such contract, have of such prizes, goods, merchandise, and treasure, as he shall take as prize, or from any pirates, shall not at the most exceed 1/4 part of the same, and shall be less than 1/4 part, in case the same may reasonably and conveniently be agreed upon. 9. Robert Livingston, Esquire, and Captain William Kidd agree that if they catch no pirates, they will refund to the said Earl Bellamont all the money advanced by him on or before March 25th, 1697, and they will keep the said ship. Article 10 allotted the captured goods and treasures after deducting no more than 1/4 for the crew. The remainder was to be divided into 5 equal parts, of which Bellamont was to receive 4 parts, leaving a 5th to be shared between Kidd and Livingston. The stake of Captain Kidd was therefore to be 3 1/40ths of the whole, or 7 1/2% of the booty. It is apparent from these singular articles of the agreement that Robert Livingston, in the role of Kidd's financial backer, was willing to run boldly speculative chances of success, and was also confident that a rich crop of pirates could be caught for the seeking. If Kidd should sail home empty-handed, then these two partners stood to lose a large amount, by virtue of the contract which provided that Bellamont and his partners must be reimbursed for their outlay, less the value of the ship itself. Livingston also gave bonds in the sum of £10,000 that Kidd would be faithful to his trust and obedient to his orders, which in itself is sufficient to show that this shipmaster was a man of the best intentions and of thoroughly proven worth. Captain Kidd's privateering commission was issued by the High Court Admiralty on December 11, 1695, and licensed and authorized him to set forth in a warlike manner in the said ship called the Adventure Galley, under his own command, and therewith by force of arms to apprehend, seize, and take the ships, vessels, and goods belonging to the French king, and his subjects or inhabitants within the dominion of the said French king, and such other ships, vessels, and goods as are or shall be liable to confiscation, etc. This document was of the usual tenor, but in addition, Captain Kidd was granted a special royal commission under the Great Seal, which is given herewith, because it so intimately concerned the later fortunes of his noble partners.
William Rex, William III, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, etc. To our trusty and well-beloved Captain William Kidd, commander of the ship Adventure Galley, or to any other, the commander of the same for the time being, greeting. Whereas, we are informed that Captain Thomas Tew, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, Captain William Mays, and other subjects, natives or inhabitants of New York and elsewhere in our plantations in America, have associated themselves with divers other wicked and ill-disposed persons, and do against the law of nations commit many and great piracies, robberies, and depredations on the seas upon the parts of America and in other parts, to the great hindrance and discouragement of trade and navigation, and to the great danger and hurt of our loving subjects, our allies, and of all others navigating the seas upon their lawful occasions. Now, know ye, that we being desirous to prevent the aforesaid mischief, and as much in us lies, to bring the said pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers to justice, have thought fit, and do hereby give and grant to the said Robert Kidd, to whom our commissioners, for exercising the office of Lord High Admiral of England, have granted a commission as a private man of war, bearing date of the 11th day of December, 1695, and unto the commander of said ship for the time being, and unto the officers, mariners, and others which shall be under your command, full power and authority to apprehend, seize, and take into your custody, as well as said Captain Tew, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, Captain William Mays, or Mace, and all such pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers, being either our subjects or of other nations associated with them, which you shall meet with upon the seas or coasts of America, or upon any other seas or coast, with all their ships and vessels, and all such merchandises, money, goods, and wares as shall be found on board or with them, in case they shall willingly yield themselves up. But if they will not yield without fighting, then you are by force to compel to yield. And we also require you to bring, or cause to be brought, such pirates, freebooters, or sea rovers as you shall seize, to a legal trial, to the end that they may be proceeded against according to law in such cases. And we do hereby command all our officers, ministers, and others, our living subjects whatsoever, to be aiding and assisting you in the premises. And we do hereby enjoin you to keep an exact journal of your proceedings and execution of the premises, and set down the names of such pirates, and of their officers and company, and the names of such ships and vessels as you shall by virtue of these presents take and seize, and the quantity of arms, ammunition, provisions, and lading of such ships, and the true value of the same, as near as you judge. And we do hereby strictly charge and command, and you will answer to the contrary to your peril, that you do not, in any manner, offend or molest our friends and allies, their ships or subjects, by color or pretense of these presents, or the authority thereof granted. In witness thereof, we have caused our Great Seal of England to be affixed to these presents, given at our court in Kensington, the 26th day of January, 1696, in the 7th year of our reign.
It was privately understood that the king was to receive 1/10 of the proceeds of the voyage, although this stipulation does not appear in the Articles of Agreement. By a subsequent grant from the crown, this understanding was publicly ratified, and all money and property taken from the pirates, except the king's 10th, was to be made over to the owners of the Adventure Galley, to wit, Bellamont and his partners, and Kidd and Livingston, as they had agreed among themselves. The Adventure Galley, the ship selected for the cruise, was of 287 tons and 34 guns, a powerful privateer for her day, which Kidd fitted out at Plymouth, England. Finding difficulty in recruiting a full crew of mettlesome lads, he sailed from that port for New York in April of 1696 with only 70 hands. While anchored in the Hudson, he increased his company to 155 men, many of them the riffraff of the waterfront, deserters, wastrels, brawlers, and broken seamen who may have sailed under the black flag aforetime. It was a desperate venture. The pay was to be in shares of the booty taken. No prizes, no money. And sober, respectable sailors looked askance at it. Kidd was impatient to make an offing. Livingston and Bellamont were chaffing at the delay, and he had to ship what men he could find at short notice. The Adventure Galley cruised first among the West Indies, honestly in quest of pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers. Not falling in with any of these gentry, Kidd took his departure for the Cape of Good Hope in the Indian Ocean. This was in accordance with his instructions, for in the preamble of the Articles of Agreement it was stated that certain persons did some time since depart from New England, Rhode Island, New York, and other parts in America and elsewhere, with an intention to pirate and to commit spiles and depredations in the Red Sea and elsewhere, and to return with such riches and goods as they should get to certain places by them agreed upon, which said persons and places the said Captain Kidd hath notice. This long voyage was soundly planned. Madagascar was the most notorious haunt of pirates in the world. Their palm-thatched villages fringed its beaches, and the blue harbor sheltered many sail which sallied forth to play havoc with the precious argosies of the English, French, and Dutch East India companies. Kidd hoped to win both favor and fortune by ridding these populous trade routes of the perils that menaced every honest skipper. When at length Madagascar was sighted, the Adventure Galley was 9 months from home. Not a prize had been taken. Kidd was short of provisions and of money with which to purchase supplies. His crew was in a grumbling, mutinous temper, as they rammed their tarry fists into their empty pockets and stared into the empty hold. The captain quieted them with promises of dazzling spoil. The Adventure Galley vainly skirted the coast, only to find that some of the pirates got wind of her coming while others were gone a-cruising. From the crew of a wrecked French ship, Kidd took enough gold to buy provisions in a Malabar port. This deed was hardly generous, but by virtue of his letters of marque, Kidd was authorized to despoil a Frenchman wherever he caught him. After more futile cruising to and fro, Kidd fell from grace and crossed the very tenuous line that divided privateering from piracy in his century. His first unlawful capture was a small native vessel owned by 8 merchants and commanded by one Parker, an Englishman, the mate being a Portuguese. The plunder was no more than a bale or two of pepper and coffee, and a few gold pieces. It was petty larceny, committed to quiet a turbulent crew and to pay operating expenses. Parker made loud outcry ashore, and a little while later Kidd was overtaken by a vengeful Portuguese man-of-war off the port of Carwar. The two ships hammered each other with broadsides and bow chasers 6 hours on end, when Kidd went his way with several men wounded. Sundry other small craft were made to stand and deliver after this without harm to their crews, but no treasure was lifted until Kidd ventured to molest the shipping of the great Mongol. That fabled potentate of Asia, whose empire had been found by Genghis Khan and extended by Tamerlane, and whose gorgeous palaces were at Samarkand, had a mighty commerce between the Red Sea and China, and his rich freights also swelled the business of the English East India Company. His ships were often convoyed by the English and the Dutch. It was from 2 of these vessels that Kidd took his treasure and thus achieved the brief career which wove the halter around his neck. First of these ships of the great Mongol he looted and burned, and of the second, to quit a merchant, he transferred his flag at forsaking the leaky, unseaworthy Adventure Galley on the Madagascar coast. Out of this capture he took almost $500,000 worth of gold, jewels, plate, silks, and other precious merchandise, of which his crew ran away with by far the greatest share, leaving Kidd with about $100,000 in booty. It was charged that while on this coast, Kidd amicably consorted with a very notorious pirate named Culliford, instead of blowing him out of the water as he properly deserved. This was the most damning feature of his indictment, and there is no doubt that he sold Culliford cannon and munitions and received him in his cabin. On the other hand, Kidd declared that he would have attacked the pirate, but he was overpowered by his mutinous crew, who caroused with Culliford's rogues and were wholly out of hand. And Kidd's story is lent to color truth by the fact that 95 of his men deserted to join the Mocha frigate of Culliford and sail with him under the Jolly Roger. It is fair to assume that if William Kidd had been the successful pirate he has portrayed, his own rascals would have stayed with him in the Quito Merchant, which was a large and splendidly armed and equipped ship of between 400 and 500 tons. Abandoned by 2/3 of his crew and unable to find trustworthy men to fill their places, Kidd was in sore straits and decided to sail for home, square accounts with Bellamont, trusting to his powerful friends to keep him out of trouble. In the meantime, the Great Mogul and the English East India Company had made vigorous complaint, and Kidd was proclaimed a pirate. The royal pardon was offered all pirates that should repent of their sins, barring Kidd, who was particularly accepted by name. Many a villain whose hands were red with the slaughter of ships' crews was thus officially forgiven, while Kidd, who had killed no man, barring that mutineer, the gunner, William Moore, was hunted in every sea with a price on his head. On April 1st, 1699, after an absence of almost 2 years, Kidd arrived at Anguilla, his first port of call in the West Indies, and went ashore to buy provisions. There he learned, to his consternation, that he had been officially declared a pirate and stood in peril of his life. People refused to have any dealings with him, and he sailed to St. Thomas, and then stuck Curacoa, where he was able to get supplies through the friendship of an English merchant of Antigua, Henry Bolton by name, who was not hampered by scruples or fear of the authorities. Under date of February 3rd, the governor of Barbados had written to Mr. Vernon, secretary of the Lords of the Council of Trade and Plantations in London. I received yours of the 23rd of November in relation to the apprehending your notorious pirate Kidd. He has not been heard of in these seas of late, nor do I believe he will think it safe to venture himself here, where his villainies are so well known. But if he does, all the diligence and application to find him out and seize him shall be used on my part that can be, with the assistance of a heavy, crazy vessel, miscalled a cruiser, that is ordered to attend upon me. The first news of Kidd was received from the officials on the island of Nevis, who wrote Secretary Vernon on May 18, 1699, as follows. Your letter of 23rd November, last in relation to that notorious pirate, Captain Kidd, came safe to our hands. Have sent copies thereof to Lieutenant or Deputy Governor of each respective island under this government, since which we have this following account of the said Kidd. That he lately came from Madagascar, in a large Genoese vessel of about 400 tons, 30 guns mounted and 80 men, and in this way, from those parts, his men mutinied, and 30 of them lost their lives. That his vessel is very leaky, and that several of his men have deserted him, so that he has not above 25 or 30 hands on board. About 20 days since he landed at Anguilla, where he tarried about 4 hours, but being refused succour, sailed thence for the island of St. Thomas, and anchored off the harbor 3 days, in which time he treated with them also for relief, but the governor absolutely denying him, he bore away further to leeward, as 'tis believed, for Puerto Rico or Crab Island, upon which advice we forthwith ordered His Majesty's ship, Queensborough, now attending this government, Captain Rupert Billingsley, commander, to make the best of his way after him, and in case he met with his men, vessel and effects, to bring them up hither, that no embezzlement may be made, but that they may be secured until we have given you advice thereof, and that His Majesty's pleasure, relating thereto, can be known, we shall, by the first conveyance, transmit ye, like account of him, to the governor of Jamaica, so that if he goes farther than leeward, due care may be taken to secure him there. As for those men who have deserted him, we have taken all possible care to apprehend them, especially if they come within the districts of this government, and hope on return of His Majesty's frigate, we shall be able to give you a more ample account hereof. We are, with all due respect, right honorable, your most obedient humble servants. Kidd dodged all this hue and cry and was mightily anxious to get in touch with Bellamont without loss of time. He bought at Curacoa, through the accommodating Henry Bolton, a Yankee sloop called the San Antonio, and transferred his treasure and part of his crew to her. Quito Merchant was convoyed as far as Hispaniola, now San Domingo, and hid her in a small harbor with considerable cargo, in charge of a handful of his men under the direction of Bolton. Then, warily and of an uneasy mind, Captain Kidd steered his sloop for the American coast, and first touched at the fishing hamlet of Lewes, at the mouth of Delaware Bay. All led to the contrary. He made no calls along the Carolinas and Virginia to bury treasure. The testimony of Kidd's crew and passengers cannot be demolished on this score, besides which he expected to come to terms with Bellamont and adjust his affairs within the law, so there was no sane reason for his stopping to hide his valuables. The first episode that smacks in the least of buried treasure occurred while the sloop was anchored off Lewes. There had come from the East Indies as a passenger one James Gillam, pirate by profession, and he wished no dealings with the authorities. He therefore sent ashore in Delaware Bay his sea chest, which we may presume contained his private store of stolen gold. Gillam and his chest bob up in letters of Bellamont, but for the present let this reference suffice, as covered by a statement of Edward Davis of London, mariner, made during the proceedings against Kidd in Boston.
That in or about the month of November 1697, the Examinate came boatswain of the ship Adelia. Tempest Rogers, commander, bound on a trading voyage for India, and in the month of July following arrived at the island of Madagascar, and after having been there about 5 weeks, the ship sailed thence, and left this Examinate in the island, and being desirous to get off, entered himself on board the ship whereof Captain Kidd was commander, to work for his passage, and accordingly came with him in said ship to Hispaniola, and thence in the sloop Antonio to this place, and that upon their arrival at the Hoorer Kills, in Delaware Bay, there was a chest belonging to one James Gillam put ashore there,
and the Gardiner's Island.
There was several chests and packages put out of Captain Kidd's sloop, into a sloop belonging to New York. He knows not the quantity, nor anything sent on shore at the said island, nor doth he know that anything was put on shore at any island or place in this country, only 2 guns of weight apiece or thereabout at Block Island. Signed,
His mark,
Edward
E.D.
Davis.
In Delaware Bay, Kidd bought stores, and 5 of the people of Lewes were thrown into jail by the Pennsylvania authorities for having traded with him. Thence he sailed for Long Island Sound, entered it from the eastward end, and made for New York, cautiously anchoring in Oyster Bay, nowadays sedulously avoided by malefactors of great wealth. It was his purpose to open negotiations with Bellamont at long range, holding his treasure as an inducement for a pardon. From Oyster Bay he sent a letter to a lawyer in New York, James Emmett, who had before then defended pirates, and also a message to his wife. Emmett was asked to serve as a go-between, and he hastened to join Kidd on the sloop, explaining that Belmont was in Boston. Thereupon the Antonio weighed anchor and sailed westward as far as Narragansett Bay, where Emmett landed, and went overland to find Bellamont. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 3, Captain Kidd, His Treasure. Your captain's brave and bold, hear our cries, hear our cries. Your captain's brave and bold, hear our cries. Your captain's brave and bold, though your seaman controlled. Don't for the sake of gold lose your souls, lose your souls. Don't for the sake of gold lose your souls. From the Old Kidd Ballad. The negotiations between Kidd and the Earl of Bellamont were no more creditable to the royal governor than to the alleged pirate. Already the noble partners in England were bombarded with awkward questions concerning the luckless enterprise, and Bellamont, anxious to clear himself and his friends, was for getting hold of Kidd and putting him in Boston jail at the earliest possible moment. He dared not reveal the true status of affairs to Kidd by means of correspondence, lest that wary bird escape him, and he therefore tried to coax him nearer in a letter sent back in care of Emmett, that experienced legal adviser of pirates in distress. This letter of Bellamont was dated June 19, 1699, and had this to say.
Captain Kidd, Mr. Emmett came to me last Tuesday night late, telling me he came from you. Was shy of telling me where he parted with you, nor did I press him to it. He told me you came to Oyster Bay in Nassau Island and sent for him to New York. He proposed to me from you that I would grant you a pardon. I answered that I had never granted one yet, and that I had set myself a safe rule not to grant a pardon to anybody whatsoever without the king's express leave or command. He told me you declared and protested your innocence, and that if your men could be persuaded to follow your example, you would make no manner of scruple of coming to this port, or any other, within her majesty's dominions. That you owned there were 2 ships taken, but that your men did it violently against your will, and had used you barbarously in imprisoning you and treating you ill most part of the voyage, and often attempting to murder you. Mr. Emmett delivered me 2 French passes taken on board the 2 ships which your men rifled, which passes I have in my custody, and I am apt to believe they will be a good article to justify you if the peace were not, by the treaty between England and France, to operate in that part of the world at the time the hostility was committed, as I am almost confident it was not to do. Mr. Emmett also told me that you had to about the value of £10,000 in the sloop with you, and that you had left the ship somewhere off the coast of Hispaniola, in which there was to the value of £30,000 more, which you had left in safe hands, and had promised to go to your people in that ship within 3 months to fetch them with you to a safe harbor. These are all the material particulars I can recollect that passed between Mr. Emmett and me, only this, that you showed a great sense of honor and justice in professing with many asseverations your settled and serious design all along to do honor to your commission, and never to do the least thing contrary to your duty and allegiance to the king. And this I have to say in your defense, that several persons at New York, who I can bring to evidence it, if there be occasion, did tell me that by several advices from Madagascar and that part of the world, they were informed of your men revolting from you in one place, which I am pretty sure they said was at Madagascar, and that others of them compelled you much against your will to take and rifle 2 ships. I have advised with His Majesty's council and showed them this letter this afternoon, and they are of opinion that if your case be so clear as you, or Mr. Emmett for you, have said, that you may safely come hither, and be equipped and fitted out to go and fetch the other ship. I make no manner of doubt, but to obtain the king's pardon for you and those few men you have left, who I understand have been faithful to you and refused as well as you to dishonor the commission you had from England. I assure you on my word and on my honor, I will perform nicely what I have now promised. This I declare beforehand, that whatever treasure of goods you bring hither, I will not meddle the least bit of them. They shall be left with such trusty persons as the council will advise, until they receive orders from England how they shall be disposed of. Mr. Campbell will satisfy you that this that I have now written is the sense of the council, and of your humble servant.
Not signed but endorsed, a true copy. Bellamont. These were fair words, but not as sincere as might have been. Governor Bellamont was anxious to lay hands on Kidd, by fair means or foul, and in the light of subsequent events this letter appears as a disingenuous decoy. He was carried back to Narragansett Bay by Emmett, and with him Bellamont sent one Duncan Campbell, postmaster of Boston, as an authorized agent to advance the negotiations. Campbell was a Scotchman who had been a friend of Kidd. He is mentioned in John Dutton's Letter Written from New England, A.D. 1686. I rambled to the Scotch bookseller, one Campbell. He is a brisk young fellow that dresses all a mode, and sets himself off to the best advantage, and yet thrives apace. I am told, and for his sake I wish it may be true, that a young lady of great fortune has married him. In reply to Bellamont's letter, thus delivered, Captain Kidd replied as follows. From Block Island Road, on board the sloop San Antonio, June 24, 1699. May it please your Excellency, I am honored with your lordship's kind letter of the 19th, current by Mr. Campbell, which came to my hands this day, for which I return my most hearty thanks. I cannot but blame myself for not writing to your lordship before this time, knowing it was my duty, but the clamorous and false stories that have been reported of me made me fearful of writing or coming into any harbor till I could hear from your lordship. I note the contents of your lordship's letter as to what Mr. Emmett and Mr. Campbell informed your lordship of my proceedings. I do affirm it to be true, and a great deal more may be said of the abuses of my men and the hardships I have undergone to preserve the ship, and what goods my men had left. 95 men went away from me in one day, and went on board the Mocha frigate, Captain Robert Cullifer, commander, who went away to the Red Seas and committed several acts of piracy, as I am informed, and am afraid that because of the men formerly belonging to my galley, the report has gone home against me to the East India Company. A sheet of paper will not contain what may be said of the care I took to preserve the owner's interest and to come home to clear up my own innocency. I do further declare and protest that I never did in the least act contrary to the King's commission, nor to the reputation of my honorable owners, and doubt not but I shall be able to make my innocency appear, or else I had no need to come to these parts of the world, if it were not for that and my owner's interest. There is 5 or 6 passengers that came from Madagascar to assist me in bringing the ship home. and about 10 of my own men that came with me would not venture to go into Boston till Mr. Campbell had engaged body for them, that they should not be molested while I stayed at Boston, or till I returned with the ship. I doubt not but your lordship will write to England in my favour, and for these few men that are left. I wish your lordship would persuade Mr. Campbell to go home to England with your lordship's letters. We'll be able to give account of our affairs and diligently forward the same, that there may be speedy answer from England. I desired Mr. Campbell to buy 1,000 weight of rigging for the fitting of the ship, and bring her to Boston, that it might not be delayed when I come there. Upon receiving your lordship's letter, I am making the best of my way for Boston. This with my humble duty, your lordship, and the countess is what offers from my lord, your excellency's most humble and dutiful servant, William Kidd. Notwithstanding these expressions of confidence, Kidd suspected Bellamont's intentions, and decided to leave his treasure in safe hands instead of carrying it to Boston with him. Now follows the documentary narrative of the only authenticated buried treasure of Captain Kidd, and the proofs that he had no other booty of any account. At the eastern end of Long Island Sound is a beautiful wooded island of 3,000 acres, which has been owned by the Gardiner family as a manor since the first of them, Lionel Gardiner, obtained a royal grant almost 3 centuries ago. In June of 1699, John Gardiner, third of the line of proprietors, sighted a strange sloop anchored in his island harbor, and rode out to make the acquaintance of Captain William Kidd, who had crossed from Narragansett Bay in the San Antonio. What happened between them and how the treasure was buried and dug up is told in the official testimony of John Gardiner, dated July 17, 1699. The narrative of John Gardiner of Gardiner Island, alias Isle of Wight, relating Captain William Kidd. That about 20 days ago Mr. Emmett of New York came to the narrator's house and desired a boat to go to New York, telling the narrator he came from my lord at Boston, whereupon the narrator furnished Mr. Emmett with a boat, and he went for New York. And that evening the narrator saw a sloop with 6 guns riding an anchor off Gardiner's Island, and 2 days afterward, in the evening, the narrator went on board said sloop to inquire what she was. And so as soon as he came on board, Captain Kidd, then unknown to the narrator, asked him how himself and family did, telling him that he, the said Kidd, was going to my lord at Boston, and desired the narrator to carry 3 negroes, 2 boys, and a girl ashore, to keep till he, the said Kidd, or his order should call for them, which the narrator accordingly did. That about 2 hours after the narrator got the said negroes ashore, Captain Kidd sent his boat ashore with 2 bales of goods and a negro boy, and the morning after, said Kidd desired the narrator to come immediately on board and bring 6 sheep with him for his voyage to Boston, which the narrator did. Kidd asked him to spare a barrel of cider, which the narrator with great importunity consented to, and sent 2 of his men for it, who brought the cider on board said sloop. Whilst the men were gone for the cider, Captain Kidd offered the narrator several pieces of dandified muslin and a bangle as a present to his wife, which the said Kidd put in a bag and gave to the narrator. At about a quarter of an hour afterwards, the said Kidd took up 2 or 3 more pieces of dandified muslin and gave the narrator for his proper use. And the narrator's men then, coming on board with the said barrel of cider as aforesaid, Kidd gave them a piece of Arabian gold for their trouble and also for bringing him word. Then the said Kidd, ready to sail, told this narrator he would pay him for the cider, to which the narrator answered that he was already satisfied for it by the present made to his wife. And it was observed that some of Kidd's men gave the narrator's men some inconsiderable things of small value, which were muslins for neckcloths. And then the narrator took leave of the said Kidd and went ashore, and at parting the said Kidd fired 4 guns and stood for Block Island. About 3 days afterwards, said Kidd sent the master of the sloop and 1 clerk in his boat for the narrator, who went on board with them, and the said Kidd desired him to take ashore with him and keep for him a chest and a box of gold and a bundle of quilts and 4 bales of goods, which box of gold the said Kidd told the narrator was intended for my lord. And the narrator complied with the request and took on shore the said chest, box of gold, quilts, and bales of goods. And the narrator further saith that 2 of Kidd's crew, who went by the names of Cook and Parrott, delivered to him, the narrator, 2 bags of silver, which they said weighed 30 pounds weight, for which he gave receipt. And then another of Kidd's men delivered to the narrator a small bundle of gold and gold dust of about 1 pound weight to keep for him, and did present the narrator with a sash and a pair of worsted stockings. And just before the sloop sailed, Captain Kidd presented the narrator with a bag of sugar, and then took leave and sailed for Boston. And the narrator first saith he knew nothing of Kidd's being proclaimed a pirate, and if he had, he durst not have acted otherwise than he had done, having no force to oppose them, and for that he hath formerly been threatened to be killed by privateers if he should carry unkindly to them. The within named narrator further saith that while Captain Kidd lay with his sloop at Gardiner's Island, there was a New York sloop, whereof one Coster his master, and his mate was a little black man, unknown by name, who, as it was said, had been formerly Captain Kidd's quartermaster, and another sloop belonging to New York, Jacob Fenwick, master, both which lay near Kidd's sloop 3 days together. And whilst the narrator was on board with Captain Kidd, there were several bales of goods put on board the other 2 sloops aforesaid, and the said 2 sloops sailed up the Sound. After which Kidd sailed with his sloop for Block Island, and being absent by the space of 3 days, returned to Gardiner's Island again, company of another sloop belonging to New York, Cornelius Quick, master, on board, of which were one Thomas Clark of Setauket, commonly called Whisking Clark, and one Harrison of Jamaica, father to a boy that was with Captain Kidd, and Captain Kidd's wife was then on board his own sloop. And Quick remained with his sloop there from noon to the evening of the same day, and took on board 2 chests that came out of Kidd's sloop, under the observance of this narrator, and he believed several goods more, and then sailed up the Sound. Kidd remained there with his sloop until next morning, and then set sail, intending, as he said, for Boston. Further, the narrator saith that the next day after Quick sailed with his sloop from Gardiner's Island, he saw him turning out of a bay called Oyster Pan Bay, although the wind was all the time fair to carry him up the Sound. The narrator supposes he went in thither to land some goods. John Gardner, Boston, July 17, 1699. The narrator, John Gardner, under oath before His Excellency and Council unto the truth of his narrative in this sheet of paper. Addington, Secretary. This heartless recital has every earmark of truth, and it was confirmed in detail by other witnesses in later events. Before we fall to digging up the treasure of Gardiner's Island, carried ashore in the chest and box of gold, it is well to follow those other goods which were carried away in the sloops, about which so much has been said by John Gardner. No more is heard of that alluring figure, the little black man unknown by name, who, as it was said, had been formerly Captain Kidd's quartermaster, but Whisking Clark was duly overhauled. All of the plunder transferred from Kidd's sloop to those other craft was consigned to him, and some of it was put ashore at Stamford, Connecticut, in charge of a Major Selleck, who had a warehouse hard by the Sound. Clark was arrested by order of Bellamont, and gave a bond of £12,000 that he would deliver up all to the government. This he did, without doubt, but legend has been busy with this enterprising Whisking Clark. In the Connecticut River, off the upper end of the Pine Meadow, near Northfield, Massachusetts, is Clark's Island, which was granted by the town to William Clark in 1686, and confirmed to his heirs in 1723. It then contained 10 3/4 acres, and was a secluded spot, well covered with trees. Later, what with cutting off the woods and the work of the freshets, a large part of the island was washed away. It was here, tradition has it, that some of Kidd's treasure was hidden by Whisking Clark. The local story is that Kidd and his men ascended the river, though how they got over the series of falls is not explained, and made a landing at Clark's Island. Here, having placed the chest in a hole, they sacrificed by lot one of their number, and laid his body on top of the treasure in order that his ghost might forever defend it from fortune seekers. One Abner Field, after consulting a conjurer who showed him precisely where the chest was buried, resolved to risk a tussle with the pirate's ghost, and with 2 friends waited in fear and trembling for the auspicious time when the moon should be directly overhead at midnight. They were to work in silence, and to pray that no cock should crow within earshot and break the spell. At length one of them raised his crowbar for a mighty stroke, down a wit, and clinked against metal. "You've hit it," cried another, and alas, instantly the chest sank out of reach, and the ghost appeared, and very angry it was. A moment later the devil himself popped from under the bank, ripped across the island like a tornado, and plunged into the river with a prodigious hissing splash. The treasure hunters flew for home, and told their tale, but village rumor whispered it about that one Oliver Smith and the Confederate had impersonated the ghost and the energetic evil one. On October 20th, 1699, Bellamont wrote in a letter to England, "I have prevailed with Governor Winthrop of Connecticut to seize and send Thomas Clark of New York prisoner hither. He has been on board Kidd's sloop at the east end of Long Island, and carried off to the value of about £5,000 in goods and treasure, that we know of, and perhaps a great deal more, into Connecticut colony, and thinking himself safe from under our power, writ my Lieutenant Governor of New York a very saucy letter, and bade us defiance. I have ordered him to be safely kept prisoner in the fort, because the jail of New York is weak and insufficient, and when orders come to me to send Kidd and his men to England, which I long for impatiently. I will also send Clark as an associate of Kidd. 3 days later, the Lieutenant Governor of New York wrote Bellamont as follows. Clark proffers 12,000 pounds good security, and will on oath deliver up all the goods he hath been entrusted with from Kidd, provided he may go and fetch them himself, but says he will rather die or be undone than to bring his friends into a predicament. I told him if he would let me know where I might secure these goods or bullion, I would recommend his case to your lordship's favour. He answered 'twas impossible to recover anything until he went himself. After leaving the bulk of his treasure on Gardiner's Island, Kidd received another friendly message from Lord Bellamont, and was by now persuaded that he could go to Boston without danger. With his wife on board his sloop, and she stood by him staunchly, he laid a course around Cape Cod and made port on the 1st day of July. Captain and Mrs. William Kidd found lodgings in the house of their friend, Duncan Campbell, and he walked unmolested for a week, passing some of the time in the Blue Anchor Tavern. Being a very resolute fellow, wrote Hutchinson, when the officer arrested him in his lodgings, he attempted to draw his sword, but a young gentleman who accompanied the officer, laying hold of his arm, prevented him, and he submitted. In the letters of Lord Bellamont to the lords of plantations and colonies are fully related the particulars of Kidd's downfall and of the finding of his treasure. On July 26, he stated, My lords, I gave your lordships a short account of my taking Captain Kidd in my letter of the 8th instant. I shall in this letter confine myself wholly to an account of my proceedings with him. On the 13th of last month, Mr. Emmett, the lawyer of New York, came to me late at night and told me he came from Captain Kidd, who was on the coast with a sloop, but would not tell me where. That Kidd had brought 60 pounds weight of gold, about 100 weight of silver, and 17 bales of East India goods, which was less by 24 bales than we have since got out of the sloop. That Kidd had left behind him a great ship near the coast of Hispaniola that nobody but himself could find out, on board whereof there were in bale goods, saltpetre, and other things to the value of at least 30,000 pounds. That if I would give him a pardon, he would bring in the sloop and goods hither, and fetch his great ship and goods afterwards. Mr. Emmett delivered me that night 2 French passes which Kidd took on board the 2 Moorish ships which were taken by him in the seas of India, or as he alleged by his men against his will. One of the passes wants a date in the original as in the copy I sent your lordships, and they go, number 1 and number 2. On the said 19th of June, as I sat in council, I wrote a letter to Captain Kidd and showed it to the council. They approved of it. I dispatched Mr. Campbell again to Kidd, with my said letter, a copy of whereof goes, number 4. Your lordships may observe that the promise I made Captain Kidd in my said letter of kind reception and procuring the king's pardon for him is conditional, that is, provided he were as innocent as he pretended to be. But I quickly found sufficient cause to suspect him very guilty by the many lies and contradictions he told me. I was so much upon my guard with Kidd that he arriving here on Saturday of this month, I would not see him but before witnesses, nor have I ever seen him but in council twice or thrice that we examined him, and the day he was taken up by the constable. It happened to be by the door of my lodgings, and he rushed in and came rushing to me, constable after him. I had him not seized till Thursday, the 6th instant, for I had a mind to discover where he had left the great ship, and I thought myself secure enough from his running away, because I took care not to give him the least umbrage or design of seizing him. Nor had I till that day, that I produced my orders from court for apprehending, communicated them to anybody, and I found it necessary to show my order to the council to animate them to join heartily with me in securing Kidd and examining his affairs nicely, discover what we could of his behavior in his whole voyage. Another reason why I took him up no sooner was that he had brought his wife and children hither in his sloop with him, who I believed he would not easily forsake. He being examined twice or thrice by me in the council, and also some of his men, I observed he seemed much disturbed, and the last time we examined him I fancied he looked as if he were upon the wing and resolved to run away, and the gentlemen of the council had some of them, and the same thought with mine, so that I took their consent in seizing and committing him. But the officers appointed to seize his men were so careless as to let 3 or 4 of his men escape, which troubled me the more, because they were old New York pirates. The next thing the council and I did was to appoint a committee of trusty persons to search for the goods and treasure brought by Kidd, and secure what they should find, till the king's pleasure should be known as to the disposition thereof, as my orders from Mr. Secretary Vernon import. The said committee were made up of 2 gentlemen of the council, 2 merchants, and a deputy collector, whose names are to the enclosed inventory of the goods and treasure. They searched Kidd's lodgings and found he had made up in 2 seabeds a bag of gold dust and ingots of the value of about 1,000 pounds and a bag of silver, part money and part pieces of pigs of silver. Value was set down in said inventory. In the above bag of gold were several little bags of gold. All particulars are very justly and exactly set down in the inventory. For my part, I have meddled with no matter of thing under the management of the council, and in the custody of the aforementioned committee, that I might be free from the suspicion and censure of the world. The enamel box mentioned in the beginning of the inventory is that which Kidd made a present of to my wife by Mr. Campbell, which I delivered in council to the said committee to keep with the rest of the treasure. There was in it a stone ring, which we take to be a Bristol stone. If it was true, it would be worth about 40 pounds, and there was a small stone unset which we believe is also counterfeit, and a sort of locket with 4 sparks, which seems to be right diamonds, for there's nobody that understands jewels. Box and all that's in were right. They cannot be worth above 60 pounds. Your lordships will see in the middle of the inventory a parcel of treasure and jewels delivered up by Mr. Gardner of Gardiner's Island, in the province of New York, and at the east end of Nassau Island, the recovery and saving of which treasure is owing to my own care and quickness. I heard by the greatest accident in the world, the day Captain Kidd was committed, that a man offered 30 pounds for a sloop to carry him to Gardiner's Island, and Kidd having owned to burying some gold on that island, though he never mentioned to us any jewels, nor do I believe he would have owned to the gold there, but he thought he should himself be sent for it. I privately posted away a messenger to Mr. Gardner in the king's name, to come forthwith and deliver up such treasure as Kidd or any of his crew had lodged with him, acquainting him that I had committed Kidd to jail, as I was ordered to do by the king. My messenger made great haste and was with Gardner before anybody, and Gardner, who is a very substantial man, brought away the treasure without delay, and by my direction delivered it into the hands of the committee. If the jewels be right, as 'tis supposed they are, but I never saw them nor the gold and silver brought by Gardner, then we guess that the parcel brought by him may be worth gold, silver, and jewels 4,500 pounds. And besides, Kidd had left 6 bales of goods with him, one of which was twice as big as any of the rest, and Kidd gave him a particular charge of that bale and told him 'twas worth 2,000 pounds. The 6 bales Gardner could not bring, but I have ordered him to send them by a sloop that is since gone from hence to New York, and which is to return speedily. We are not able to set an exact value on the goods and treasure we have got, because we have not opened the bales we took on board the Kidd's sloop, but we hope when the 6 bales are sent in by Gardner, what will be in the hands of the gentleman appointed to that trust will amount to about 14,000 pounds. I have sent strict orders to my lieutenant governor at New York to make diligent search for the goods and treasure sent by Kidd to New York in 3 sloops mentioned in Gardner's affidavit. I have directed him where to find a purchase in a house in New York, which I am apt to believe will be found in that house. I have sent to search elsewhere a certain place strongly suspected to have received another deposition of gold from Kidd. I am also upon the hunt after 2 or 3 arch pirates, which I hope to give your lordships a good account of by the next conveyance. If I could have but a good able judge and attorney general at New York, a man of war there and another here, and the companies recruited and well paid, I will rout pirates and piracy entirely out of this north part of America. But as I have too often told your lordships, 'tis impossible for me to do all this alone in my single person. I wrote your lordships in my last letter of the 8th instant that Bradish the pirate and one of his crew were escaped out of the jail in this town. We have since found that the jailer was Bradish's kinsman, and the jailer confessed that they went out at the prison door, that he found it wide open. We had all the reason in the world to believe the jailer was consenting to the escape. By much ado I could get the council to resent the jailer's behavior, and by my importunity I had the fellow before us. We examined him, and by his own story and account given us of his suffering other prisoners formerly to escape, I prevailed to have him turned out and a prosecution ordered against him to the Attorney General. I have also with some difficulty this last session of assembly here got a bill to pass that the jail be committed to the care of the high sheriff of the county, as in England, with a salary of 30 pounds paid to the said sheriff. I am forced to allow the sheriff 40 shillings per week for keeping Kidd safe, otherwise I should be in some doubt about him. He has without doubt a great deal of gold, which is apt to corrupt men that have not principles of honor. I have therefore, to try the power of iron against gold, put him into irons that weigh 16 pounds. Thought him moderate enough, for I remember poor Dr. Gates had a 100 weight of iron on him while he was a prisoner in the late reign. There never was a greater liar or thief in the world than this Kidd, notwithstanding he assured the council and me, every time we examined him, that the great ship and her cargo awaited his return to bring her hither. And now your lordships will see by the several informations of masters of ship from Curacoa that the cargo has been sold there, and in one of them 'tis said they have burnt that noble ship. And without doubt it was by Kidd's order, that the ship might not be in evidence against him, for he would not own to us that her name was the Quita Merchant, though his men did. Andres, Hein, and 2 more brought the first news in New York of the sale of that cargo at Curacoa, nor was ever such pennyworth heard for cheapness. Captain Everest is he who brought the news of the ship's being burnt. She was about 500 tons, and Kidd told us at council that never was there a stronger or stauncher ship seen. His lying had like to have involved me in a contract that would have been very chargeable and to no manner of purpose. I was advised by the council to dispatch a ship of good condition to go and fetch away that ship and cargo. I had agreed for a ship of 300 tons, 22 guns, and I was to man her with 60 men to force, if there had been need of it, the men to yield who were left with the ship. I was just going to seal the writing, when I bethought myself 'twere best to press Kidd once more to tell me the truth. I therefore sent him 2 gentlemen of the council to the jail, and he at last owned that he had left a power of attorney with one Henry Bolton, a merchant of Antigua, to whom he had committed the care of the ship, to sell and dispose of all the cargo. Upon which confession of Kidd's, I held my hand from hiring that great ship, which would have cost £1,700 by computation. And now tomorrow I send the sloop Kidd came in, with letters to the Lieutenant Governor of Antigua, Colonel Yeomans, and to the governors of St. Thomas Island and Curacoa, to seize and secure what effects they can that were late in the possession of Kidd and on board the Quita Merchant. There is one Bert, an Englishman, that lives at St. Thomas, who has got a great store of the goods and money for Kidd's account. St. Thomas belongs to the Danes, but I hope to retrieve what Bert has in his hands. The sending of this sloop will cost about £300, if she be out 3 months. I hope your lordships will take care that meteors will be sent to Antigua to secure Bolton, who must have played the knave egregiously, for he cannot but know that Kidd came knavishly by the ship and goods. 'Tis reported that the Dutch at Curacoa have loaded 3 sloops with goods and sent them to Holland. Perhaps 'twere not amiss to send and watch their arrival in Holland, if it be practicable to lay claim to 'em there. Since my commitment of Kidd, I heard that upon his approach to this port, his heart misgave him, and he proposed to his men putting out to sea again, and going to Caledonia, the new Scotch settlement near Darien, but they refused. I desire I may have orders what to do with Kidd and all his and Bradish's crew. For as the law stands in this country, if a pirate were convicted, yet he cannot suffer death, and the council here refused the bill to punish privateers and pirates, which your lordships sent with me from England, with a direction to recommend it at New York, and here to be passed into a law. You will observe by some of the information I now send that Kidd did not only rob the 2 Moorish ships, but also a Portuguese ship, which he denied absolutely to the council and me. I send your lordships 24 several papers and evidences relating to Captain Kidd. 'Tis impossible for me to animadvert and make remarks on the several matters contained in the said papers in the weak condition I am at present. My Lord Bellamont was in the grip of the gout at this time, which misfortune perhaps increased his irritation towards his partner, Captain William Kidd. In a previous letter to the authorities in London, this royal governor had explained quite frankly that he was trying to lure the troublesome pirate into his clutches, and called Emmett, the lawyer, a cunning Jacobite, fast friend of Fletcher's, and my avowed enemy. He also made this interesting statement. I must not forget to tell your lordships that Campbell brought 3 or 4 small jewels to my wife, which I was to know nothing of, but she came quickly and discovered them to me, and asked whether she would keep them, which I advised her to do for the present, for I reflected that my showing an over nicety might do hurt before I had made a full discovery what goods and treasure were in the sloop. Mr. Livingston also came to me in a peremptory manner and demanded up his bond and the articles which he sealed to me upon Kidd's expedition, and told me that Kidd swore all the oaths in the world that unless I did immediately indemnify Mr. Livingston by giving up his securities, he would never bring in that great ship and cargo. I thought this was such an impertinence in both Kidd and Livingston that it was time for me to look about me and to secure Kidd. I had noticed that he designed my wife £1,000 in gold dust and ingots last Thursday, but I spoiled his compliment by ordering him to be arrested and committed that day, showing the council's orders from the court for that purpose. If I had kept Mr. Secretary Vernon's order for seizing and securing Kidd and his associates, with all their effects, with less secrecy, I had never got him to come in, for his countrymen, Mr. Graham and Livingston, would have been sure to caution him to shift for himself, and would have been well paid for their pains. One by one, Kidd's plans for clearing himself were knocked into a cocked hat. His lawyer did him no good. His hope of bribing the Countess of Bellamont with jewels, gold dust and ingots, went wrong, and his buried treasure of Gardiner's Island was dug up and confiscated by officers of the crown. It is regrettable that history, by one of its curious omissions, tells us no more about this titled lady. Did Kidd have reason to suppose that she would take his gifts and try to befriend him? When he was in high favor, she may perchance have admired this dashing shipmaster and privateer as he spun his adventurous yarns in the governor's mansion. He may have jestingly promised to fetch her home jewels and rich silk stuffs of the Indies, filched from pirates. At any rate, she was not to be bought over, and Kidd sat in jail anchored by those 16-pound irons, and biting his nails in sullen wrath and disappointment, while a messenger was posting to Gardiner's Island with this order from Bellamont to the proprietor.
Boston and New England, 8th July, 1699. Mr. Gardiner, having received the King's express orders for seizing and securing the body of Captain Kidd and all his associates, together with all their effects, till I should receive his Majesty's royal pleasure how to dispose of the same, I have accordingly secured Captain Kidd in the jail of this town and some of his men. He has been examined by myself and the council, and has confessed, among other things, that he left with you a parcel of gold made up in a box, and some other parcels besides, all of which I require you in his Majesty's name immediately to fetch hither to me, that I may secure them for his Majesty's use, and I shall recompense your pains in coming hither. I am your friend and servant, Bellamont.
The box and the chest were promptly delivered by honest John Gardiner, who had no mind to be mixed in the affairs of the now notorious Kidd, together with the bales of goods left in his care. This booty was inventoried by order of Bellamont and the Governor's Council, and the original document is photographed herewith, as found in the Public Record Office, London. It possessed a singular interest because it records and vouches for the only Kidd treasure ever discovered. Nor are its detailed items a mere dusty catalogue of figures and merchandise. This is a document to gloat over. If one has a spark of imagination, he smacks his lips. Instead of legend and myth, here is a veritable pirate's hoard, exactly as it should be, with its bags of gold, bars of silver, rubies great and small, candlesticks and porringers, diamonds, and so on. The inventory contains also other booty found in the course of the treasure hunt. Unless the document itself may prove too hard reading, its contents are transcribed as follows to convince the most skeptical mind that there was a real Kidd treasure and that it was found in the year of our Lord 1699. Boston, New England, July 25th, 1699. A true account of all such gold, silver, jewels, and merchandises in the possession of Captain William Kidd, which had been seized and secured by us under writing pursuant to an order from His Excellency Richard, Earl of Bellamont, Captain General and Governor-in-Chief, and over His Majesty's province of Massachusetts Bay, etc., bearing date 1699, viz. In Captain William Kidd's box, 1 bag 53 silver bars, 1 bag 79 bars in pieces of silver, 1 bag 74 bars silver, 1 enameled silver box, in which are 4 diamonds, set in gold lockets, 1 diamond loose, 1 large diamond set in a gold ring. Found in Mr. Duncan Campbell's house. Number 1, 1 bag gold. 2, 1 bag gold. 3, 1 handkerchief gold. 4, 1 bag gold. 5, 1 bag gold. 6, 1 bag gold. 7, 1 bag gold. Also $20, 1/2 and 1/4 pieces of 8. 9 English crowns, 1 small bar of silver, 1 small lump silver, small chain, a small bottle, a coral necklace, 1 piece white and 1 piece checkered silk. Captain William Kidd's chest, 2 silver boxes, 2 silver candlesticks, 1 silver porringer, and some small things of silver. Ruby small and great, 67. Green stones, 2, 1 large lodestone. Landed from on board the sloop Antonio, Captain William Kidd, late command, 57 bags of sugar, 17 pieces canvas, 38 bales of merchandise. Received from Mr. Duncan Campbell, 3 bales of merchandise, whereof 1 had opened, being much damnified by water, 85 pieces silk, rumals and bengalis, 60 pieces calicoes and muslins. Received the 17th instant of Mr. John Gardiner. Number 1, 1 bag dust gold. 2, 1 bag coin gold, and in it silver. 3, 1 parcel dust gold. 4, 1 bag 3 silver rings and sundry precious stones, 1 bag of unpolished stones, 1 piece of crystal and baser stone, 2 cornelian rings, 2 small agates, 2 amethysts, all in the same bag. 5, 1 bag silver buttons and a lamp. 6, 1 bag broken silver. 7 one-bag gold bars, 8 one-bag gold bars, 9 one-bag gold dust, 10 one-bag silver bars, 11 one-bag silver bars. The whole of the gold above mentioned is 1,111 ounces, troy weight. The silver is 2,353 ounces. The jewels or precious stones weight are 17 ounces, an ounce and 6, stone by tale. The sugar is contained in 57 bags. The merchandise is contained in 41 bales. The canvas is 17 pieces. Sam Sewell, Nathaniel Byfield, Jerome Drummer, Lawrence Hammond, Lieutenant Colonel, Andrew Belcher. Endorsed. Inventory of the gold, silver, jewels, and merchandise laid in the possession of Captain William Kidd and seized and secured by order of the Earl of Bellamont, 28th of July, 1699. This is an original paper. Bellamont. That famous sloop, the San Antonio, was also carefully inventoried, but her contents were for the most part sea gear and rough furnishings, bearing a picturesque entry of "Ye Boy Barleycorn," an apprentice seaman who had sailed with Kidd. Robert Livingston has something to say about Kidd's property in his statement under examination, which has been preserved as follows. Robert Livingston, Esquire, being notified to appear before His Excellency in council this day and sworn to give a true narrative in relation of his knowledge or information of any goods, gold, silver, bullion, or other treasure lately imported by Captain William Kidd, his company and accomplices, or any of them, into this province or any other of His Majesty's provinces, colonies, or territories in America, and by them or any of them embezzled, concealed, conveyed away, or any ways disposed of, saith, that hearing Captain Kidd was come into these parts to apply himself unto His Excellency the Earl of Bellamont, the said narrator came directly from Albany, the nearest way through the woods to meet the said Kidd here, and to wait upon his lordship. And at his arrival at Boston, Captain Kidd informed him there was on board his sloop then in port 40 bales of goods and some sugar, and also he said he had about 80 pounds weight in plate. The narrator does not remember whether he said this was on board the sloop or not. And further, said Kidd said he had 40-pound weight in gold, which he hid and secured in some place in the Sound betwixt this and New York, not naming any particular place, which nobody could find but himself. And that all the said goods, gold, plate, and sloop, was for account of the owners of the Adventure Galley, whereof this narrator was one. And upon further discourse, Kidd acknowledged that several chests and bundles of goods belonging to the men were taken out of his sloop betwixt this place and New York, and put into other sloops, saying he was forced thereto, that his men would otherwise have run the sloop on shore. And he likewise acknowledged that he had given Mr. Duncan Campbell 100 pieces of 8 when he was on board his sloop at Rhode Island. And he knows no further of any concealment, embezzlement, or disposal made by said Kidd, his company, or accomplices of any goods, gold, money, or treasure whatsoever, saving that Kidd did yesterday acknowledge to this narrator that ye gold aforementioned was hid upon Gardiner's Island. He believed there was about 50 pounds weight of it, and that in the same box with it there was about 300 or 400 pieces of 8 and some pieces of plate belonging to his boy Barleycorn and his negro man, which he had gotten by for the men. Also, the said Kidd gave this narrator a negro boy and another to Mr. Duncan Campbell. There is reproduced herewith the original statement of Kidd touching this Gardner Island treasure. The document is badly torn and disfigured, but the gaps can be supplied from a copy made at that time, and here is what he had to say under oath. Boston, September 4, 1699. Captain William Kidd declareth and saith that in his chest, which he left at Gardiner's Island, there were 3 small bags or more of jasper Antonio, or stone of Goa, several pieces of silk stripped with silver and gold cloth of silver, about a bushel of cloves and nutmegs mixed together and strawed up and down, several books of fine white calicoa, several pieces of fine muslins, several pieces more of flowered silk. He does not well remember what further was in it. He had an invoice thereof in his other chest. All that was contained in ye said chest was bought by him, and some given to him at Madagascar. Nothing thereof was taken in ye ship, Kita merchant. He esteemed it to be of greater value than all else that he left at Gardiner's Island, except ye gold and silver. There was neither gold nor silver in ye chest. It was fastened with a padlock and nailed and corded about. Further saith that he left at said Gardiner's Island a bundle of 9 or 10 fine Indian quilts, some of ye silk with fringes and tassels. William Kidd. The Earl of Bellamont was as keen as a bloodhound on the scent of treasure, and it is improbable that any of the Kidd plunder escaped his search. He lost no time in the quest of that James Gillam whose chest had been landed in Delaware Bay, and a singularly diverting episode is related by Bellamont in one of his written reports to the Council of Trade and Plantations. I gave you an account October 24th of my taking Joseph Bradish and Weatherly. and writ that I hoped in a little time to be able to send news of my taking James Gillum, the pirate that killed Captain Edgecombe, commander of the Mocha frigate for the East India Company, and that with his own hand, while the captain was asleep, Gillum is supposed to be the man that encouraged the ship's company to turn pirates, and the ship has ever since been robbing in the Red Sea and seas of India. If I may believe the report of men lately come from Madagascar, she has taken above £2,000,000 sterling. I have been so lucky as to take James Gillum, and he is now in irons in the jail of this town, and at the same time we seized on Francis Dole, in whose house he was harbored, who proved to be one of Horace's crew. My taking of Gillum was so very accidental, one would believe there was a strange fatality in the man's stars. On Saturday, 11th instant, late in the evening, I had a letter from Colonel Sanford, judge of the Admiralty Court in Rhode Island, giving me an account that Gillum had been there, but was come towards Boston a fortnight before in order to ship himself for some of the islands, Jamaica or Barbados. I was in despair of finding the man. However, I sent for an honest constable I had made use of in apprehending Kidd and his men, and sent him with Colonel Sanford's messenger, search all the inns in town, and at the first inn they found the mare, on which Gillum had rode into town, tied up in the yard. People of the inn reported that the man who brought her hither had alighted off her about a quarter of an hour before, and went away without saying anything. I gave orders to the master of the inn that if anybody came to look after the mare, he should be sure to seize him. Nobody came for her. Next morning I summoned a council, and we published a proclamation wherein I promised a reward of 200 pieces of eight for the seizing and securing of Gillum, whereupon there was the strictest search made all that day and the next that was ever made in this part of the world. But we would have missed had I not been informed of one Captain Knott as an old pirate, and therefore likely to know where Gillum was concealed. I sent for Knott and examined him, promising if he would make an ingenious confession, I would not molest him. He seemed much disturbed, but would not confess anything to purpose. I then sent for his wife and examined her on oath apart from her husband. She confessed that one who went by the name of James Kelly had lodged several nights in her house, but for some nights past he lodged, as she believed, in Charleston, across the river. I knew that he, Gillum, went by the name of Kelly. Then I examined Captain Knott again, telling him his wife had been more free and ingenious than him, which made him believe she had told all. And then he told me of Francis Dole in Charlestown, and that he believed that Gillum would be found there. I sent a half a dozen men immediately, and Knott with them. They beset the house and searched it, found not the man. Two of the men went through a field behind Dole's house, and met a man in the dark, whom they seized at all adventure, and it happened as oddly as luckily to be Gillum. He had been treating two young women some few miles off in the country, and was returning at night to his landlord Dole's house. I examined him, but he denied everything, even that he came with Kidd from Madagascar, or even saw him in his life. Captain Davis, who came thence with Kidd's men, is positive he is the man, that he went by his true name Gillum all the while, was on the voyage with him. Mr. Campbell, postmaster of this town, whom I sent to treat with Kidd, offers to swear this is the man he saw on board Kidd's sloop under the name of Gillum. He is the most impudent, hardened villain I ever saw. In searching Captain Knott's house, a small trunk was found with some remnants of East India goods, and a letter from Kidd's wife to Captain Thomas Paine, an old pirate living on Connecticut Island in Rhode Island government. He made an affidavit to me when I was in Rhode Island that he had received nothing from Kidd's sloop when she lay at anchor there. Yet by Knott's deposition, he was sent with Mrs. Kidd's letter to Paine for 24 ounces of gold, which Kidd accordingly brought, and Mrs. Kidd's injunction to Paine to keep all the rest that was left with him till further notice was a plain indication that there was a good deal of treasure still left behind in Paine's custody. Therefore I posted away a messenger to Governor Cranston and Colonel Sanford to make strict search of Paine's house before he could have notice. It seems nothing was then found. But Paine has since produced 18 ounces, an odd weight of gold, as appears by Governor Cranston's letter November 25th, and pretends 'twas bestowed on him by Kidd, hoping that may pass as a salve for the oath he has made. I think it is plain he forswore himself. I am of opinion he has a great deal more of Kidd's goods still in his hands, but he is out of my power, and being in that government, I cannot compel him to deliver up the rest.
That Edward Davis, mariner, who came home with Kidd, and who made the statement already quoted concerning Gillum's chest, found himself in trouble with the others of that crew, and the tireless Bellamont refers to him in this fashion.
When Captain Kidd was committed to jail, there was also a pirate committed, who goes by the name of Captain Davis, that came passenger with Kidd from Madagascar. I suppose him to be that Captain Davis the Dampier and Wafer speak of in their printed relations of voyages for an extraordinarily stout man. But let him be as stout as he will, here he is a prisoner, and shall be forthcoming upon the order I received from England concerning Kidd and his men.
When I was at Rhode Island, there was one Palmer, a pirate, that was out upon bail, for they cannot be persuaded there to keep a pirate in jail. They love him too well. He went out with Kidd from London and forsook him at Madagascar to go on board the Mocha frigate, where he was a considerable time, committing several robberies with the rest of the pirates in that ship, and was brought home by Shelley of New York. I asked Governor Cranston how he could answer taking bail for him, when he had received so strict orders from Mr. Secretary Vernon to seize and secure Kidd and his associates with their effects. I desired Colonel Sanford to examine Palmer on oath. I enclose his examination, where your lordships may please to observe that he accuses Kidd of murdering his gunner, which I never heard before.
It may be that the old pirate, Thomas Paine, buried a bag of Kidd's gold, but it is much more likely that whatever had been stored with him was turned over to that astute helpmeet, Mr. William Kidd, for whom it has been left in his keeping. As for that most impudent, hardened villain, James Gillam, it is unreasonable to suppose that a sea chest was buried by the friends who took it off his hands in Delaware Bay.
Indeed, there was no motive for putting booty underground,
when it could be readily disposed of in the open market. Bellamont complained in one of his letters of this same eventful summer.
There are about 30 pirates come lately into the east end of Nassau Island, and have a great deal of money with them, but so cherished are they by the inhabitants that not a man among them is taken up. Several of them, I hear, came with Shelley from Madagascar. Mr. Hackshaw, one of the merchants in London that plotted against me, is one of the owners of Shelley's sloop. Mr. Delancey, a Frenchman in New York, is another. I hear that Captain Kidd dropped some pirates in that island, Madagascar. Till there be a good judge or two, and an honest active attorney general to prosecute for the king, all my labor to suppress piracy will signify even just nothing. When Fred Phillips' ship and the other 2 come from Madagascar, which are expected every day, New York will abound with gold. 'Tis the most beneficial trade, that to Madagascar with the pirates, that ever was heard of, and I believe there's more got that way than by turning pirates and robbing. I am told that Shelley sold rum, which cost but 2 shillings per gallon in New York, for 50 shillings in Madagascar, and a pipe of Madeira wine, which cost him 19 pounds in New York, he sold for 300 pounds. Strong liquors and gunpowder and ball are the commodities that go off there to the best advantage, and those 4 ships last summer carried thither great quantities of things.
There is another authentic glimpse of Kidd and his men and his spoils, as viewed by Colonel Robert Quarry, judge of the Admiralty Court for the province of Pennsylvania.
There has arrived in this government,
he reported, about 60 pirates in the ship directly from Madagascar. They are part of Kidd's gang, and about 20 of them have quitted the ship and are landed in this government. About 16 more are landed at Cape May in the government of West Jersey. The rest of them are still on board the ship at anchor near the Cape, waiting for a sloop from New York to unload her. She's a very rich ship. All her loading is rich East India bale goods to a very great value, besides abundance of money. The captain of the ship is one Shelley of New York, and the ship belongs to merchants of that place. The goods are all purchased from the pirates at Madagascar, which pernicious trade gives encouragement to the pirates to continue in those parts, having a market for all the goods they plunder and rob in the Red Sea and several other parts of East India. Colonel Quarry caught 2 of these pirates and lodged them in jail at Burlington, New Jersey, and later tucked away 2 others in Philadelphia jail. From the former, 2,000 pieces of 8 were taken, a neat little fortune to show that piracy was a paying business. A few days later, Colonel Quarry got wind of no other than Kidd himself, and would have caught him ahead of Bellamont had he been properly sported. He protested indignantly. Since my writing the enclosed, I have, by the assistance of Colonel Bass, governor of the Jerseys, apprehended 4 more of the pirates at Cape May, might have with ease secured all the rest of them, and the ship too, had this government, Pennsylvania, given me the least aid or assistance. But they would not so much as issue a proclamation, but on the contrary, the people have entertained the pirates, conveyed them from place to place, furnished them with provisions and liquors, given them intelligence, and sheltered them from justice. And now the greater part of them are conveyed away in boats to Rhode Island. All the persons I have employed in searching for and apprehending these pirates are abused and affronted and called enemies of the country for disturbing and hindering honest men, as they are pleased to call the pirates, from bringing their money and settling amongst them. Since my writing this, Captain Kidd is come in this Delaware Bay. He hath been here about 10 days. He sends his boat ashore to the Hork Hills, where he is supplied with what he wants, and the people frequently go on board him. He is in a sloop with about 40 men, with a vast treasure. I hope the express, which I sent to His Excellency, Governor Nicholson, will be in time enough to send the man of war to come up with Kidd. The pirates that I brought this government have the liberty to confine themselves to a tavern, which is what I expected. The 6 other pirates that are in Burlington are at liberty, for the Quakers there will not suffer the government to send them to jail. Thus, His Majesty may expect to be obeyed in all places where the government is in Quakers' hands. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 4. Captain Kidd, His Trial and Death. As the underdog in a situation where the most powerful influences of England conspire to blacken his name and take his life, Captain William Kidd, even at this late day, deserves to be heard in his own defense. That he was unfairly tried and condemned is admitted by various historians, who, nevertheless, have twisted or overlooked the facts, as if Kidd were, in sooth, a legendary character. This blundering, careless treatment is the more surprising because Kidd was made a political issue of such importance as to threaten the overthrow of a ministry and the parliamentary censure of the king himself. At the height of the bitter hostility against Somers, the Whig Lord Chancellor of William III, the Kidd affair presented itself as a ready weapon for the use of his political foes. About the other patrons of Kidd, the chiefs of the opposition cared little, says Macaulay. Bellamont was far removed from the political scene. Romney could not, and Shrewsbury would not, play a first part. Orford had resigned his employments. But Somers still held the Great Seal, still presided in the House of Lords, still had constant access to the closet. The retreat of his friends had left him the sole and undisputed head of that party, which had, in the late Parliament, been a majority, and which was in the present Parliament outnumbered, indeed, disorganized and threatened, but still numerous and respectable. His placid courage rose higher and higher to meet the dangers which threatened him. In their eagerness to displace and destroy him, they overreached themselves. Had they been content to accuse him of lending his countenance, with a rashness unbecoming his high place, to an ill-concerted scheme, a large part of mankind which judges of a plan simply by the event would probably have thought the accusation well-founded. But the malice which they bore to him was not to be so satisfied. They affected to believe that he had from the first been aware of Kidd's character and designs. The Great Seal had been employed to sanction a piratical expedition. The head of the law had laid down £1,000 in the hopes of receiving tens of thousands when his accomplices should return laden with the spoils of ruined merchants. It was fortunate for the Chancellor that the calumnies of which he was object were too atrocious to be mischievous. And now the time had come at which the hoarded ill humor of 6 months was at liberty to explode. On the 16th of November the House met. There were loud complaints that the events of the preceding session had been misrepresented to the public, that emissaries of the court, in every part of the kingdom, declaimed against the absurd jealousies or still more absurd parsimony, which had refused to His Majesty the means of keeping up such an army as might secure the country against an invasion. Angry resolutions were passed, declaring it to be the opinion of the House that the best way to establish entire confidence between the King and the Estates would be to put a brand on those evil advisers who had dared to breathe in the royal ear calumnies against a faithful Parliament. An address founded on these resolutions was voted. Many thought that a violent rupture was inevitable, but William returned an answer so prudent and gentle that malice itself could not prolong the dispute. By this time, indeed, a new dispute had begun. The address had scarcely been moved when the House called for copies of the papers relating to Kidd's expedition. Somers, conscious of his innocence, knew that it was wise as well as right, and resolved that there should be no concealment. Howe raved like a maniac. What is to become of the country, plundered by land, plundered by sea? Our rulers have laid hold of our lands, our woods, our mines, our money, and all this is not enough. We cannot send a cargo to the farthest ends of the earth, but they must send a gang of thieves after it. Harley and Seymour tried to carry a vote of censure without giving the House time to read the papers, but the general feeling was strongly for a short delay. At length, on the 6th of December, the subject was considered in a committee of the whole House. Shower undertook to prove that the letters patent to which Somers had put the Great Seal were illegal. Cowper replied to him with immense applause, and seemed to have completely refuted him. At length, after a debate which lasted from midday till 9 at night, in which all the leading members took part, The committee divided on the question that the letters patent were dishonorable to the king, inconsistent with the laws of nations, contrary to the statutes of the realm, and destructive of property and trade. The chancellor's enemies had felt confident of victory, and made the resolution so strong in order that it might be impossible for him to retain the Great Seal. They soon found that it would have been wise to propose a gentler censure. Great numbers of their adherents, convinced by Cowper's arguments, were unwilling to put a cruel stigma on a man of whose genius and accomplishments the nation was proud, stole away before the doors were closed. To the general astonishment, there were only 133 ayes to 189 noes. That the city of London did not consider Somers as the destroyer and his enemies as the protectors of trade was proved on the following morning by the most unequivocal signs. As soon as the news of the triumph reached the Royal Exchange, the price of stocks went up. There is a very rare pamphlet which illuminates the matter in much more detail. It was written and published as a defense of Bellamont and his partners, and the very length, elaboration, and heat its arguments shows how furiously the political pot was boiling while Kidd was imprisoned in London waiting his trial. This ex parte production is entitled A Full Account of the Actions of the Late Famous Pirate, Captain Kidd, with the proceedings against him, and a vindication of the Right Honorable Richard, Earl of Bellamont, Lord Colony, late Governor of New England, and other honorable persons, from the unjust reflection cast upon them by a person of quality. It is herein recorded that the arguments to support the question moved in Parliament were 1. That by law the king could not grant the goods of pirates, at least not before conviction. 2. That the grant was extravagant, for all goods of pirates, taken with or by any persons in any part of the world, were granted away. 3. Not only the goods of pirates, but all goods taken with them were granted, which was illegal, because though the goods were taken by pirates, the rightful owners still had a title to them, piracy working no change of property. 5. By this grant a great hardship was put upon the merchants, whose goods might be taken with the pirates, for they had nowhere to go for justice. They could not hope for it in the Chancery, the Lord Chancellor being interested, nor at the Board of Admiralty, where the Earl of Orford presided, nor from the King, all access to him being by the Duke of Shrewsbury, nor in the plantations, where the Earl of Bellamont was. So the only judge who the pirates were, and what goods were theirs, was Captain Kidd himself. Whatsoever may have been wrong with his contract or his commissions, and Parliament sustained them by vote as already mentioned, Captain Kidd cannot be held blameworthy on this score, and it is absurd to call him a premeditated pirate who sailed from Plymouth with evil purpose in his heart. His credentials and endorsements, his record as a shipmaster, and his repute at home cannot be set aside. They speak for themselves. Nor is it possible to reconcile the character of the man, as he was known by his deeds up to that time, with the charges laid against him. It is worth noting that the complaints made against his conduct in the waters of the Far East came from the East India Company, which denounced and proclaimed him as a pirate with a price on his head. It was a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Although the House of Commons had decided 5 years before that the old company should no longer have a monopoly of English trade in Asiatic seas, the merchants of London or Bristol dared not fit out ventures to voyage beyond the Cape of Good Hope, and found it necessary to send their goods in the ships that flew the flag of India House. The private trader still rang grave of being treated as a smuggler, if not as a pirate. He might, indeed, if he was wronged, apply for redress to the tribunals of his country, but years must elapse before his cause could be heard. His witnesses must be conveyed over 15,000 miles of sea, and in the meantime he was a ruined man. This powerful corporation, which ruled the eastern seas as it pleased, confiscating the ships and goods of private traders, accused Kidd of seizing 2 ships with their cargoes which belonged to the Great Mongol, and of several petty depredations hardly to be classed as piracy. The case against him was built up around the 2 vessels known as the November and the Quita Merchant. His defense was that on board these prizes he had found French papers, or safe conduct passes made out in the name of the King of France and issued by the French East India Company. He therefore took the ships as lawful commerce of the enemy. The crews of such trading craft as these comprised men of many nations, Arabs, Lascars, Portuguese, French, Dutch, English, Armenian, and heaven knows what else. The nationality of the skipper and the mate, the supercargo, or the foremast hands had nothing to do with the ownership of the vessel or the flag under which she was registered or chartered. The papers found in her cabin determined whether or not she should be viewed as a prize of war or permitted to go on her way. In order to protect the ship as far as possible, it was not unusual for the master to obtain 2 sets of papers to be used as occasion might require, and it is easily possible that the Quita merchant, trading with the East India Company, may have taken out French papers in order to deceive any French privateer or cruiser that might be encountered. Nor did agents of the East India Company see anything wrong in resorting to such subterfuges. The cornerstone of Kidd's defense and justification was these 2 French passes, which precious documents he had brought home with him, and it was admitted even by his enemies that the production of them as evidence would go far to clear him of the charges of piracy, that they were in his possession when he landed in New England, and that Bellamont sent them to the lords of plantations in London, as stated in a letter quoted in the preceding chapter. The documents then disappeared, their very existence was denied, and Kidd was called a liar to his face, and his memory damned by historians writing later, for trying to save his neck by means of evidence which he was powerless to exhibit. It would appear that these papers were not produced in court because it had been determined that Kidd should be found guilty as a necessary scapegoat. But he told the truth about the French passes, and after remaining among the state papers for more than 2 centuries, the original of one of them, that found by him aboard the Quita Merchant, was recently discovered in the Public Record Office by the author of this book, and it is herewith photographed in facsimile. Its purport has been translated as follows. From the King. We, Francois Martin, Esquire, Councillor of the Royal Director, Minister of Commerce for the Royal Company of France in the Kingdom of Bengal, coast of Coromandel, and other dependencies, to all those who will see these presents, greetings. The following: Koha Kanese, Koha Jacob, Armenian, Nakodas, of the ship Kara Merchant, which the Armenian merchant Agapiris Calendar has freighted into Sarate from Kohargi, having declared to us that before their departure from Suarte they had taken a passport from the company, which they have presented to us to be dated from the 1st of January 1697, signed Martin, and subscribed de Grangemont, that they feared to be molested during the voyage which they had to make from this port to Sarate, and alleging that the aforementioned passport is no longer valid, and that for this reason they begged of us urgently to have another sent to them. For these reasons we recommended and enjoin upon all those under the authority of the company. We beg the chiefs of squadrons and commanders of vessels of His Majesty, and we request of all friends and allies of the Crown in nowise to retard the voyage, and to render all possible aid and comfort, promising on a similar occasion to do likewise. In testimony of which we have signed these presents, and caused them to be countersigned by the Secretary of the Company, and the seal of his arms placed thereon. Martin. Dated January 16, 1698. It is reasonable to assume that the Kara Merchant of the passport is intended to designate the ship in which the document was found by Kidd. In various reports of the episode, the name of the vessel was spelled Quida, Quida, Queda, and Queda. The word is taken from the name of a small native state of the Malay Peninsula, and even today it is set down in various ways as Quida, Queda, or Queda. Other circumstances confirm this supposition and go far to prove that the ship was a lawful prize for an English privateer. During the period between the Revolution and the War of 1812, England confiscated many American merchant vessels in the West Indies under pretext not a whit more convincing than Kidd's excuse for snapping up the Quita Merchant. What Kidd himself had to say about this affair is told in his narrative of the voyage as he related it during his preliminary examination while under arrest in Boston. It runs as follows. A narrative of the voyage of Captain William Kidd, commander of the Adventure Galley, from London to the East Indies.
That the journal of the said Captain Kidd being violently taken from him in the port of St. Mary's in Madagascar, and his life many times being threatened to be taken away from him by 97 of his men that deserted him there, he cannot give that exact account he otherwise would have done, but as far as his memory will serve, it is as follows, viz. That the said Adventure Galley was launched in Castle's Yard at Deptford about the 4th day of December 1695, and about the latter end of February the said galley came to Yeboy in the Nore, and about the 1st day of March following his men were pressed from him for the fleet, which caused him to stay there about 19 days, and then sailed for the Downs and arrived there about the 8th or 10th day of April 1696, and sailed thence to Plymouth, and on the 23rd day of the said month of April he sailed from Plymouth on his intended voyage. at some time in the month of May, met with a small French vessel with salt and fishing tackle on board, bound for Newfoundland, which he took and made prize of, and carried the same into New York about the 4th day of July, where she was condemned as lawful prize, and the produce whereof purchased provisions for the said galley for her further intended voyage. Then about the 6th day of September, 1696, the said Captain Kidd sailed for the Madeiras in company with one Joyner, master of a brigantine belonging to Bermuda, and arrived there about the 8th day of October following, and thence to Bonavista, where they arrived about the 19th of the said month, and took in some salt, and stayed 3 or 4 days, and sailed thence to St. Jago, and arrived there the 24th of the said month, where he took in some water, and stayed about 8 or 9 days, and thence sailed for the Cape of Good Hope, and in the latitude of 32 on the 12th day of December, 1696, met with 4 English men of war, whereof Captain Warren was commodore, and sailed a week in their company, and then parted and sailed to Telar, a port in the island of Madagascar. And being there about the 29th of January, there came in a sloop belonging to Barbados, loaded with rum, sugar, powder, and shot, one French master, and Mr. Hatton and Mr. John Batt, merchants, and the said Hatton came on board the said galley, and was suddenly taken ill and died in the cabin. And about the latter end of February sailed for the island of Joanna, and the said sloop keeping company, and arrived there about the 18th day of March, where he found 4 East India merchantmen, outward bound, and watered there altogether, and stayed about 4 days. From thence about the 22nd day of March sailed from Mahilla, an island 10 leagues distant from Joanna, where he arrived the next morning, and there careened the said galley, and about 50 men died there in a week's time. And about the 25th day of April, 1697, set sail for the coast of India, and came upon the coast of Malabar in the beginning of the month of September, and went into Karwar upon that coast about the middle of the same month, and watered there. The gentleman of the English factory gave the narrator an account that the Portuguese were fitting out 2 men of war to take him, and advised him to set out to sea, and to take care of himself from them. And immediately he set sail therefrom about the 22nd of the said month of September. And the next morning, about break of day, saw the said 2 men of war standing for the said galley. They spoke with him, and asked him whence he was, who replied from London, and they returned answer from Goa, and so parted, wishing each other a good voyage. And making still along the coast, the commodore of the said men of war kept dogging the said galley at night, waiting an opportunity to board the same, and in the morning, without speaking a word, fired 6 great guns at the galley, some whereof went through her and wounded 4 of his men. Therefore he fired upon him again, and the fight continued all day, and the narrator had 11 men wounded. The other Portuguese men of war lay some distance off, and could not come up with the galley, being calm, else would have likewise assaulted the same. The said fight was sharp, and the said Portuguese left the said galley with such satisfaction that the narrator believes no Portuguese will ever attack the king's colours again, in that part of the world especially. Afterwards continued upon the said coast till the beginning of the month of November, 1697, cruising upon the Cape of Cameroon, for pirates had frequented that coast. Then he met with Captain Howe and the loyal captain, a Dutch ship belonging to Madras, bound to Surat, whom he examined, and finding his pass good, designed freely to let her pass about her affairs. But having 2 Dutchmen on board, they told the narrator's men they had divers Greeks and Armenians on board, who had divers precious stones and other rich goods, which caused his men to be very mutinous, and they got up their arms and swore they would take the ship. The narrator told them the small arms belonged to the galley, and that he was not come to take any Englishmen or lawful traders, and that if they attempted any such thing, they should never come on board the galley again, nor have the boat or small arms, for he had no commission to take any but the king's enemies and pirates, and that he would attack them with the galley, and drive them into Bombay. The other vessel being a merchantman, and having no guns, they might easily have done it with a few hands. With all the arguments and menaces he could use, he could scarce restrain them from their unlawful design, but at last prevailed, and with much ado got him clear, and let him go about his business, all of which Captain Howe will attest if living. And about the 18th or 19th day of the said month of November met with a Moorish ship of about 200 tons coming from Surat, bound to the coast of Malabar, loaded with 2 horses, sugar and cotton, having about 40 Moors on board, with a Dutch pilot, boatswain, and gunner, which said ship the narrator hailed and commanded, the master on board, and with him came 8 or 9 Moors, and the said 3 Dutchmen, who declared it was a Moorish ship, and he, the narrator, demanding their pass from Surat, which they showed, and the same was a French pass, which he believed was showed by mistake, for the pilot swore by sacrament she was a prize, and stayed on board the galley, and would not return again on board the Moorish ship, but went in the galley to the port of St. Maries. And that about the first day of February following, upon the same coast, under French colors with a design to decoy, met a Bengali merchantman belonging to Surat, with a burthen of 400 or 500 tons, 10 guns, and he commanded the master on board, and a Frenchman, inhabitant of Surat and belonging to the French factory there, and a gunner of said ship, came on board as master, and when he came on board, the narrator caused the English colors to be hoisted, and the said master was surprised, and said, "You are all English," and asked which was the captain. Whom when he, the Frenchman, saw, he said, "Here is a good prize," and delivered him the French pass. And that with the said 2 prizes, he, the narrator, sailed for the port of St. Maurice in Madagascar, and sailing thither, the Gallia was so leaky that they feared she would have sunk every hour, and required 8 men every 2 glasses to keep her free, and they were forced to wool her round with cables to keep her together, and with much ado carried her into port. And about the 6th day of May, the lesser prize was hauled into the careening island, or quay, the other not having arrived, and ransacked and sunk by the mutinous men, who threatened the narrator and the men that would not join with them to burn and sink the other ship, that they might not go home and tell the news. And that when he arrived in said port, there was a pirate ship called the Mocha frigate at an anchor, Robert Culliford, commander thereof, who with his men left the same and ran into the woods, and the narrator proposed to his men to take the same, having sufficient power and authority so to do. But the mutinous crew told him if he offered the same, they would rather fire 2 guns into him than one into the other. And thereupon 97 deserted and went into the Mocha frigate, and sent into the woods for the said pirates, and brought the said Culliford and his men on board again. And all the time she, the Mocha frigate, stayed in the said port, which was for the space of 4 or 5 days. The said deserters, sometimes in great numbers, came on board the Adventure Galley and her prize, and carried away the great gun, powder, shot, arms, sails, anchors, etc., and what they pleased, and threatened several times to murder the narrator, as he was informed and advised to take care of himself, which they designed in the night to effect, but was prevented by his locking himself in his cabin, and securing himself with barricading the same with bales of goods, and having about 40 small arms, besides pistols ready charged, kept them out. Their wickedness was so great that after they had plundered and ransacked sufficiently, they went 4 miles off to one Edward Welch's house, where his, the narrator's, chest was lodged, and broke it open and took out 10 ounces of gold, 40 pounds of plate, 370 pieces of 8, the narrator's journal, and a great many papers that belonged to him and to the people of New York that fitted him out. Then about the 15th day of June, the Mocha frigate went away, being manned with about 130 men and 40 guns, bound out to take all nations. Then it was that the narrator was left with only about 13 men, so that the more he had to pump and keep the Adventure Galley above water being carried away, she sank in the harbor, and the narrator with the said 13 men went on board of the Adventure's prize, where he was forced to stay 5 months for a fair wind. In the meantime, some passengers presented themselves that were bound for these parts, which he took on board to help bring the said Adventure's prize home. Then about the beginning of April 1699, the narrator arrived at Anguilla in the West Indies, and sent his boat on shore, where his men heard the news that he and his people were proclaimed pirates, which put them in such consternation that they sought all opportunities to run the ship on shore upon some reefs or shoal, fearing the narrator should carry them into some English port. From Anguilla they came to St. Thomas, where his brother-in-law Samuel Bradley was put on shore, being sick, and 5 more went away and deserted him. There he heard the same news, that the narrator and his company were proclaimed pirates, which incensed the people more and more. From St. Thomas set sail for Mona, an island between Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, where they met with a sloop called the St. Anthony, bound for Antigua from Curacoa, Mr. Henry Bolton, merchant, and Samuel Wood, master. The men on board then swore they would bring the ship no farther. The narrator then sent the said sloop St. Anthony to Curacoa for canvas to make sails for the prize, she being not able to proceed, and she returned in 10 days, and after the canvas came, he could not persuade the men to carry her for New England. 6 of the men went and carried their chests and things on board of 2 Dutch sloops bound for Curacoa, but would not so much as heel the vessel or do anything. The remainder of the men not being able to bring the Adventure prize to Boston, the narrator secured her in a good safe harbor in some part of Hispaniola, and left her in the possession of M. Henry Bolton of Antigua, merchant, and the master, and 3 of the old men, and 15 or 16 of the men that belonged to the said sloop, St. Anthony, and a brigantine belonging to one Bert of Curacoa. That the narrator bought the said sloop, St. Anthony, of Mr. Bolton, for the owner's account, after he had given directions to the said Bolton to be careful of the ship and lading, and persuaded him to stay 3 months till he returned. And then he made the best of his way for New York, where he heard the Earl of Bellamont was, who was principally concerned in the Adventure Galley, and hearing his lordship was at Boston, came thither, and has now been 45 days from the said ship. Further, the narrator saith that the said ship was left at St. Catherine, on the southeast part of Hispaniola, about 3 leagues leeward of the westerly end of Savano. Whilst he lay at Hispaniola, he traded with Mr. Henry Bolton of Antigua and Mr. William Burt of Curacoa, merchants, to the value of 11,200 pieces of 8, whereof he received the sloop Antonio at 3,000 pieces of 8, and 4,200 pieces of 8 in bills of lading drawn by Bolton and Burt upon Messrs. Gabriel and Lamont, merchants, in Curacoa, made payable to Mr. Burt, who went himself to Curacoa, and the value of 4,000 pieces of 8 more in dust and bar gold, which gold with some more traded for at Madagascar, being 50 pounds weight or upwards in quantity. The narrator left in custody of Mr. Gardner of Gardner's Island, near the eastern end of Long Island, fearing to bring it about by sea. It is made up in a bag, put into a little box, locked and nailed, corded about and sealed. The narrator saith he took no receipt for it, Mr. Gardner. The gold that was seized at Mr. Campbell's, the narrator traded for at Madagascar, with what came out of the galley. He saith that he carried in the Adventure Galley from New York 154 men, 70 whereof came out of England with him. Some of his sloop's company put 2 bales of goods on store at Gardner's Island, being their own property. The narrator delivered a chest of goods, viz., muslins, latches, romels, and flowered silk, to Mr. Gardner of Gardner's Island to be kept there for him. He put no goods on shore anywhere else. Several of his company landed their chests and other goods at several places. Further saith he, delivered a small bale of coarse calicoes unto a sloopman of Rhode Island that he had employed there. Gold seized at Mr. Campbell's, the narrator intended for presents to some that he expected to do him kindness. Some of his company put their chests and bales on board a New York sloop lying at Gardner's Island. William Kidd,
Presented and taken, before His Excellency in Council, Addington, Secretary. More than a year after Kidd had been carried to England with 12 of his crew, he was arraigned for trial at the Old Bailey. Meantime, Lord Bellamont had died in Boston. Trials for piracy were common enough, but this accused shipmaster was confronted by such an array of titled bigwigs and court officials as would have been sufficient to try the Lord Chancellor himself. For the government, the Lord Chief Baron, Sir Edward Ward, presided, and with him sat Sir Henry Hatzel, Baron of the Exchequer, Sir Sathriel Lovell, the Recorder of London, Sir John Turton and Sir Henry Gould, Justices of the King's Bench, and Sir John Powell, a Justice of the Common Pleas. As counsel for the prosecution, there was the Solicitor General, Dr. Oxenden, Mr. Knapp, Mr. Conyers, Mr. Campbell. For Captain William Kidd, there was no one. By the law of England at that time, a prisoner tried on a criminal charge could employ no counsel and was permitted to have no legal advice, except only when a point of law was directly involved. Kidd had been denied all chance to muster witnesses or assemble documents, and, at that, the court was so fearful of failing to prove the charges of piracy that it was decided to try him first for killing his gunner, William Moore, and convicting him of murder. He would be as conveniently dead if hanged for the one crime as for the other. Now, it is not impossible that Kidd had clean forgotten that trifling episode of William Moore. For a commander to knock down a seaman guilty of disrespect or disobedience was as commonplace as eating. The offender was lucky if he got off no worse. Discipline in the naval and merchant services was barbarously severe. Sailors died of flogging or knee-hauling, or being triced up by the thumbs for the most trifling misdemeanors. As for Moore, he was a mutineer, and an insolent rogue besides, who had stirred up trouble in the crew, and nothing would have been said to any other skipper than Kidd for shooting him or running him through. However, let the testimony tell its own story. After the grand jury had returned the bill of indictment for murder, the clerk of arraignment said,
"William Kidd, hold up thy hand."
With a pluck and persistence which must have had a certain pathetic dignity, Kidd began to object. "May it please your lordship, I desire you to permit me to have counsel." The Recorder.
What would you have counsel for?
Kidd. My lord, I have some matters of law relating to the indictment, and I desire I may have counsel to speak to it. Dr. Oxenden. What matter of law can you have? Clerk of arraignment.
How does he know what he is charged with? I have not told him.
The Recorder.
You must let the court know what these matters of law are before you can have counsel assigned you.
Kidd, they be matters of law, my lord. The Recorder.
Mr. Kidd, do you know what you mean by matters of law?
Kidd, I know what I mean. I desire to put off my trial as long as I can, till I can get my evidence ready. The Recorder.
Mr. Kidd, you had best mention the matter of law you would insist on.
Dr. Oxenden. It cannot be a matter of law to put off your trial, but a matter of fact. Kidd, I desire your lordship's favor. I desire that Dr. Oldish and Mr. Lemon here be heard as to my case, indicating lawyers present in court. Clerk of arraignment. What can he have counsel for before he has pleaded? The Recorder.
Mr. Kidd, the court tells you it shall be heard what you have to say when you have pleaded to your indictment. If you plead to it, if you will, you may assign matter of law, if you have any, but then you must let the court know what you would insist on.
Kidd, I beg your lordship's patience till I can procure my papers. I had a couple of French passes, which I must make use of in order to my justification. The Recorder.
This is not a matter of law. You have had long notice of your trial, and might have prepared for it. How long have you had notice of your trial?
Kidd, a matter of a fortnight. Dr. Oxenden. Can you tell the names of any persons that you would make use of in your defense? Kidd, I sent for them, but I could not have them. Dr. Oxenden. Where were they, then? Kidd, I brought them to my Lord Bellamont in New England. The Recorder.
What were their names? You cannot tell without book. Mr. Kidd, the court sees no reason to put off your trial. Therefore you must plead.
Clerk of arraignment.
William Kidd, hold up thy hand.
Kidd, I beg your lordship, I may have counsel admitted, and that my trial may be put off. I am not really prepared for it. The Recorder.
Nor never will, if you could help it.
Dr. Oxenden. Mr. Kidd, you have had reasonable notice, and you know you must be tried, and therefore you cannot plead. You are not ready. Kidd, if your lordships permit those papers to be read, they will justify me. I desire my counsel may be heard. Mr. Conyers. We admit of no counsel for him. The Recorder.
There is no issue joined, and therefore there can be no counsel assigned. Mr. Kidd, you must plead.
Kidd, I cannot plead till I have those papers that I insisted upon. Mr. Lemon. He ought to have his papers delivered to him, because they are very material for his defense. He has endeavored to have them, but could not get them. Mr. Conyers. You are not to appear for anyone, Mr. Lemon, till he pleads, and that the court assigns you for his counsel. The Recorder.
They would only put off the trial.
Mr. Conyers. He must plead to the indictment. Clerk of arraignment. Make silence. Kidd, my papers are all seized, and I cannot make my defense without them. I desire my trial may be put off till I can have them. The Recorder.
The court is of opinion that they ought not to stay for all your evidence. It may be they will never come. You must plead, and then if you can satisfy the court that there is a reason to put off the trial, you may.
Kidd, my lord, I have business in law, and I desire counsel. The Recorder.
The course of courts is, when you have pleaded, the matter of trial is next. If you can then show there is cause to put off the trial, you may. But now the matter is to plead.
Kidd, it is a hard case when all these things shall be kept from me, and I am forced to plead. Recorder.
If he will not plead, there must be judgment.
Kidd, would you have me plead and not have my vindication by me? Clerk of arraignment. Will you plead to the indictment? Kidd, I would beg that I may have my papers for my vindication. It is very obvious that up to this point, Kidd was concerned only with the charges of piracy, and attached no importance to the fact that he had been indicted for the murder of his gunner. Regarding the matter of the French passes, Kidd was desperately in earnest. He knew their importance, nor was he begging for them as a subterfuge to gain time. He had been employed as a privateering commander against the French in the West Indies and on the New England coast, as the documents of the provincial government have already shown. It is fair to assume that he knew the rules of the game and the kind of papers necessary to make a prize a lawful capture by the terms of the English Privateering Commission which he held. But his efforts to introduce this evidence, which had been secured by Bellamont and forwarded to the authorities in London, were of no avail. Compelled to plead to the indictment for murder, Kidd swore that he was not guilty, and the trial then proceeded under the direction of Lord Chief Baron Ward. Dr. Oldish,
who sought to be assigned with Mr. Lemon as counsel for the prisoner, was not to be diverted from the main issue, and he boldly struck in. My lord, it is very fit his trial should be delayed for some time, because he wants some papers very necessary for his defense. It is very true he is charged with piracies in several ships, but they had French passes when the seizure was made. Now, if there were French passes, it was a lawful seizure. Mr. Justice Powell.
Have you those passes?
Kid.
They were taken from me by my Lord Bellamont. These passes would be my defense.
Dr. Oldish.
If those ships that he took had French passes, there was just cause of seizure, and will excuse him from piracy.
Kid.
They were taken from me by my Lord Bellamont, and those passes show there was just cause of seizure. That we will prove as clear as the day.
Lord Chief Baron.
What ship was that which had the French passes?
Mr. Lemon.
The same he was in, the same he is indicted for.
Clerk of Arraignment.
Let all stand aside but Captain Kidd. William Kidd, you are now to be tried on the bill of murder. The jury is going to be sworn. If you have any cause of exception, you may speak to them as they come to the book.
Kidd.
I challenge none. I know nothing to the contrary, but they are honest men.
The first witness for the Crown was Joseph Palmer of the Adventure Galley, who had been captured by Bellamont in Rhode Island, and who had informed him of the incident of the death of Moore, the gunner. He testified as follows.
About a fortnight before this accident fell out, Captain Kidd met with a ship on that coast, Malabar. It was called the Loyal Captain. And about a fortnight after this, the gunner was grinding a chisel aboard the Adventure on the high seas near the coast of Malabar in the East Indies.
Mr. Conyers. What was the gunner's name?
Palmer. William Moore. And Captain Kidd came and walked on the deck and walked by this Moore. And when he came to him, says, "How could you have put me in a way to take this ship, Loyal Captain, and been clear?" "Sir," says William Moore, "never spoke such a word, nor thought such a thing." Upon which Captain Kidd called him a lousy dog. And says William Moore, "If I am a lousy dog, you have made me so. You have brought me to ruin and many more." Upon him saying this, says Captain Kidd, "Have I ruined you, you dog?" And took a bucket bound with iron hoops and struck him on the right side of the head, of which he died next day.
Mr. Conyers.
Tell my lord what passed next after the blow.
Palmer.
He was let down the gun room, and the gunner said, "Farewell, farewell, Captain Kidd has given me my last." And Captain Kidd stood on the deck and said, "You're a villain."
Robert Bradingham, who had been the surgeon of the Adventure Galley, then testified that the wound was small, but that the gunner's skull had been fractured. Mr. Cooper.
Had you any discourse with Captain Kidd after this about the man's death?
Bradingham.
Some time after this, about 2 months, by the coast of Malabar, Captain Kidd said, "I do not care so much for the death of my gunner as for other passages of my voyage, for I have good friends in England who will bring me off for that."
With this, the prosecution rested, and the Lord Chief Baron addressed Kidd.
"Then you may make your defense. You are charged with murder, and you have heard the evidence that has been given. What have you to say for yourself?"
Kidd.
"I have evidence to prove it is no such thing. If they may be admitted to come hither, my lord, I will tell you what the case was. I was coming up within a league of the Dutchman, the Loyal Captain, and some of my men were making a mutiny about taking her, and my gunner told the people he could put the captain in a way to take the ship and be safe. Says I, 'How will you do that?' The gunner answered, 'We will get the captain and men aboard.' 'And what then?' 'We will go aboard the ship and plunder her, and we will have it under their hands that we did not take her.' Says I, 'This is Judas-like. I dare not do such a thing.' Says he, 'We may do it. We are beggars already.' 'Why,' says I, 'may we take a ship because we are poor?' Upon this a mutiny arose, so I took up a bucket and just throwed it at him, and said, 'You are a rogue to make such a notion.' This I can prove, my lord."
Thereupon Kidd called Abel Owens, one of his sailors, and asked him,
"Can you tell me which way this bucket was thrown?"
Mr. Justice Powell to Owens. What was the provocation for throwing the bucket?
Owens.
"I was in the cook room, and hearing some difference on the deck, I came out, and the gunner was grinding a chisel on the grindstone, and the captain and he had some words, and the gunner said to the captain, 'You have brought us to ruin, and we are desolate.' And, says he, the captain, 'Have I brought you to ruin? I have not brought you to ruin. I have not done an ill thing to ruin you. You are a saucy fellow to give me these words. And then he took up the bucket and did give him the blow.
Kid, was there a mutiny among the men?
Owens.
Yes, and the bigger part was for taking the ship. And the captain said, "You that will take the Dutchman, you are the strongest. You may do what you please. If you will take her, you may take her. But if you go from aboard here, you shall never come aboard again."
The Lord Chief Baron.
When was this mutiny you speak of?
Owens.
When we were at sea, about a month before this man's death.
Kid.
Call Richard Barleycorn.
Barleycorn was an apprentice who had been mentioned in the inventory of the sloop San Antonio. Kid.
What was the reason the blow was given to the gunner?
Barleycorn.
At first, when you met with the ship, the captain, there was a mutiny, and 2 or 3 of the Dutchmen came aboard, and some said she was a rich vessel, and they would take her. And the captain, Kid, said, "No, I will not take her." And there was a mutiny in the ship, and the men said, "If you will not, we will." And he said, "If you have a mind, you may, but they that will not, come along with me."
Kid.
Do you think William Moore was one of those that was for taking her?
Barleycorn.
Yes, and William Moore lay sick a great while before the blow was given, and the doctor said when he visited him that this blow was not the cause of his death.
The Lord Chief Baron.
Then they must be confronted. Do you hear, Bradingham, what he says?
Bradingham.
I deny this.
As for this surgeon, Kid swore that he had been a drunken, useless idler who would lay in the hold for weeks at a time. Seaman Hugh Parrott was then called and asked by Kid,
Do you know the reason why I struck Moore?
Parrott. Yes, because you did not take the loyal captain, whereof Captain Howe was commander. The Lord Chief Baron.
Was that the reason that he struck Moore, because this ship was not taken?
Parrott. I shall tell you how this happened to the best of my knowledge. My commander fortuned to come up with this Captain Howe's ship, and some were for taking her, and some not. And afterwards there was a little sort of mutiny, and some rose in arms, the greater part, and they said they would take the ship, and the commander was not for it, so they resolved to go away in the boat and take her. Captain Kidd said, "If you desert my ship, you shall never come aboard again, and I will force you into Bombay, and I will carry you before some of the council there." Inasmuch that my commander stilled them again, and they remained on board. And about a fortnight afterward there passed some words between this William Moore and my commander. And then, says he, "Moore, Captain, I could have put you in a way to have taken this ship, and never been the worse for it." He says, "Kid, would you have had me take this ship? I cannot answer it. They are our friends." And with that I went off the deck, and I understood afterwards the blow was given, but how I cannot tell. Kid.
I have no more to say, but I had all the provocation in the world given me. I had no design to kill him. I had no malice or spleen against him.
The Lord Chief Baron.
That must be left to the jury to consider the evidence that has been given. You make out no such matter.
Kid.
It was not designedly done, but in my passion, for which I am heartily sorry.
Kid was permitted to introduce no evidence as to his previous good reputation, and the court concluded that it had heard enough. Lord Chief Baron Ward thereupon delivered himself of an exceedingly adverse charge to the jury, virtually instructing them to find the prisoner guilty of murder, which was promptly done. Having made sure of sending him to execution dock, the court then proceeded to try him for piracy, which seems to have been a superfluous and unnecessary pother. Kid declared, when this second trial began,
It is vain to ask any questions. It is hard that the life of one of the king's subjects should be taken away upon the perjured oaths of such villains as these, Bradingham and Palmer. Because I would not yield to their wishes and turn pirate, they now endeavor to prove I was one. Bradingham is saving his life to take away mine.
The Crown proved the capture of the 2 ships belonged to the great Mongol, and an East Indian merchant representing the merchants testified as to the value of the lading and the regularity of the ship's papers. Kidd challenged this evidence, and once more pleaded with the court that he be allowed to bring forward the French passes. He asserted that the Keita merchant had a French commission, and that her master was a tavern keeper of Surat. That he told the truth, the accompanying photograph of the said document bears belated witness. The Lord Chief Baron put his finger on the weak point of the case by asking to know why Kidd had not taken the ship to port to be lawfully condemned as a prize, as demanded by the terms of his commission from the king. To this Kidd replied that his crew were mutinous, and the Adventure galley unseaworthy, for which reasons he made for the nearest harbor of Madagascar. There his men, to the number of 90-odd, mutinied and went over to the pirate Culliford in the Mocha frigate. He was left short-handed. His own ship was unfit to take to sea, so he burned her and transferred to the Quita Merchant, after which he steered straight for Boston to deliver her prize to Lord Bellamont, which he would have done had he not learned in the West Indies that he had been proclaimed a pirate. Edward Davis, mariner, confirmed the statement regarding the French passes in these words:
I came home a passenger from Madagascar, and from thence to Amboyna, and there he, Kidd, sent his boat ashore, and there was one that said Captain Kidd was published a pirate in England, and Captain Kidd gave those passes to him to read. The captain said they were French passes.
Kidd, you heard that one, Captain Elms, say they were French passes?
Davis.
Yes, I heard Captain Elms say they were French passes.
Mr. Baron Hatzel. Have you any more to say, Captain Kidd?
Kidd, I have some papers, but my Lord Bellamont keeps them from me so that I cannot bring them before the court.
Bradingham and other members of the crew admitted that they understood from Kidd that the captured ships were sailing under French passes. Kidd, having been convicted of murder, was now allowed to fetch in witnesses as to his character as a man and a sailor previous to the fatal voyage. One Captain Humphrey swore that he had known Captain Kidd in the West Indies 12 years before. You had a general applause, said he, for what you had done from time to time. The Lord Chief Baron.
That was before he was turned pirate.
Captain Bond then declared,
I know you were very useful at the beginning of the war in the West Indies.
Colonel Hewson put the matter more forcibly and made no bones of telling the court.
My lord, he was a mighty man there. He served under my command there. He was sent to me by the order of Colonel Codrington.
The Solicitor General. How long was this ago? Colonel Hewson.
About 9 years ago, he was with me in 2 engagements against the French, and fought as well as any man I ever saw, according to the proportion of his men. We had 6 Frenchmen ships to deal with, and we had only mine and his ship.
Kidd.
Do you think I was a pirate?
Colonel Hewson.
I knew his men would have gone a pirating, and he refused it, and his men seized upon his ship, and when he went this last voyage, he consulted with me, and told me they had engaged him in such an expedition, and I told him that he had had enough already, and might be content with what he had, and he said that was his own inclination, but Lord Bellamont told him if he did not go the voyage, there were great men who would stop his brigantine in the river if he did not go.
Thomas Cooper.
I was aboard the Lyon in the West Indies, and this Captain Kidd brought his ship from a place that belonged to the Dutch, and brought her into the King's service at the beginning of the war, about 10 years ago. And he took service under Colonel Hewson, and we fought Monsieur Ducasse a whole day, and I thank God we got the better of him. And Captain Kidd behaved very well in the face of his enemies.
It may be said also for Captain William Kidd that he behaved very well in the face of the formidable battery of legal adversaries. As a kind afterthought, the jury found him guilty of piracy along with several of his crew, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Gabriel Layoff, Hugh Parrott, Abel Owens, and Darby Mullins. 3 of those indicted were set free, Richard Barleycorn, Robert Lumley, and William Jenkins, because they were able to prove themselves to have been bound seamen apprentices, duly indentured to officers of the ship who were responsible for their deeds. Before sentence was passed on him, Kidd said to the court,
My lords, it is a very hard judgment. For my part, I am the most innocent person of them all.
Execution Dock, long since vanished from old London, a tradition has survived along the waterfront of Wapping that fixed the spot, and the worn stone staircase known as the Pirates' Stairs still leads down to the river. Down these same steps walked Captain William Kidd. The Gentleman's Magazine, London, for 1796 describes the ancient procedure, just as it had befallen Captain Kidd and his men. February 4th, this morning, a little after 10 o'clock, Colley, Cole, and Blanche, the 3 sailors convicted of the murder of Captain Little, were brought out of Newgate and conveyed in solemn procession to Execution Dock, there to receive the punishment awarded by law. On the cart on which they rode was an elevated stage. On this were seated Colley, the principal instigator in the murder, in the middle, and his 2 wretched instruments, the Spaniard Blanche and the mulatto Cole, on each side of him, and behind, on another seat, 2 executioners. Colley seemed in a state resembling that of a man stupidly intoxicated and scarcely awake, and the 2 discovered little sensibility on this occasion, nor to the last moment of their existence did they, as we here make any confession. They were turned off about 12:15 in the midst of an immense crowd of spectators. On the way to the place of execution, they were preceded by the Marshal of the Admiralty in his carriage, the Deputy Marshal bearing the silver oar, and the 2 city marshals on horseback, sheriff's officers, etc. The whole cavalcade was conducted with great solemnity. John Taylor, the water poet, who lived in the time of Captain Kidd, wrote these doleful lines, which may serve as a kind of obituary.
There are inferior gallows which bear, according to the season, twice a year. And there's a kind of waterish tree a whopping, where sea thieves or pirates are catched napping.
Kidd's body, covered with tar and hung in chains, was gibbeted on the shore of the reach of the Thames hard by the Tilbury fort, as was the customary manner of displaying dead pirates by way of warning passing seamen. His treasure was confiscated by the Crown, and what was left of it, after the array of legal gentlemen had been paid their fees, was turned over to Greenwich Hospital by Act of Parliament. Thus lived and died a man who, whatever may have been his faults, was unfairly dealt with by his patrons, misused by his rascally crew, and slandered by credulous posterity. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 5. The Wondrous Fortune of William Phips. The flaw in the business of treasure hunting, outside of fiction, is that the persons equipped with the shovels and picks on the ancient charts so seldom find the hidden gold. The energy, credulity, and persistence of these explorers are truly admirable, but the results have been singularly shy of dividends the world over. There was a genuine satisfaction, therefore, in sounding the name and fame of the man who not only went roving in search of lost treasure, but also found and fetched home more of it than any other adventurer known to this kind of quest. On the coast of Maine, near where the Kennebec flows past Bath into the sea, there's a bit of tidewater known as Montsuig Bay, hard by the town of Wiscasset. Into this little bay extends a miniature cape, pleasantly wooded, which is known as Phips Point, and here it was that the most illustrious treasure seeker of them all, William Phips, was born in 1650. The original Pilgrim Fathers, or some of them, were still hale and hearty. The innumerable shiploads of furniture brought over in the Mayflower had not been scattered far from Plymouth, and this country was so young that the oldest families of Boston were all brand new. James Phips, father of the great William, was a gunsmith who had come over from Bristol in Old England to better his fortunes. With true pioneering spirit he obtained a grant of land and built his log cabin at the furthest outpost of settlement toward the eastward. He cleared his fields, raised some sheep, and betimes repaired the blunderbusses with which Puritan and Pilgrim were wont to pot the aborigine. The first biography of William Phips was written by Cotton Mather, whom the better you know, the more heartily you dislike, for a canting old bigot who bootlicked men of rank, wealth, or power, and was infernally active in getting a score of hapless men and women hanged for witchcraft in Salem. Cotton Mather deserves the thanks of all good treasure seekers, however, for having given us the first-hand story of William Phips, whom he knew well and extravagantly admired. In fact, after this hero had come sailing home with his treasures, because of these riches, was made Sir William Phips and Royal Governor of Massachusetts by Charles II. He had his pew in the Old North Church of Boston, of which Reverend Cotton Mather was pastor. But this is going ahead too fast, and we must hark back to the humble beginnings. His faithful mother yet living, wrote Mather in his very curious Magnalia Christi Americana, had no less than 26 children, whereof 21 were sons. Equivalent to them all was William, one of the youngest, whom, his father dying, was left young with his mother, and with her he lived, keeping his sheep in the wilderness until he was 18 years old. Then William decided that the care of the farm and the sheep might safely be left to his 20 brothers, and he apprenticed himself to a shipwright who was building on the shore near the settlement those little shallops, pinnacles, and sloops which our forefathers dared to trade up and down their own coast as far as the West Indies, mere cockle-shells manned by seamen of astonishing temerity and hardihood. While at work with hammer and adze, this strapping lump of a lad listened to the yarns of skippers who had voyaged to Jamaica and the Bahamas, dodging French privateers, or running afoul of pirates who stripped them of cargo and gear, and perhaps it was then that he first heard of the treasures that had been lost in wrecked galleons or buried by buccaneers of Hispaniola, At any rate, William Phipps wished to see more of the world and to win a chance to go to sea in a ship of his own. Wherefore he set out for Boston after he had served his time, having an accountable impulse upon his mind, persuading him, as he would privately hint unto some of his friends, that he was born to great matters. 22 years old, not yet able to read and write, young Phipps found work with a ship carpenter and studied his books as industriously as he plied his trade. Soon he was wooing a young gentlewoman of good repute, the daughter of one Captain Rogers Spencer, and there was no resisting this headstrong suitor. They were married, and shortly after this important event, Phipps was given a contract to build a ship at a settlement on Sheepscot River, near his old home on the Kennebec, where, having launched the ship, Cotton Mather relates, he also provided a lading of lumber to bring with him, which would have been to the advantage of all concerned. But just as the ship was hardly finished, the barbarous Indians on that river broke forth into an open and cruel war upon the English, and the miserable people, surprised by so sudden a storm of blood, had no refuge from the infidels but the ship now finishing in the harbor. Wherefore he left his intended lading behind him, and instead thereof carried with him his old neighbors and their families, free of all charges, to Boston. So the first thing he did after he was his own man was to save his father's house, with the rest of the neighborhood, from ruin. But the disappointment which befell him from the loss of his other lading plunged his affairs into great embarrassment with such as he had employed him. But he was hitherto no more than beginning to make scaffolds for further and higher actions. He would frequently tell the gentlewoman, his wife, that he should yet be captain of a king's ship, that he should come to have command of better men than he was now accounted himself, and that he would be the owner of a fair brick house in the Green Lane of North Boston. Inasmuch as William Phipps would have been a very sorry scoundrel indeed to run away for the sake of a cargo of lumber and leave his old friends and neighbors to be scalped, it seems as Cotton Mather was sounding the timbrel of praise somewhat over loud. But the parson was a fulsome eulogist, and for reasons of his own he proclaimed this roaring, blustering seafarer and hot-headed royal governor as little lower than the angels. Here and there Mather drew, with firm strokes, the character of the man, so that we catch glimpses of him as a live and moving figure. He was of an inclination, cutting rather like a hatchet than a razor. He would propose very considerable matters, and then so cut through them that no difficulties be put by the edge of his resolution. Being thus of the true temper for doing of great things, he betakes himself to the sea, the right scene for such things. Phipps had no notion of being a beggarly New England trading skipper, carrying codfish and pine boards to the West Indies, and threshing homeward with molasses and gingers in the hold, or coasting to Virginia for tobacco. A man of metal won prizes by bold strokes and large hazards, and treasure-seeking was the game for William. Among the taverns of the Boston waterfront he picked up tidings and rumors of many a silver-laden galleon of Spain that had shivered her timbers on this or that low-lying reef of the Bahama Passage, where there was neither buoy nor lighthouse. Here was a chance to win that fair brick house in the Green Lane of North Boston, and Phipps busied himself with picking up information until he was primed to make a voyage of discovery. Keeping his errand to himself, he steered for the West Indies, probably in a small chartered sloop or brig, and prowled from one key to an island to another. This was in the year 1681, and the waters in which Phipps dared to venture were swarming with pirates and buccaneers who would have cut his throat for a doubloon. Morgan had sacked Panama only 11 years before. Tortuga, off the coast of Haiti, was still the haunt of choice. A lot of cutthroats as ever sailed blue water, and men who had been plundering and killing with Pierre le Grand, Bartholomew Portuguez, and Montebars the Exterminator, was still at their old trade afloat. Mariners had not done talking about the exploits of Lolanes, who had found $300,000 worth of Spanish treasure hidden on a key off the coast of Cuba. He it was who amused himself by cutting out the hearts of live Spaniards and gnawing these morsels, or slicing off the heads of a whole ship's crew and drinking their blood. A rare one for hunting buried treasure was this fiend of a pirate. When he took Maracaibo, as Esquemeling relates in the story of his own experiences as a buccaneer, Lolanes, who never used to make any great amount of murdering, though in cold blood 10 or 12 Spaniards, drew his cutlass and hacked one to pieces in the presence of all the rest, saying, "If you do not confess and declare where you have hidden the rest of your goods, I will do the like to all your companions." At last, amongst these horrible cruelties and inhuman threats, one was found who promised to conduct him and show the place where the rest of the Spaniards were hidden. But those that were fled, having intelligence that one discovered their lurking holes to the pirates, changed the place, and buried all the remnant of the riches underground, insomuch that the pirates could not find them out, unless some other person of their own party should reveal them. From this first voyage undertaken by Phipps, he escaped with his skin and a certain amount of treasure, what just served him a little to furnish him for a voyage to England, says Mather. The important fact was that he found out what he sought, and he knew where there was a vast deal more of it. A large ship, well armed and manned, was needed to bring away the booty, and Captain William Phipps intended to find backing in London for the adventure. He crossed the Atlantic in a vessel not much unlike that which Dutchmen stamped on their first coin. And no sooner had his stubby, high-pooped ark of a craft cast anchor in the Thames than he was buzzing ashore with his tale of the treasure wreck. It was no less a person than the king himself whom Phipps was bent on enlisting as a partner, and he was not to be driven from Whitehall by lords or flunkies. With bulldog persistence, he held to his purpose, month after month, until almost a year had passed. At length, through the friends he had made at court, he gained the ear of Charles II, and that gay monarch was pleased to take a fling at treasure hunting as a sporting proposition, with an eye also to a share of the plunder. He gave Phipps a frigate of the King's Navy, the Rose, of 18 guns and 95 men, which had been captured from the Algerine corsairs. As captain of a king's ship, he recruited a crew of all sorts, mostly hard characters, and sailed from London in September 1683, bound first for Boston, and thence to find the treasure. Alas, for the cloak of piety with which Cotton Mather covered William Phipps from head to heels. Other accounts show convincingly that he was a bullying, profane, and godless sea-dog, yet honest withal, and as brave as a lion, an excellent man to have at your elbow in a tight pinch, or to be in charge of the quarter-deck in a gale of wind. The real Phipps is a more likable character than the stuffed image that Cotton Mather tried to make of him. While in Boston Harbor in the Rose, Captain Phipps carried things with a high hand. Another skipper had got wind of the treasure and was about to make sail for the West Indies in a ship called Good Intent. Phipps tried to bluff him, then to frighten him, and finally struck a partnership so that the two vessels sailed in company. Refusing to show the Boston magistrates his papers, Phipps was haled to court, where he abused the bench in language blazing with deep-sea oaths, and was fined several £100s. His sailors got drunk ashore and fought the constables and cracked the heads of peaceable citizens. Instead, Boston was glad when the Rose frigate and her turbulent company bore away for the West Indies. There was something wrong with Phipps' information, or the Spanish wreck had been cleaned of her treasure before he found the place. The Rose and the Good Intent lay at the edge of a reef somewhere near Nassau for several months, sending down native divers and dredging with such scanty returns that the crew became mutinous and determined on a program very popular in those days. Armed with cutlasses, they charged aft and demanded of Phipps that he join them in running away with the ship to drive a trade of piracy in the South Seas. Captain Phipps, with the most undaunted fortitude, rushed in upon them, and with the blows of his bare hands felled many of them, quelled all the rest. It became necessary to careen the Rose and clean the planking, all fouled with tropical growth, and she was beached on a desolate Spanish island. The men were given shore liberty, all but 8 or 10, and the rogues were no sooner out of the ship than they all entered into an agreement, which they signed in a ring, round robin, that around 7 o'clock that evening they would seize the captain and those 8 or 10, which they knew to be true to him, and leave them to perish on the island, and so be gone away into the South Seas to seek their fortune. These knaves, considering that they should want a carpenter with them in their villainous expedition, sent a messenger to fetch unto them the carpenter who was then at work upon the vessel, and unto him they showed their articles, telling him what he must look for if he did not subscribe among them. The carpenter, being an honest fellow, did with much importunity prevail for 1/2 hour's time to consider the matter, and returning to work upon the vessel, with a spy by them set upon him, he feigned himself taken with a fit of the colic, for the relief whereof he suddenly ran into the captain in the great cabin for a dram, where, when he came, his business was only in brief to tell the captain of the horrible distress which he had fallen into, but the captain bid him as briefly return to the rogues in the woods and sign their articles, and leave him to provide for the rest. The carpenter was no sooner gone than Captain Phipps, calling together the few friends that were left him aboard, whereof the gunner was one, demanded of them whether they would stand by him in this extremity, whereto they replied they would stand by him if he could save them. And he answered, by the help of God, he did not fear it. All their provisions had been carried ashore to a tent made for that purpose, about which they had placed several great guns, to defend it in case of any assault from Spaniards. Wherefore Captain Phipps immediately ordered those guns to be silently drawn and turned, and so pulling up the bridge,
he charged his great guns aboard and brought them to bear on every side of the tent. By this time the army of rebels came out of the woods, but as they drew near the tent of provisions, they saw such a change of circumstances that they cried out, "We are betrayed!" And they soon confirmed in it when they heard the captain with a stern fury call to them, "Stand off, ye wretches, at your peril!" He quickly cast them into more than ordinary confusion when they saw him ready to fire his great guns upon them. And when he had signified unto them his resolve to abandon them unto all the desolation which they had proposed for him, he caused the bridge to be again laid, and his men began to take the provisions on board. When the wretches beheld what was coming upon them, they fell to very humble entreaties, and at last fell down upon their knees, protesting that they never had anything against him, except only his unwillingness to go away with the king's ship upon the South Sea design. But upon all other accounts, they would choose rather to live and die with him than any other man in the world. However, when they saw how much he was dissatisfied at it, they would insist upon it no more, and humbly begged his pardon. And when he judged that he had kept them on their knees long enough, he having first secured their arms, received them aboard. But he immediately weighed anchor, and arriving at Jamaica, turned them off.
This is a very proper incident to have happened in the hunt for hidden treasure, and Cotton Mather tells it well. One forgives Phipps for damning the eyes of the Boston magistrates, and likely enough they deserved it, when it is recalled that the witchcraft trials were held only a few years later. Having rid himself of the mutineers, Captain Phipps shipped other scoundrels in their stead, there being small choice at Jamaica, where every other man had been pirating or was planning to go again. His first quest for treasure had been a failure, but he was not the man to quit. So he filled away for Hispaniola, now Haiti and San Domingo, where every bay and reef had a treasure story of its own. The small island of Tortuga off that coast had long been the headquarters of the most successful pirates and buccaneers of those seas, and Frederick A. Ober, who knows the West Indies as well as any living man, declares not only that Cuba, the Isle of Pines, Jamaica, and Hispaniola are girdled with Spanish wrecks containing, as yet unrecovered, millions and millions in gold and silver, but also that, during the successive occupancies of Tortuga by the various pirate bands, great treasure was hidden in the forest, and in the caves with which the island bounds. Now and again the present cultivators of Tortuga find coins of ancient dates, fragments of gold chains, and pieces of quaint jewelry cast up by the waves or revealed by the shifting sands. It is not without reason that the only harbor of the buccaneers was called Treasure Cove, nor for nothing that they dug the deep caves deeper, hollowing out lateral tunnels and blasting holes beneath the frowning cliffs. The island now belongs to Haiti, the inhabitants of which have not the requisite sagacity to conduct an intelligent search for the long-buried treasure, and as they resent the intrusion of foreigners, it is probable that the buccaneers' spoils will remain an unknown quantity for many years to come. Captain William Phipps lay at anchor off one of the rude settlements of Hispaniola for some time, and his rough and ready address won him friends, among them a very old Spaniard who had seen many a galleon pillaged by the pirates. From this informant Phipps fished up a little advice about the true spot where lay the wreck which he had hitherto been seeking. That it was upon a reef of shoals a few leagues to the northward of Puerto Plata upon Hispaniola, a port so called, it seemed, from the landing of some of a shipwrecked company with a boat full of plate saved out of their sunken frigate. On the very old map of Hispaniola, reproduced herewith, this place is indicated on the north coast as Port Plate, and due north of it is the spirited drawing of a galleon which happens to be very nearly in the position of the sunken treasure, which the old Spaniard described to Captain Phipps. The Rose frigate sailed in search of the reef and explored it with much care, but failed to find the wreck. Phipps was confident that he was on the right track, however, and decided to return to England, refit, and ship a new crew. The riff-raff which he had picked up at Jamaica in place of the mutineers were hardly the lads to be trusted with a great store of treasure on board. At about this time Charles II quit his earthly kingdom, and it is to be hoped found another kind of treasure laid up for him. James II needed all his warships, and he promptly took the Rose frigate from Captain Phipps and sent him adrift to ship for himself. A man of less inflexible resolution and courage might have been disheartened, but Phipps made a louder noise than ever with his treasure story, and would not budge from London. He was put in jail, somehow got himself out, and stood up to his enemies and silenced them, all the while seeking noble patrons with money to venture on another voyage. At length, and a year had been spent in this manner, Phipps interested the Duke of Albemarle, son of the famous General Monk who had been active in restoring Charles II to the throne of the Stuarts. Several other gentlemen of the court took shares in the speculation, including a naval man, Sir John Narborough. They put up $2,400 to outfit a ship, and the king was persuaded to grant Phipps letters of patent or a commission as a duly authorized treasure seeker, in return for which favor His Majesty was to receive 1/10 of the booty. To Phipps was promised a 16th of what he should recover. This enterprise was conceived in 1686, and was so singularly like the partnership formed 10 years later to finance the cruise of Captain Kidd after pirates' plunder, that the Earl of Bellamont, Lord Chancellor Somers, the Earl of Shrewsbury, and William III may have been somewhat inspired to undertake this unlucky adventure by the dazzling success of the Phipps Syndicate. In a small merchantman called the James and Mary, Captain Phipps set sail from England in 1686, having another vessel to serve as a tender. Arriving at Port de la Plata, he hewed out a large canoe from a cottonwood tree, so large as to carry 8 or 10 oars, says Cotton Mather, for the making of which porigua, as they call it, he did, with the same industry that he did everything else, employ his own hand and adze, and ensure no little hardship lying abroad in the woods many nights together. The canoe was used by a gang of native divers quartered on board the tender. For some time they worked along the edge of a reef called the Boilers, guided by the story of that ancient Spaniard, but found nothing to reward their exertions. This crew was returning to report to Captain Phipps when one of the men, staring over the side into the wonderfully clear water, spied a sea feather, or marine plant of uncommon beauty, growing from what appeared to be a rock. An Indian was sent down to fetch it as a souvenir of the bootless quest, that they might, however, carry home something with them. This diver presently bobbed up with the sea feather, and therewithal a surprising story, that he perceived a number of great guns in the wiry world, where he had found the feather. The report of which great guns exceedingly astonished the whole company, and at once turned their despondencies for their ill success into assurances that they had now lit upon the true spot of ground which they had been looking for, and they were further confirmed in these assurances when upon further diving the Indian fetched up a sow, as they styled it, or a lump of silver worth perhaps 200 or 300 pounds. Upon this they prudently buoyed the place, that they might readily find it again, and they went back unto their captain, whom for some while they distressed with nothing but such bad news as they formerly thought they must have carried him. Nevertheless, they so slipped the sow of silver on one side under the table, where they were now sitting with the captain, and hearing him express his resolutions to wait still patiently upon the providence of God under these disappointments, that when he should look on one side he might see that odd thing before him. At last he saw it, and cried out with some agony, "What is this? Whence comes this?" And then with changed countenance they told him how and where they got it. Then said he, "Thanks be to God, we are made." And so away they went, all hands to work, wherein they had this further piece of remarkable prosperity, that whereas, if they had first fallen upon that part of the Spanish wreck where the pieces of 8 had been stowed in bags among the ballast, they had seen more laborious and less enriching times of it. Now, most happily, they first fell upon that room in the wreck where the bullion had been stored up, and then so prospered in this new fishery, that in a little while they had, without the loss of any man's life, brought up 32 tons of silver, for it was now come to measuring silver by tons. While these jolly treasure seekers were hauling up the silver hand over fist, one Adderley, a seaman of the New Providence in the Bahamas, was hired with his vessel to help in the gorgeous salvage operations. Alas, after Adderley had recovered 6 tons of bullion, the sight of so much treasure was too much for him. He took a share to the Bermudas, and led such a gay life with it that he went mad and died after a year or 2. Hard-hearted William Phipps was a man of another kind, and he drove his crew of divers and wreckers, sailors keeping busy on deck at hammering, from the silver bars, crust of limestone several inches thick, from which they knocked out a whole bushel of pieces of 8 which were grown thereunto. Besides that incredible treasure of plate in various forms, thus fetched up from 7 or 8 fathoms under water, there were vast riches of gold and pearls and jewels, which they also lit upon, and indeed, for a more comprehensive invoice, I must but summarily say, all that a Spanish frigate was to be enriched withal. At length the little squadron ran short of provisions, and most reluctantly Captain Phipps decided to run for England with his precious cargo, and return the next year. He swore all his men to secrecy, believing that there was more good fishing at the wreck. During the homeward voyage, his seamen quite naturally yearned for a share of the profits, they having signed on for monthly wages. They were for taking the ship to be gone and lead a short life and a merry one. Phipps argued them out of this rebellious state of mind, promising every man a share of the silver, and if his employers would not agree to this, to pay them from his own pocket. Up the Thames sailed the lucky little merchantman, James and Mary, in the year of 1687, with 300,000 pounds sterling freightage of treasure in her hold, which would amount to a good deal more than $1.5 million nowadays. Captain Phipps played fair with his seamen, and they fled ashore in the greatest good humor to fling their pieces of eight among the taverns and girls of Wapping, Limehouse, and Rotherhithe. The king was given his tenth of the cargo, and a handsome fortune it was. To Phipps fell his allotted share of a 16th, which set him up with 16,000 pounds sterling. The Duke of Albemarle was so much gratified that he sent that gentlewoman, Mrs. William Phipps, a gold cup worth 1,000 pounds. Phipps showed himself an honest man in an age when sea morals were exceedingly lax, and not a penny of the treasure, beyond what was due him, stuck to his fingers. Men of his integrity were not over plentiful in England after the Restoration, and the king liked and trusted this brusque, stalwart sailor from New England. At Windsor Castle he was knighted, and it was now Sir William Phipps, if you please. Judge Sewell's diary contains this entry, Friday, October 21st, 1687.
I went to offer my Lady Phipps my house by Mr. Moody's, and to congratulate her preferment. As to the former, she had bought Sam Wakefield's house and ground last night for £350. I gave her a gazette that related her husband's knighthood, which she had not seen before, and wished his success might not hinder her passage to a greater and better estate. She gave me a cup of good beer, and thanked me for my visit.
Sir William would have still another try at the wreck, and this time there was no lack of ships and patronage. A squadron was fitted out in command of Sir John Narborough, and one of the company was the Duke of Albemarle. They made their way to the reef, but the remainder of the treasure had been lifted, and the expedition sailed home empty-handed. Hatterley of New Providence had babbled in his cups, and one of his men had been bribed to take the party of Bermuda wreckers to the reef. The place was soon swarming with all sorts of crafts, some of them from Jamaica and Hispaniola, and they found a large amount of silver before they stripped the wreck clean. The king offered Sir William a place as one of the commissioners of the Royal Navy, but he was homesick for New England, and desired to be a person of consequence in his own land. His friends obtained for him a patent as High Sheriff of Massachusetts, and he returned to Boston after 5 years' absence, to entertain his lady with some accomplishment of his predictions, and then built himself a fair brick house in the very place which was foretold. The fair brick house was of 2 stories with a portico and columns. It stood on the corner of the present Salem Street, then the Green Lane, and Charter Street, so named by Sir William Phipps in honor of the new charter under which he became the first provincial or royal governor. There was a lawn and gardens, a watch house and stables, and a stately row of butternuts. North Boston was then the fashionable or court end of the town. The Puritans and Pilgrims were seething with indignation against the royal government overseas. The original charter under which the colony of Massachusetts Bay exercised self-government had been annulled. Charles II was determined to bring all the New England colonies under the sway of a royal governor. The question of taxation had also begun to simmer a full century before the Revolution. Sir William Phipps found his berth of high sheriffs a difficult and turbulent business, and the infamous government then rampant there found a way wholly to put the execution of his patent. Yea, he was like to have his person assassinated in the face of the sun before his own door. This rough ship carpenter and treasure seeker weathered the storm and rose so high in the good graces of the throne that in 1692 he carried to Massachusetts the new charter signed by William III, by virtue of which he became the first royal governor of that colony, and as an administrator he was no less interesting than when he was cruising off the coast of Hispaniola. Manners of the quarter-deck he carried to the governor's office. His fists were as ready as his tongue, and his term of 2 years was enlivened by one lusty quarrel after another. In no wise ashamed of his humble beginnings, he gave a dinner to his old friends of the Boston shipyard, and told these honest artisans that if it were not for his service to the people, he would be much easier in returning to his broad axe again. Hawthorne has given a picture of him in the days of his greatness. A man of strong and sturdy frame, whose face has been roughened by northern tempests and blackened by the burning sun of the West Indies. He wears an immense periwig flowing down over his shoulders. His coat has a wide embroidery of golden foliage, and his waistcoat likewise is all flowered over and bedizened with gold. His red rough hands, which have done many a good day's work with the hammer and adze, are half covered by the delicate lace ruffles at his wrists. On a table lies his silver-headed sword, and in the corner of the room stands his gold-headed cane, made of a beautifully polished West India wood. Cotton Mather helps to complete the presentment by relating that he was very tall beyond the common set of men, and thick as well as tall, and strong as well as thick. He was in all respects exceedingly robust, and able to conquer such difficulties of diet and travel as would have killed most men alive. Nor did the fat whereunto he grew very much in his later years take away the vigor of his motions. As a fighting seaman and soldier, Sir William Phipps saw hard service before he was made royal governor. In 1690 he was in command of an expedition which made a successful raid on the French in Arcadia, captured Port Royal, and conquered the province. Among the English state papers in the public record office is his own account of the feat of arms of his expedition against Quebec. In March 1690, he wrote, "I sailed with 7 ships and 700 men, raised by the people of New England, reduced Arcadia in 3 weeks, and returned to Boston. It was then thought well to prosecute a further expedition. 2,300 men were raised, with whom, and about 30 ships. I sailed from New England on 10th August 1690, but by bad weather and contrary winds did not reach Quebec till October. Frost was already so sharp that it made 2 inches of ice in a night. After summoning Count de la Frontenac and receiving a reviling answer, I brought my ships up within musket shot of their cannon, and fired with such success that I dismounted several of their largest cannon and beat them from their works in less than 24 hours. At the same time 1,400 men, who had been landed, defeated a great part of the enemy, and by the account of the prisoners, the city must have been taken in 2 or 3 days. But the smallpox and fever increased so fast as to delay the pushing of the siege till the weather became too severe to permit it. On my leaving Quebec, I received several messages from French merchants of the best reputation, saying how uneasy they were under French administration, and how willing they were to be under their majesties." In a Narrative of the Expedition against Quebec, written at the time, is this passage. "Whilst these things were doing on shore, Captain William Phipps with his men of war came close up to ye city. He did acquit himself with ye greatest bravery. I have diligently inquired of those that know it, who affirm that there was nothing wanting in his part, either as to conduct or courage. He ventured within pistol shot of their cannon, and soon beat them from thence, and battered ye town very much. He was for some hours warmly entertained with their great guns. The vessel wherein Sir William commanded had 200 men. It was shot through in 100 places with shot of 24-pound weight. Yet through ye wonderful providence of God, but 1 man was killed and 2 mortally wounded in that hot engagement, which continued ye greatest part of ye night, and ye next day several hours." Another letter written by Sir William Phipps, addressed from Boston to William Lathwaite, soon after he was made governor, shows him in a light even more engaging. The witchcraft frenzy was at its height, and only 3 weeks before this date, October 12, 1692, 14 men and women had been hanged in Salem. This letter, as copied from the original document, runs as follows. "On my arrival I found this province miserably harassed by a most horrible witchcraft or possession of devils, which had broken in upon several towns. Some scores of poor people were taken with preternatural torments. Some were scalded with brimstone. Some had pins stuck into their flesh. Others were hurried into fire and water, and some were dragged out of their houses and carried over the tops of trees and hills for many miles together. It has been represented to me as much like that of Sweden 30 years ago, and there were many committed to prison on suspicion of witchcraft before my arrival. The loud cries and clamor of the friends of the afflicted, together with the advice of the deputy governor and council, prevailed with me to appoint a court of Org and Terminer to discover what witchcraft might be at the bottom, and whether it were not a possession. The chief judge was the deputy governor, and the rest people of the best prudence and figure that could be pitched upon. At Salem in Essex County, they convicted more than 20 persons of witchcraft. Some of the accused confessed their guilt. The court, as I understand, began their proceedings with the accusations of the afflicted persons, and then went upon other evidences to strengthen that. I was in the east of the colony throughout almost the whole of the proceedings, trusting to the court as to the right method of dealing with cases of witchcraft. But when I returned, I found many persons in a strange ferment of dissatisfaction, which was increased by some hot spirits that blew upon the flame. On inquiry into the matter, I found that the devil had taken upon him the name and shape of several persons who were doubtless innocent, for which cause I have now forbidden the committal of any more accused persons. And them that have been committed I would shelter from any proceedings wherein the innocent could suffer wrong. I would also await the king's orders in this perplexing affair. I have put a stop to the printing of any discourses on either side that may increase useless disputes, for open contest would mean an unextinguishable flame. I have been grieved to see that some who should have done better services to their majesties and this province have so far taken counsel with passion as to declare the precipitancy of these matters. As soon as I had done fighting the king's enemies, and understood the danger of innocent people through the accusations of the afflicted, I put a stop to the court proceedings till the king's pleasure should be known. It was Governor Phipps who suppressed the witchcraft persecutions, and special court that had passed so many wicked death sentences was shorn of its powers by his order. Other prisoners were later acquitted, and 150 released from jail. No sooner was this burly figure of a man finished with the witchcraft business than he was leading a force of Indian allies against the French. His birth and youth in the East had rendered him well known to the Indians there, says Cotton Mather. He had hunted and fished many a weary day in his childhood with them, and when these rude savages had got the story that he had found a ship full of money, and was now become all one a king, they were mightily astonished at it. But when they further understood that he was now become the governor of New England, it added a further degree of consternation to their astonishment. He was too strenuous a person, was this astonishing William Phipps, to remain tamed and conservative when there was no strong work in hand. With that gold-headed cane of his he cracked the head of the captain of the Nonsuch frigate of the Royal Navy, and with his hard fist he pounded the collector of the port, after swearing at him with such oaths as better befitted a buccaneer than the governor of the province. These quarrels arose from a dispute over the authority of Sir William to lay down the law as he pleased. By virtue of his commission as vice-admiral of the colony, he held that he had the right to judge and condemn naval prizes. The collector claimed jurisdiction, and when he refused to deliver a cargo of plunder brought in by a privateer, the governor blacked his eyes for him. As for the naval skipper, Captain Short, his experience with the Phipps temper was even more disastrous. He refused to lend some of his men to man a cruiser, which the governor wished to send after coastwise pirates. When next the twain meet, Captain Short was first well thrashed, then bundled off to prison, and from there skipped home to England in a merchantman. Such methods of administration had served admirably well to rule those mutinous dogs of seamen aboard the Rose frigate, but they were resented in Boston, and after other altercations, Governor Phipps found it necessary to go to England to answer the complaints, which had been piling up in the offices of the Lords of the Council of Trade and Plantations. He sailed in his own yacht, a brigantine built in a Boston shipyard, and we may be sure that he was ready to face his accusers with a stout heart. Hutchinson, in his History of Massachusetts, analyzed the trouble as follows.
Sir William Phipps' rule was short. His conduct when captain of a ship of war is represented very much to his advantage, but further talents were necessary for the good government of a province. He was of a benevolent, friendly disposition, at the same time quick and passionate. A vessel arrived from the Bahamas with a load of fustic, for which no bond had been given. Colonel Foster, a merchant of Boston, a member of the council, and fast friend of the governor, bought the fustic at such price that he was loth to give up the bargain. The collector seized the vessel and goods, and upon Foster's representation to the governor, he interposed. There was at that time no court of admiralty. Sir William took a summary way of deciding this case, and sent an order to the collector to forbear meddling with the goods, and upon his refusal to observe orders, the governor went to the wharf, and after warm words on both sides, laid hands upon the collector, with what degree of violence was controverted by both. The governor prevailed, and the vessel and goods were taken out of the hands of the collector. There had been a misunderstanding also between the governor and Captain Short of the Nonsuch frigate. In their passage from England a prize was taken, and Short complained that the governor had deprived him of part of his share or legal interest in her. Whether there were grounds for it does not appear. The captains of men of war stationed in the colonies were in those days required to follow such instructions as the governors gave them relative to their cruises and the protection of the trade of the colonies, and the governor, by his commission, had power, in case of any great crime committed by any of the captains of men of war, to suspend them, and the next officer was to succeed. The governor required Captain Short to order part of the men belonging to the Nonsuch upon such service, which I do not find mentioned, probably to some cruiser, there being many picaroons about the eastern coast, but he refused to do it. This was ill taken by the governor, and meeting Captain Short in the street, warm words passed, and at length the governor made use of his cane and broke Short's head. Not content with this, he committed him to prison. The right of a governor to commit by his own warrant had not then been questioned. From the prison he removed him to the castle, and from those on board a merchant bound to London, to be delivered to the order of one of their Majesty's principal secretaries of state, giving the master a warrant or authority to do so. The vessel, by some accident, put in at Portsmouth in New Hampshire. Sir William, who seems to have been sensible of some irregularity in these proceedings, went to Portsmouth, required the master of the merchantman to return him the warrant, which he tore to pieces, and then ordered the cabin of the ship to be opened, secured Short's chests, and examined the contents. Short was prevented going home in this vessel, and went to New York to take passage from thence for England, but Sir F. Wheeler, arriving soon after at Boston, went for him and carried him home with him. The next officer succeeded in the command of the ship until a new captain arrived from England. Short was restored to the command of as good a ship.
King William refused to depose the famous treasure finder without hearing what he had to say in his defense, and Sir William stoutly swore that those whom he had punished got no more than they deserved. A strong party had been mustered against him, however, and he waged an uphill fight for vindication until death, the one foe for whom he did not think himself a match, took him by the heels and laid him in a vault beneath the church of St. Mary Woolnoth, London. A guidebook of that city, published in 1708, contained this description of the memorial placed therein.
At the east end of the church of St. Mary Woolnoth, near the northeast angle, is a pretty white marble monument, adorned with an urn between two cupids, the figure of a ship, and also a boat at sea, with persons in the water. These be held by a winged eye, all done in basso relief. Also the 7 medals, as that of King William and Queen Mary, some with Spanish impressions, as the castle, cross portent, etc., and likewise the figures of a sea quadrant, cross staff, and this inscription: Near this place is interred the body of Sir William Phipps, knight, who in the year 1687, by his great industry, discovered among the rocks near the banks of Bahama, on the north side of Hispaniola, a Spanish plate ship which had been under water 44 years, out of which he took in gold and silver to the value of 300,000 sterling, with a fidelity equal to his conduct, brought it all to London, where it was divided between himself and the rest of the adventurers, for which great service he was knighted by his then Majesty King James II, and at the request of the principal inhabitants of New England, he accepted of the government of the Massachusetts, in which he continued up to the time of his death, and discharged his trust with that zeal for the interest of the country, and with so little regard to his own private advantage, that he justly gained the good esteem and affection of the greatest and best part of the inhabitants of that colony. He died the 18th of February, 1694, and his lady, to perpetuate his memory, hath caused this monument to be erected.
It is far better to know the man as he was, rough-hewn, hasty, unlettered, but simple and honest as daylight, than to accept the false and silly epitaph of Cotton Mather that he was a person of so sweet a temper that they who were most intimately acquainted with him would commonly pronounce him the best conditioned gentleman in the world. After he had wrested his fortune from the bottom of the sea in circumstances splendidly romantic, he used the power with which his wealth gained for him wholly in the service of the people of his own country. During his last visit to London, when he had grown tired of being a royal governor, he harked back to his old love, and was planning another treasure voyage. The Spanish wreck was not the only, nor the richest wreck which he knew to be lying under the water. He knew particularly that when the ship which had Governor Bobadilla aboard was cast away, there was, as Peter Martyr says, an entire table of gold, 3,310 pounds weight.
And supposing himself to have gained sufficient information of the right way to such a wreck, it was his purpose, upon his dismission from his government, once more to have gone upon his old fishing trade, upon a mighty shelf of rocks and banks of sand that lie where he had informed himself.
Never was there so haunting a reference to lost treasure as this mention of that gold table that went down with Governor Bobadilla. The words rang like a peal of magic bells. Alas, the pity of it, that Sir William Phipps did not live to fit out a brave ship and go in quest of this wondrous treasure, for of all men, then or since, he was the man to find it.
Bobadilla was that governor of Hispaniola who was sent from Spain in 1500 by Ferdinand and Isabella to investigate the affairs of the colony as administered by Christopher Columbus. He put Columbus in chains and shipped him home, but the great discoverer found a friendly welcome there and was sent back for his 4th voyage. He reached Hispaniola on the day that Bobadilla was sailing for Spain, in his turn to give place to a new governor, Ovando by name. Bobadilla embarked at San Domingo in the largest ship of the fleet, on board of which was put an immense amount of gold, the revenue collected for the crown during his government, which he hoped might ease the disgrace of his recall.
The Spanish historian Las Casas, besides other old chroniclers, mentioned this solid mass of virgin gold, which Peter Martyr affirmed that had been fashioned into a table. This enormous nugget had been found by an Indian woman in a brook on the estate of Francisco de Garay and Miguel Diaz, and been taken to Bobadilla to send to the king. According to Las Casas, it weighed 3,600 castellanos. When Bobadilla's fleet weighed anchor, Columbus sent a messenger urging his ships to remain in port because a storm was imminent. The pilots and seamen scoffed at the warning, and the galleons stood out from San Domingo only to meet a tropical hurricane of terrific violence. Off the most easterly point of Hispaniola, Bobadilla's ship went down with all on board. If this galleon carrying the gold table, besides much other treasure, had foundered in deep water, it is unlikely that Sir William Phipps would have planned to go in search of her. If, however, the ship had been smashed on a reef, he may have fished up information from some other ancient Spaniard as to her exact location. The secret was buried in his grave, and he left no chart to show where he hoped to find that marvelous treasure, and nobody knows the bearings of that mighty shelf of rock and bank of sands that lie where he had informed himself. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 6. The Bold Sea Rogue, John Quelch. The Isles of Shoals, lying within sight of Portsmouth Harbor on the New Hampshire coast, are rich in buried treasure legends, and rocky Appledore is distinguished by the ghost of a pirate, a pale and dreadful spectre, whose neck bears the livid mark of the hangman's noose. This is a ghost in whose case familiarity has bred contempt among the matter-of-fact islanders, for they call him Old Bab, and employ him to frighten naughty children. Drake's Nooks and Corners of the New England Coast narrates in the proper melodramatic manner the best of these traditions. Among others to whom it is said these islands were known was the celebrated Captain Teach, or Blackbeard, as he was often called. He is supposed to have buried immense treasure here, some of which has been dug up and appropriated by the islanders. On one of his cruises, while lying off the Scottish coast waiting for a rich trader, he was boarded by a stranger who came off in a small boat from the shore. The visitor demanded to be led before the pirate chief, in whose cabin he remained closeted for some time. At length Blackbeard appeared on deck with the stranger, whom he introduced as a comrade. The vessel they were expecting soon came in sight, and after a bloody conflict became the prize of Blackbeard. The newcomer had shown such bravery that he was given command of the captured merchantman. The stranger soon proved himself a pirate leader of great skill and bravery, and went cruising off to the southward and the coast of the Spanish Main. At last, after his appetite for wealth had been sated, he sailed back to his native land of Scotland, made a landing, and returned on board with the insensible body of a beautiful young woman in his arms. The pirate ship then made sail, crossed the Atlantic, and anchored in the roadstead of the Isles of Shoals. Here the crew passed the time in secreting their riches and in carousing. The commander's portion was buried on an island apart from the rest. He roamed over the isles with his beautiful companion, forgetful, it would seem, of his fearful trade, until one day a sail was seen standing in for the islands. All was now activity on board the pirate, but before getting under way the outlaw carried the maiden to the island where he had buried his treasure, and made her take a fearful oath to guard the spot from mortals until his return, were it not till doomsday. The strange sail proved to be a warlike vessel in search of the freebooter. A long and desperate battle ensued, in which the cruiser at last silenced her adversary's guns. The vessels were grappled for a last struggle when a terrible explosion strewed the sea with the fragments of both. Stung to madness by defeat, knowing that if taken alive a gibbet awaited him, the rover had fired the magazine, involving friend and foe in a common fate. A few mangled wretches succeeded in reaching the islands, only to perish miserably one by one from hunger and cold. The pirate's mistress remained true to her oath to the last, or until she had succumbed to want and exposure. By report, she has been seen more than once on White Island, a tall, shapely figure, wrapped in a long sea cloak, her head and neck uncovered, except by a profusion of golden hair. Her face is described as exquisitely rounded, but pale and still as marble. She takes her stand on the verge of a low, projecting point, gazing fixedly out upon the ocean in an attitude of intense expectation.
A forager race of fishermen avouched that her ghost was doomed to haunt those rocks until the last trump shall sound, and that ancient graves to be found on the islands were tenanted by Blackbeard's men. It is more probable that whatever treasure may be hidden among the Isles of Shoals was hidden there by the shipmates of a great scamp of a pirate named John Quelch, who fills an interesting page in the early history of the Massachusetts colony. In proof of this assertion is the entry in one of the old records of Salem, written in the year 1704. Major Stephen Sewell, Captain John Turner, and 40 volunteers embark in a shallop in Fort Pinnacle after sunset to go in search of some pirates who sailed from Gloucester in the morning. Major Sewell brought into Salem a galley, Captain Thomas Lorimore, on board of which he had captured some pirates and some of their gold at the Isle of Shoals. Major Sewell carries the pirates to Boston under a strong guard. Captain Quelch and 5 of his crew are hung. About 13 of the ship's company remain under sentence of death, and several more are cleared. By no means all of the blood-stained gold of Quelch was recovered by this expedition which went to the Isles of Shoals, and it is more likely to be hidden there to this day than anywhere else. Quelch was a bold figure of a pirate, worthy to be named in the company of the most dashing of his profession in the era of Kidd, Bradish, Bellamy, and Lowe. His story is worth the telling because it is, in a way, a sequel of the tragedy of Captain Kidd. In 1703, the brigantine Charles, of about 80 tons, owned by leading citizens and merchants of Boston, was fitted out as a privateer to go cruising against the French off the coast of Arcadia and Newfoundland. On July 13th of that year, her commander, Captain David Plowman, received his commission from Governor Dudley of the province to sail in pursuit of the Queen's enemies and pirates, with other customary instructions. There was some delay in shipping a crew, and on the 1st of August, the Charles was riding off Marblehead when Captain Plowman was taken ill. He sent a letter to his owners, stating that he was unable to take the vessel to sea, and suggesting that they come on board next day and take some speedy care in saving what we can. The owners went to Marblehead, but the captain was too ill to confer with them. He was able, however, to write again, this time urging them to have the vessel carried to Boston and the arms and stores landed in order to prevent embezzlement, and, advising against sending the Charles on her cruise under a new commander, added the warning that it will not do with these people, meaning the crew then on board. Before the owners could take any measures to safeguard their property, the brigantine had made sail and was standing out to sea, stolen by her crew. The helpless captain was locked in his cabin, and the new commander on the quarterdeck was John Quelch, who had planned and led the mutiny. Instead of turning to the northward, the bow of the Charles was pointed for the South Atlantic and the track of the Spanish trade, where there was rich pirating. Somewhere in the Gulf Stream, poor Captain Plowman was dragged on deck and tossed overboard by order of Quelch. A flag was then hoisted, called Old Roger, described as having in the middle of it an anatomy, skeleton, with an hourglass in one hand and a dart in the heart, with 3 drops of blood proceeding from it in the other. When the coast of Brazil was reached, Quelch and his men drove a thriving trade. Between November 15, 1703, and February 17, 1704, they boarded and took 9 vessels, of which 5 were brigantines, and 1 large ship carrying 12 guns. All these craft flew the Portuguese flag, and Portugal was an ally of England by virtue of a treaty which had been signed at Lisbon on May 16, 1703. What became of the crews of these hapless vessels was not revealed, but the plunder included salt, sugar, rum, beer, rice, flour, cloth, silk, 100 weight of gold dust, gold and silver coin to the value of 1,000 pounds, 2 Negro boys, great guns, small arms, ammunition, sails, and cordage. One of the largest of the brigantines was kept to serve as a tender. 2 weeks after the Charles had taken French leave from Marblehead, her owners, surmising that she had been headed toward the West Indies, persuaded Governor Dudley to take action, and letters were sent to officials in various islands instructing them to be on the lookout for the runaway privateer and to seize her crew as pirates. Quelch was a wily rogue, however, and kept clear of all pursuit, nor was anything more heard of the Charles until, with extraordinary audacity, he came sailing back to New England in the following May and dropped anchor off Marblehead.
His men quickly scattered along shore,
and gave out the story which he had cooked up for them, that Captain Plowman had died of his illness while at sea, that Quelch had been obliged to take command, and that they had recovered a great deal of treasure from the wreck of a Spanish galleon. The yarn was fishy, the men talked too much in their cups,
and the owners of the Charles were not satisfied with Quelch's glib explanation. They laid information against him in writing, and the vessel was searched, the plunder indicating that the lawless crew had been lifting the goods of subjects of the King of Portugal. The first mention of the affair in the Boston Newsletter was in the issue for the week of May 15, 1704. Arrived at Marblehead, Captain Quelch, in the brigantine that Captain Plowman went out in. It is said to come from New Spain, and have made a good voyage. Quelch was a good deal more of a man than Captain Kidd, who skulked homeward, hiding his treasure, parleying with Governor Bellamont at long range, afraid to come to close quarters. A strutting, swaggering villain was John Quelch, daring to beard the lion in his den, trusting to his ability to deceive with the authorities. To have run away with a privateer, thrown the captain overboard, filled the hold with loot, and then sailed back to Marblehead was no ordinary achievement. However, this truly artistic piracy was so coldly welcomed that a week after his arrival had been chronicled, he was in jail and the following proclamation issued. By the Honorable Thomas Povey, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor and Commander-in-Chief, for the time being, of Her Majesty's Province of the Massachusetts Bay in New England, a proclamation.
Whereas John Quelch,
late commander of the brigantine Charles and his company to her belonging, viz., John Lambert, John Miller, John Clifford, John Dorothy, James Parrott, Charles James, William Whiting, John Pittman, John Templeton, Benjamin Perkins, William Wiles, Richard Lawrence, Erasmus Peterson, John King, Charles King, Isaac Johnson, Nicholas Lawson, Daniel Cheval, John Way, Thomas Farrington, Matthew Primer, Anthony Holding, William Rayner, John Quittance, John Harwood, William Jones, Dennis Carter, Nicholas Richardson, James Austin, James Patson, Joseph Hutnut, George Pierce, George Norton, Gabriel Davis, John Breck, John Carter, Paul Gins, Nicholas Dunbar, Richard Thurbar, Daniel Chilly, and others,
have lately imported a considerable quantity of gold dust,
and some bar and coin gold, which they are violently suspected to have gotten and obtained by felony and piracy from some of Her Majesty's friends and allies, and have imported and shared the same among themselves, without any adjudication or condemnation thereof to be lawful prizes, the said commander and some others being apprehended and in custody, the rest are absconded and fled from justice. I have therefore thought fit, by and with the advice of Her Majesty's Council, strictly to command and require all officers, civil and military, and others Her Majesty's loving subjects, to apprehend and seize the said persons, or any of them, whom they may know or find, and them secure in their treasure, and bring them before one of the council, or next justice of the peace, in order to their being safely conveyed to Boston, to be examined and brought to answer what shall be objected against them on Her Majesty's behalf. And all Her Majesty's subjects and others are hereby strictly forbidden to entertain, harbor, or conceal any of the said persons, or their treasure, or to convey away, or in any manner further the escape of any of them, on pain of being proceeded against with utmost severity of law, as accessories and partakers with them in their crime. Given at the Council Chamber in Boston, the 24th day of May in the 3rd year of the reign of our Sovereign Lady Anne, by the grace of God of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, Queen, Defender of the Faith, etc. Anoque Dame, 1704. T. Povey, by order of the Lieutenant Governor and Council, Isaac Addington, Secretary. God save the Queen. The editor of the Boston Newsletter, commenting on the foregoing fulmination, saw fit to qualify his previous mention of Quelch's voyage, and announced under date of May 27th. Our last gave an account of Captain Quelch's being said to arrive from North Spain, having made a good voyage, but by the foregoing proclamation 'tis uncertain whence they came, and too palpably evident that they have committed piracies, either upon Her Majesty's subjects or allies. William Whiting lies sick, like to die, not yet examined. There are 2 more of them sick at Marblehead, and another in Salem, Yale, and James Austin, imprisoned at Piscataqua. As soon as Governor Dudley returned to Boston, a few days later, he issued a proclamation to reinforce that of the Lieutenant Governor, and one paragraph indicated that the case of John Quelch was moving swiftly toward the gallows. And it being now made evident by the confession of some of the said persons apprehended and examined, that the gold and treasure by them imported was robbed and taken from the subject of the crown of Portugal, on which they have also acted divers villainous murders, I have thought fit, etc. It was believed that several of the crew had scampered off with a large amount of the treasure, for Governor Dudley laid great stress on overhauling sundry of them, mentioned by name, with their treasure concealed. In his speech at the opening of the General Court on June 1st, he stated, "The last week has discovered a very notorious piracy committed upon Her Majesty's allies, the Portugal, on the coast of Brazil, by Quelch and Company, in the Charles Galley, for the discovery of which all possible methods have been used, and the severest process against those vile men shall be speedily taken, that the province be not thereby disparaged, as they have been heretofore. And I hope every good man will do his duty, according to the several proclamations, to discover the pirates and their treasure, agreeable to the acts of Parliament in that case made and provided." Dudley was as energetic in pursuit of the runaway pirates as Bellamont had been, and the News Letter recorded his activities in this wise. "Warrants are issued forth to seize and apprehend Captain Larimore in the Larimore galley, who is said to have sailed from Cape Ann with 9 or 11 pirates of Captain Quelch's company. There is 2 more of the pirates seized this week and in custody, viz. Benjamin Perkins and John Templeton. Rhode Island, June 9th. The Honorable Samuel Cranston, Esquire, Governor of Her Majesty's Colony of Rhode Island, etc., having received a proclamation emitted by His Excellency Joseph Dudley, Esquire, General and Governor-in-Chief in and over Her Majesty's Province of the Massachusetts Bay, etc., for seizing and apprehending the late company of pirates belonging to the brigantine Charles, of whom John Quelch was commander, by and with the advice of the Deputy Governor and Council present, issued forth his further proclamation to seize and apprehend said pirates or any of their treasure, and to bring them before one of the Council or next Justice of the Peace, in order to be conveyed to the town of Newport, to be examined and proceeded with according to law. Commanding the Sheriff to publish this and His Excellency's proclamation in the town of Newport and in other towns of the colony, strictly forbidding all Her Majesty's subjects and others to conceal any of them or their treasure, or convey and further their escape, on pain of being proceeded against with utmost severity of law." Marblehead, June 9th. The Honorable Samuel Sewell, Nathaniel Blyfield, and Paul Dudley, Esquires, came to this place yesterday, in obedience to His Excellency the Governor, his order for the more effectual discovering and seizing the pirates lately belonging to the brigantine Charles, John Quelch, commander, with their treasure. They made Salem in their way, where Samuel Wayfield of Walter Bailey informed them of a rumor that 2 of Quelch's company were lurking at Cape Ann, waiting for a passage off the coast. Commissioners made out a warrant to Wakefield to search for them, and dispatched him away on Wednesday night. And having gained intelligence this morning that a certain number of them, well armed, were at Cape Ann, designing to go off in the Larimore galley, then at anchor in the harbor, they immediately sent men from several adjacent towns by land and water to prevent their escape, and went thither themselves to give necessary orders upon the place. Gloucester, upon Cape Ann, June 9th. The commissioners for seizing the pirates and their treasure arrived here this day. Were advised that the Larimore galley sailed in the morning eastward, and that a boat was seen to go off from the head of the cape, near Snake Island, full of men, supposed to be the pirates. Commissioners, seeing the government mocked by Captain Larimore and his officers, resolved to send after them. Major Stephen Sewell, who attended with a fishing shallop and the Fort Pinnacle, offered to go in pursuit of them, and Captain John Turner, Mr. Robert Briscoe, Captain Knight, and several other good men voluntarily accompanied him, to the number of 42 men who rowed out of the harbor after sunset, being little wind. Salem, June 11th. This afternoon Major Sewell brought into this port Larimore galley and 7 pirates, viz. Erasmus Peterson, Charles James, John Carter, John Pittman, Francis King, Charles King, John King, whom he, with his company, surprised and seized at the Isles of Shoals the 10th instant, viz. 4 of them on board the Larimore galley and 3 of them on shore on Star Island, being assisted by John Hinks and Thomas Phipps, Esquires, 2 of Her Majesty's Justices of New Hampshire, who were happily there, together with the Justices and the captain of the place. He also seized 45 ounces and 7 penny weight of gold of the said pirates, Captain Thomas Larimore, Joseph Wells, Lieutenant, and Daniel Warmall, Master, and the said pirates are secured in our jail. Gloucester, June 12th. Yesterday Master Sewell passed by this place with the Larimore galley and shallop trial, standing for Salem, and having little wind, set our men ashore on the eastern point, giving them notice that William Jones and Peter Roach, 2 of the pirates, had mistook their way, and were still left at the Cape, with strict charge to search for them, which our townspeople performed very industriously. Being strangers and destitute of all succours, they surrendered themselves this afternoon, and were sent to Salem prison. Boston, June 17th. On the 13th instant, Major Sewell attended with the strong guard brought to the town the above-mentioned pirates and gold he had seized, and gave His Excellency a full account of his procedure in seizing them.
The prisoners were committed to jail
In order to a trial, and the gold delivered to the treasurer and committee appointed to receive the same. The service of Major Sewell and company was very well accepted and rewarded by the governor. His Excellency was pleased on the 13th current to open the High Court of Admiralty for trying Captain John Quelch, late commander of the brigantine Charles, company for piracy, who were brought to the bar, and the articles exhibited against them read. They all pleaded not guilty, excepting 3, viz.
Matthew Primer,
John Clifford, and James Parrott, who were reserved for evidences, and are in Her Majesty's mercy. The prisoners moved for counsel, and His Excellency assigned them Mr. James Minses. The court was adjourned to the 16th. When met again, Captain Quelch preferred a petition to His Excellency, in honorable court, craving longer time, which was granted till Monday morning at 9 of the clock, when said court is to sit again in order to their trial. Newspaper reporting was primitive in the year of our Lord 1704, and we are denied further information of the merry chase after the fleeing pirates and their treasure. One would like to know more of that adventure at the Isles of Shoals, and what the fugitives were doing on shore at Star Island. The trial of Quelch and his companions was recorded with much more detail, because it had certain important and memorable aspects. It will be recalled that Kidd and his men were sent to England for trial by Bellamont for the reason that the colonial laws made no provision for executing the death sentence in the case of a convicted pirate. The difficulties and delays and the large expense incident to the Kidd proceedings were among the considerations which moved Parliament, by an act passed in the reign of William III, to confer upon the Crown authority to issue commissions for the trial of pirates by courts of admiralty out of the realm. Such a commission was finally sent to Lord Bellamont for the trial of pirates in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Another document of the same kind, granting him this power for New York, arrived there after his death. These rights were conferred by Queen Anne, and in her instructions to Governor Dudley she expressed her will and pleasure that in all matters relating to the prosecution of pirates he govern himself according to the act and commission aforesaid. The trial of Quelch was the first to be held by virtue of these authorizations, and therefore the first capital proceedings against pirates in the New England colonies. A special court was convened, and an imposing tribunal it was, comprising the governors and lieutenant governors of the provinces of Massachusetts Bay and New Hampshire, the judge of vice admiralty in each, the chief justices of the Superior Court of Judicature, the secretary of the province, member of the Council of Massachusetts Bay, and the collector of customs for New England. The sessions were held in the Star Tavern on the present Hanover Street of Boston, and Quelch was tried first, being charged with 9 several articles of piracy and murder. He was very expeditiously found guilty and sentenced to death, after which 19 of his company, in 2 batches, were dealt the same verdict. From this wholesale punishment, only 2 were accepted. William Whiting, the witnesses providing no matter of fact upon him, said Whiting being sick all the voyage and not active, and John Templeton, a servant about 14 years of age and not charged with any action. These were acquitted. There are preserved only 2 copies of a broadside published in Boston in July of 1704, which quaintly portrays the strenuous efforts made to save the souls of the condemned pirates, who must have been men of uncommonly stout endurance to stand up under the sermons with which they were bombarded. This little pamphlet may serve as a warning to venturesome boys of the 20th century who yearn to go a-pirating and to bury treasure. An account of the behavior and last dying speeches of the 6 pirates that were executed on Charles River, Boston side, on Friday, June 30th, 1704, viz. Captain John Quelch, John Lambert, Christopher Scudamore, John Miller, Erasmus Peterson, and Peter Roach. The ministers of the town had used more than ordinary endeavors to instruct the prisoners and bring them to repentance. There were sermons preached in their hearing every day, and prayers daily made with them, and they were catechized, and they had many occasional exhortations, and nothing was left that could be done for their good. On Friday the 30th of June, 1704, pursuant to the orders in the dead warrant, the aforesaid pirates were guarded from the prison in Boston by 40 musketeers, constables of the town, provost marshal and his officers, etc., with 2 ministers, took great pains to prepare them for the last article of their lives. Being allowed to walk on foot through the town, to Scarlet's Wharf, where the silver ore being carried before them, they went by water to the place of execution, being crowded and thronged on all sides by multitudes of spectators. The ministers then spoke to the malefactors to this effect.
We have told you often, yea, we have told you weeping, that you have by sin undone yourselves, that you were born sinners, that you have lived sinners, that your sins have been many and mighty, and that the sins for which you are now to die are of no common aggravation. We have told you that there is a Savior for sinners, and we have shown you how to commit yourselves into his saving and healing hands. We have told you that if he save you, he will give you his hearty repentance for all your sins, and we have shown you how to express that repentance. We have told you what marks of life must be desired for your souls, that you may safely appear before the judgment seat of God. Oh, that the means used for your good may by the grace of God be made effectual. We can do no more, but leave you in his merciful hands.
When they were gone upon the stage, and silence was commanded, one of the ministers prayed as followeth.
O thou most great and glorious Lord, thou art a righteous and terrible God. It is a righteous and a holy law that thou hast given unto all, but what would soon have done the worst things in the world. Oh, the free grace, oh, the riches of that grace which has made all the difference. But now we cry us to break that good law, and sin against thy infinite majesty can be no little evil. Thy word is always true and very particular, that word of thine which has told us and warned us, evil pursueth sinners. We have seen it, we have seen it, we have before our eyes a dreadful demonstration of it. Oh, sanctify unto us a sight that has in it so much of the terror of the Lord. Here is a number of men that have been very great sinners, and that are to die before their time for their being wicked overmuch. But now we cry mightily to heaven, we lift up our cries to the God of all grace for the perishing souls, which are just now going to expire under the stroke of justice before our eyes. We mourn that upon some of them at least we do unto this minute see no better symptoms. But oh, is there not yet a room for sovereign grace to be displayed in their conversion and salvation? They perish if they do not now sincerely turn from sin to God and give themselves up to the Lord Jesus Christ. They righteously and horribly perish, and yet without influences from above they can do none of those things which must be done if they do not perish. Oh, let us beg it of our God that he would not be so provoked at their multiplied and prodigious impieties, and at their obstinate hardness under means of good formerly afforded them, as to withhold those influences from them. We cry to thee, O God of all grace, that thou wouldst not suffer them to continue in the gall of bitterness and bond of iniquity, and in the possession of the devil. Oh, knock off the chains of death which are upon their souls. Oh, snatch the prey out of the hands of the terrible. Discover to them the only Savior of their souls. Oh, dispose them. Oh, assist them to give the consent of their souls unto his wonderful proposals. Let them die, renouncing all dependence on any righteousness of their own. Alas, what can they have of their own to depend on? As a token and effect of their having accepted the righteousness of God, let them heartily repent of all their sins against thee, and abhor and cast up every morsel of their iniquity. Oh, let them not go out of the world raging and raving against the justice of God and man, and whatever part of the satanic image is yet remaining on their souls. Oh, efface it. Let them now die in such a state and such a frame as may render them fit to appear before God, the judge of all. What shall plead for them? Great God, grant that all the spectators may get good by the horrible spectacle that is now before them. Let all the people hear and fear, and let no more any such wickedness be done as has produced this woeful spectacle. And let all the people beware how they go on in the ways of sin and in the paths of the destroyer, after so solemn warnings. Oh, but shall our seafaring tribe on this occasion be in a singular manner affected with the warnings of God? Lord, may those our dear brethren be saved from the temptations which do so threaten them. Oh, let them not abandon themselves to profanity, to swearing, to cursing, to drinking, to lewdness, to accursed forgetfulness of their Maker and of the end for which he made them. Oh, let them not be abandoned of God unto their courses that will hasten them to a damnation that slumbers not. Oh, let the men hear the Lord exceedingly. We pray thee, let the condition of the 6 or 7 men, whom they now see dying for their wickedness upon the sea, be sanctified unto them.
They then severally spoke, viz. 1. Captain John Quelch. The last words he spoke to one of the ministers as going up the stage were,
I am not afraid of death. I am not afraid of the gallows. But I am afraid of what follows. I am afraid of a great God and the judgment to come.
But he afterwards seemed to brave it out too much against that fear. Also, when on the stage, he first pulled off his hat and bowed to the spectators, and not concerned, nor behaving himself so much like a dying man as some would have done. The ministers had in the way to his execution much desired him to glorify God at his death, by bearing a due testimony against the sins that had ruined him, and for the ways of religion which he had much neglected. Yet now, being called upon to speak, what he had to say, it was but this much.
What I have to say is this. I desire to be informed for what I am here. I am condemned only upon circumstances. I forgive all the world. So the Lord be merciful to my soul.
When Lambert was warning the spectators beware of bad company, Quelch joining,
They should also take care how they brought money into New England, to be hanged for it.
2. John Lambert. He appeared much hardened, and pleaded much on his innocency. He desired all men to beware of bad company. He seemed in great agony near his execution, called much and frequently on Christ for pardon of sin, that God Almighty would save his innocent soul. He desired to forgive all the world. His last words were, Lord, forgive my soul. O receive me into eternity. Blessed name of Christ, receive my soul. 3. Christopher Scudmore. He appeared very penitent since his condemnation, was very diligent to improve his time going to and at the place of execution. 4. John Miller. He seemed much concerned, and complained of a great burden of sins to answer for, expressing often, Lord, what shall I do to be saved? 5. Erasmus Peterson. He cried of injustice done him, and said,
It is very hard for so many lives to be taken away for a little gold.
He often said his peace was made with God, and his soul would be with God. He had extreme hard to forgive those he said had wronged him. He told the executioner he was a strong man, and prayed to be put out of his misery as soon as possible. 6. Peter Roach. He seemed little concerned, and said but little or nothing at all. Francis King was also brought to the place of execution, but reprieved. Printed for and sold by Nicholas Boone, at his shop near the old meeting house in Boston, 1704. Advertisement. There is now in the press, and will speedily be published, the arraignment, trial, and condemnation of Captain John Quelch, and others of his company, etc., for sundry piracies, robberies, and murder, committed upon the subjects of the King of Portugal, Her Majesty's ally, on the coast of Brazil, etc., who upon full evidence were found guilty at the courthouse in Boston on 13th June, 1704. With the arguments of the Queen's Counsel, and counsel for the prisoners, upon the act for the more effectual suppression of piracy, with an account of the ages of the several prisoners, and the places where they were born. The newsletter was less inclined to vouch for the pious inclinations of these poor wretches, and gravely stated that, notwithstanding all the great labor and pains taken by the reverend ministers of the town of Boston, ever since they were first seized and brought to town, both before and since their trial and condemnation, to instruct, admonish, preach, and pray for them, yet, as they had led a wicked and vicious life, so to appearance they died very obdurately and impenitently, hardened in their sins. Be that as it may, the figure of bold John Quelch on the gallows, bowing to the spectators, hat in hand, was that of no whimpering coward, and one admires him for that grimly sardonic touch of humor as he warned the silent, curious multitude to take care how they brought money into New England to be hanged for it. Among these devout and somber pilgrims and Puritans who listened to that singularly moving prayer, tremendous in its sincerity, were more than the few who were bringing money into New England by means of trade in rum and negroes, were very quietly buying and selling the merchandise fetched home by pirates who were lucky enough to keep clear of the law. The Massachusetts colonists dearly loved to make public parade of a rogue caught in the act, and to see 6 pirates hanged at once was a rare holiday indeed. These only of the number convicted and condemned were hanged. All the others were pardoned a year later by Queen Anne at the recommendation of Governor Dudley, with the exhortation that as they had now new lives given them, they should be new men, and be very faithful and diligent in the service of Her Majesty, who might as easily and justly have ordered their execution this day as sent their pardon. As one way of turning pirates to some useful account, these forgiven rogues were promptly drafted into the Royal Navy as able seamen, and doubtless made excellent food for powder. Although a large part of that hundredweight of gold was successfully concealed by Quelch and his comrades, either buried at the Isles of Shoals or otherwise spirited away, enough of it was recovered to afford a division of the spoils among various officials in a manner so suggestive of petty graft as to warrant the conclusion that piracy was not entirely a maritime trade in Puritan Boston. Every man jack of them who had anything whatever to do with catching or keeping or hanging Quelch and his fellows poked his finger into the bag of gold. It seems like very belated muck-raking to fish up the document that tells in detail what became of so much of the Quelch treasure as fell into the greedy hands of the authorities, but here are the telltale figures. To Stephen North, who kept the Star Tavern in which the trial was held, for the entertainment of the commissioners during the sitting of the Court of Admiralty, and 4 witnesses, £28, 11 shillings and 6 pence. To Lieutenant Governor Usher, expenses in securing and returning of James Austin's gold from the province of New Hampshire, £3, 10 shillings. To Richard Jesse, Sheriff of New Hampshire, and his officers, and under keeper, for charge of keeping the said Austin, expenses in his sickness, and charge of conveying him into this province, £9, 5 shillings. To Mr. James Menzies, of counsel for the prisoners on their trial, as signed by the commissioners, £20. To Henry Franklin, Marshal of the Admiralty, for the gibbet, guards, and execution, £29, 19 shillings. Later 40 shillings added to Thomas Barnard for erecting the gibbet. To Samuel Wakefield, Deputy Marshal of the Admiralty, for charges in apprehending several of the said pirates, £4, 5 shillings and 6 pence. To Mr. Apthorpe and Mr. Jesse, 2 of the constables of Boston, for their service about apprehending the said pirates, 40 shillings. To the constables of the several towns betwixt Bristol and Boston, for apprehending and conveying Christopher Cudamore, £2, 18 shillings. Captain Edward Brattle, charges on a Negro boy imported by the said pirates, 25 shillings. To Andrew Belcher, Esquire, charges for clothing of the witness, sent to England with Larimore and Wells, charged as accessories, £7, 18 shillings. To Paul Dudley, Esquire, the Queen's advocate for the prosecution of the said pirates, preparing the said trial for the press, supervising of the same, and for his service relating Captain Larimore in the whole, £36. To Thomas Newton, Esquire, counsel for the Queen in the said trial, £10. To Mr. John Valentine, Register, for his service on the trial, and for transcribing them to be transmitted to Her Majesty's High Court of Admiralty in England, £13. To Mr. Sheriff Dyer, for his service relating to the said prisoners, £5. To William Clark of Boston, for casks, shifting and landing the sugar and other things piratically and feloniously obtained by Captain Quelch and Company, and for storage of them, £13. To Daniel Willard, keeper of the prison in Boston, toward the charge of feeding and keeping of the said pirates, £30. To Andrew Belcher, the Commissary General, an additional sum of £5, 9 shillings and 6 pence for necessary clothing supplied to some of the pirates in prison. To Major James Sewell, for his pursuit and apprehension of 7 of the pirates, for the gratification of himself, Captain Turner, and other officers, £132, 5 shillings. The commissioners, Sewell, Byfeld, and Paul Dudley, received for their expenses and services, £25, 7 shillings and 10 pence. Finally, they were given to the captains of the several companies of militia in the town for Boston, for their charges and expenses on guards and watches on the pirates during their imprisonment, £27, 16 shillings and 3 pence. Captain Tuthill, for his assistance to secure and bring about the vessel and goods from Marblehead, £5. To Mr. Jeremiah Allen, the treasurer's bookkeeper, for his care and service about the said gold and goods, £5. Constable Apthorpe and Jesse, for their services, a further allowance of £3. The amount of the royal bounty given the governor as his share of the pirates' booty is not recorded. If the belief of those of their contemporaries who best know the Dudleys may be relied on, Fees and emoluments officially awarded them were by no means the extent of the profits from their dealings with the pirates and their treasure. When Cotton Mather quarreled with Governor Dudley a few years later, he did not hesitate to intimate this charge pretty broadly in the following passages in his memorial on the Dudley administration.
There have been odd collusions with the pirates of Quelch's company, of which one instance is, that there was extorted the sum of about £30 from some of the crew for liberty to walk at certain times in the prison yard. And this liberty having been allowed for 2 or 3 days unto them, they were again confined to their former wretched circumstances.
End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 7. The Armada Galleon of Tobermory Bay. Between the western highlands of Scotland and the remote, cloudy Hebrides lies the large island of Mull on the sound of that name. Its bold headlands are crowned with the ruins of grey castles that were once the strongholds of the clans of the MacLeans and the MacDonalds. Along these shores and waters, one generation after another of kilted fighting men, savage as Red Indians, raided and burned and slew in feuds whose memories are crowded with tragedy and romance. Near where Mull is washed by the Atlantic and the Sound opens toward the thoroughfares of the deep-sea shipping, is the pleasant town of Tobermory, which in the Gaelic means Mary's Well. The bay that it faces is singularly beautiful, almost landlocked, and of a depth sufficient to shelter a fleet. Into this bay of Tobermory there sailed one day a great galleon of Spain, belonging to that mighty armada which had been shattered and driven in frantic flight by English seamen with hearts of oak under Drake, Hawkins, Howard, Seymour, and Martin Frobisher, names to make the blood beat faster even now. The year was 1588, in the reign of Elizabeth, long ago. This fugitive galleon, aforetime so tall and stately and ornate, was racked and leaking, her painted sails in tatters, her Spanish sailors sick, weary, starved, after escaping from the English Channel and faring far northward around the stormy Orkneys. Many of her sister ships had crashed ashore on the Irish coast, while the surviving remnant of this magnificent flotilla wallowed forlornly home. Seeking provisions, repairs, respite from the terrors of the implacable ocean, the galleon Florencia dropped anchor in Tobermory Bay, and there she laid her bones. With her, it is said, was a lost great store of treasure in gold and plate, and ever since 1641, for more than 2½ centuries, the search for these riches has been carried on at intervals. More than likely, if you should go in one of Donald McBrain's steamers through the Sound of Mull next summer, and a delightful excursion it is, you would find an up-to-date suction dredge and a corps of divers employed by the latest syndicate to finance the treasure hunt, ransacking the mud of Tobermory Bay in the hope of finding Spanish gold of the Florencia. Many thousands have been vainly spent in the quest, but the lure of lost treasure has a fascination of its own, and after all the failure of Scotch and English seekers, American enterprise and capital have now taken hold of this romantic task. With the history of the Florencia galleon and her treasure is intimately interwoven the stirring chronicle of the deeds of the MacLeans of Mull and the MacDonalds of Islay and Skye. Out of the echoing past, the fanfare of Spanish trumpets is mingled with the skirl of the pipes, and the rapier of Toledo flashes beside the claymore of the Highlanders. The story really begins long before the doomed galleon sought refuge in Tobermory Bay. There were island chieftains of the clan MacLean, busy at cutting the throats of their enemies, as far remote in time as the 13th century. But their turbulent pedigrees need not concern our narrative until the warlike figure of Lachlan More MacLean, Big Lachlan, steps into its pages in the year of 1576. It was then that he came of age and set out from the court of James VI at Edinburgh, where he had been brought up, to claim his inherited estates of Mull. His wicked stepfather, Hector, met him in the castle of Duart, whose stout walls and battlements still loom not far from Tobermory, and tried to set him aside with false and foolish words. The astute youth perceived that if he were to come into his own, he must be up and doing, wherefore he speedily mustered friends and led them into Castle Duart by night. They carried his scheming stepfather to the island of Call, and there beheaded him, which made Lachlan's title clear to the lands of his ancestors. The next to mistake the medal of young Lachlan Mor was no less than Colin Campbell, 6th Earl of Argyll, head of a family very powerful in the Highlands even to this day. He was for seizing the estate by force after plotting to no purpose, and Angus MacDonald of Dunnywig was persuaded to help him with several hundred fighting men. Thus began a feud between the Macleans and the MacDonalds, which a few years later was to involve the great galleon Florencia of the Armada. Argyll and his force wasted the lands of Lachlan with fire and sword, and besieged one of his strongholds with 1,200 followers. War thus begun was waged without mercy, and one bloody episode followed on the heels of another. At the head of his clansmen, Lachlan swept into Argyll's country and made him cry quits. This was a large achievement, and the spirited young Lord of Duart was hailed as a Highland chief worthy of the king's favour. He went to court, was flattered by the great men there, and became the hero of as pretty and gallant a romance as a heart could wish. The king arranged that he should marry the daughter of the powerful Earl of Athol, and Lachlan could not say his sovereign nay. The contract arranged, he started for Mull to make ready for the wedding, but chanced to visit on the way William Cunningham, Earl of Glencairn, at his castle overlooking the Clyde. Cards were played to while away the evening, and Lachlan's partner was one of the daughters of the host. It so happened that the game was changed, and the players again cut for partners. At this, another daughter, the fair Margaret Cunningham, whispered to her sister that if the handsome Highland chief had been her partner, she would not have hazarded the loss of him by cutting anew. Lachlan overheard the compliment, as perhaps he was meant to do, and so far as he was concerned, hearts were trumps from that moment. He wooed and won Margaret Cunningham, and married her forthwith. The king was greatly offended, but what cared this happy man? He carried his bride to Duart, and laughed at his foes. The quiet life at home was not for him, however. Soon he was playing the game of the sword with the MacDonalds of Islay until a truce was patched by means of a marriage between the clans. There was peace for a time, but the trouble blazed anew over the matter of some lifted cattle, and they were at it again hammer and tongs. The royal policy seems to have been to permit these Highland gamecocks to fight each other so long as they were fairly well matched. In this case, the various MacDonalds combined in such numbers against Lachlan Maclean that the king interfered and persuaded them to seek terms of reconciliation. Accordingly, the Lord of MacDonalds journeyed to Duart Castle with his retinue of bare-legged gentlemen, and was hospitably received. Lachlan was canny as well as braw, and he clinched the terms of peace by first locking the visitors in a room whose walls were some 20 feet thick, and then holding as hostages the 2 young sons of Angus MacDonald. The high-tempered MacDonald was naturally more exasperated than pacified, and he turned the tables when Lachlan soon after went to Islay to receive performance of the promises made touching certain lands in dispute. The Highland code of honour was peculiar in that treachery appears to have been a weapon used without scruple. The MacDonalds swore that not a Maclean should suffer harm, but no sooner had Lachlan and his clansmen and servants arrived than they were attacked at night by a large force. The party would have been put to the sword, but that Lachlan rushed into the midst of the foe, holding aloft one of MacDonald's sons as a shield. This caused postponement of the slaughter, MacDonald offering quarter if his child should be delivered to him. The Macleans were disarmed and bound, except 2 young men who had distinguished themselves by laying many a MacDonald low in the heather. These were beheaded at once. Beginning next morning, 2 Macleans were led out and executed each day in the presence of their own chief, until no more than Lachlan and his uncle were left. They were spared only because the sanguinary Angus MacDonald fell from his horse and was badly hurt before he could finish his programme. It would be tiresome to relate much more of this ensanguined, interminable game of give and take, which was the chief business of the Highland clans in that century. The clan of MacIans, whose seat was at Ardnamurchan Castle on Mull, later sided actively with the MacDonalds, and the feud became 3-cornered. Lachlan Mor Maclean was no petty warrior, and his men were numbered by the 1,000 when he was in the prime of his power. Once he fell on the island of Islay and put to the sword as many as 500 of his foes. All the men capable of bearing arms belonging to the clan Donald, says an old account. Angus himself was chased into his castle and forced to give over half of Islay to Lachlan to save his skin. Now indeed there was a mustering of the MacDonalds from near and far to invade Mull. They gathered under the chiefs of Kintyre, Skye, and Islay, with the lesser clans under MacNeil of Geha and the MacAllisters of Loup, and the MacFees of Colonsay. Bold Lachlan Mor Maclean was outnumbered, but a singular stroke of luck enabled him to win a decisive battle. That MacDonald, who was called the Red Knight of the Sleep, who was much disturbed and shaken by a dream, in which a voice chanted a very doleful prophecy, of which this is a sample.
Dire are the deeds the fates have doomed on thee. Defeated by the sons of Gillian the invading host shall be. On thee, Girnadub, streams of blood shall flow, and the bold red knight shall die ere a sword is sheathed.
This message caused the Red Knight to sound the retreat soon after the fray began, and his example spread panic among the force, which broke and ran for their boats, and the best MacDonald was he who first reached the beach. The claymores of the MacLeans hewed them down without mercy, and their heads were chopped off and thrown into a well, which has since borne a Gaelic name descriptive of the event. It would seem that these clans must have exterminated each other by this time, but the bleak moors and rocky slopes of these western islands bore a wonderful crop of fighting men, and soon the MacLeans were invading the coast of Lorne and spreading havoc among the MacDonalds, great slaughter. Lachlan found time also to seek vengeance on the MacIans for daring to meddle in his affairs. John MacIan, chief of that smaller clan which owed fealty to the MacDonalds, had been a suitor for the hand of Lachlan More, MacLean's mother, who was a sister of the Earl of Carlisle, and had a fortune in her own right. Now the MacIan renewed his attentions, and Lachlan looked on grimly, aware that the motive was greed of gold and lands. His mother gave her consent, but her two-fisted son made no objection until the MacIan came to Mull to claim his bride. The marriage was performed in the presence of Lachlan and his most distinguished retainers, and there was a feast and much roaring conviviality. In the evening, the company being hot with wine, the rash MacIan brought up the matter of the recent feud, and a pretty quarrel was brewing in a twinkling. Several of the MacIans boasted that their chief had wed the old lady for the sake of her wealth. Drunkards ever tell the truth, flung back a MacLean, with which he plunked a dirk into the heart of the tactless guest. Instantly the swords were flashing, but hardly a MacIan came alive out of the banqueting hall. Lachlan missed this melee for some reason or other. Coming on the scene a little later, he quoted in the Gaelic a proverb which means, "If the fox rushes upon the hounds, he must expect to be torn." His followers took it that he felt no sorrow at the fate of the MacIans, and forthwith they rushed into the chamber of the bridegroom, dragged him forth, and would have dispatched him, but the lamentations of Lachlan's mother for once moved her rugged son to pity, and he contented himself with throwing the chief of the MacIans into the dungeon of Duart Castle. This happened in the summer of 1588, and affairs were in this wise when the galleon Florentia came sailing into Tobermory Bay. Her captain, Don Perea, was a fiery sea fighter, whom misfortune had not tamed. These savage Highlanders were barbarians in his eyes, and he would waste no courtesy on them. There were several hundred Spanish soldiers in the galleon, of the great army of troops which had been sent in the Armada to invade England, and Captain Perea thought himself in a position to demand what he wanted. He sent a boat ashore with a message to Lachlan More MacLean at his castle at Duart, asking that provisions be furnished him, and adding that in case of refusal or delay, he should take them by force. To this Lachlan sent back the haughty reply that
the wants of distressed strangers should be attended to after the captain of the Spanish ship had been taught a lesson in courteous behavior. In order that the lesson might be taught him as speedily as possible, he was invited to land and supply his wants by the forcible means of which he boasted. It was not the custom of the chief of MacLeans to pay attention to the demands of a threatening and insolent beggar.
At this it may be presumed that Captain Perea swore a few rounds of crackling oaths in his beard as he strode his high-pooped quarter-deck. His men who had gone ashore reported that the MacLean was an ill man to trifle with, and that he had best be let alone. Already the clan was gathering to repel a landing force from the galleon. The captain of the battered Florentia took wiser counsel with himself, and perceived that he had threatened over hastily. Pocketing his pride, he assured the ruffled Lachlan of the Castle Duart that he would pay with gold for whatever supplies might be granted him. Lachlan had other fish to fry, for the MacDonalds, exceedingly wroth at the scurvy treatment dealt that luckless bridegroom and ally, the chief of the MacIans, were up in arms and making ready to avenge the black insult. In need of men to defend himself, Lachlan MacLean struck a bargain with the captain of the galleon. If Perea should lend him 100 soldiers from the Florentia, he would consider his service as part payment for the supplies and assistance desired. Away marched the contingent from the galleon in company with the MacLean clansmen, and laid siege to the MacIan castle of Mingery, after ravaging the small islands of Rum and Eeg. Lachlan More was carrying all before him, burning, killing, plundering, both MacDonalds and MacIans, and Captain Perea sent him word that the Florentia was ready to sail, and he should like to have his soldiers returned. To this MacLean replied that the account between them had not been wholly squared. There was the matter of payment promised in addition to the loan of the soldiers. The people of Tobermory and thereabouts had sent grain and cattle aboard the galleon, and they must have their money before sailing day.
Captain Pereira promised that every satisfaction should be given before he left the country, and again requested that his 100 soldados be marched back to their ship. This Lachlan was willing to do, but still suspecting the commander of the galleon as a wily bird, he detained 3 of the officers of the troops as hostages to assure final settlement. Then he sent on board the Florencia young Donald Glass, son of the MacLean of Morvern, to collect what was due and adjust the affair. No sooner had he set foot on deck than he was disarmed and bundled below by order of Pereira, who considered that 2 could play at holding that form of collateral known as hostages. Now ensued a deadlock. Lachlan MacLean refused to yield up his brace of Spanish officers unless the demands of his people were paid in full, while Captain Pereira kept Donald Glass locked in a cabin and swore to carry him to sea. The tragedy which followed is told in the traditions of Mull to this day. When Donald Glass learned that he was kidnapped in the galleon, he resolved to wreak dreadful revenge for the treachery dealt his kinsman. On the morning when the Florencia weighed anchor, an attendant who had been confined with him was sent on shore, and Donald sent word of his fell intention to the chief of the clan. Overnight, Donald Glass had discovered that only a bulkhead separated his cabin from the powder magazine of the galleon, and by some means, which tradition omits to explain, he cut a hole through the planking and laid a train ready for the match. Just before the Florencia weighed anchor, he was fetched on deck for a moment to take his last sight of the hearthy hills of Mull and Morvern. Then the captain was thrust back into his cabin, and with her great gay banners trailing from aloft, the galleon made sail and began slowly to move away from the shore of Tobermory Bay. It was then that Donald Glass, true MacLean was he, fired his train of powder. Bang! The magazine exploded. The galleon was torn asunder with terrific violence, and the bodies of her soldiers and mariners were flung far over the bay and even upon the shore. So complete was the destruction that only 3 of the several hundred Spaniards escaped alive. The Florencia had vanished in a manner truly epic, and proud were the MacLeans of the deed of young Donald Glass, who gave his life for the honor of his clan. One of the surviving traditions is that a dog belonging to Captain Pereira was hurled ashore alive. The faithful creature, when it had recovered from its hurts, refused to leave that part of the strand nearest the wreck, and continued to howl most piteously by day and night as long as it existed, which was more than a year. The Spanish officers who had remained as hostages in the hands of Lachlan More MacLean were set at liberty by that sometimes courteous chief, and were permitted to proceed to Edinburgh, where they lodged complaint with the king touching the destruction of their galleon. The matter of Captain Pereira having been disposed of in this explosive fashion, Lachlan MacLean returned to his main business of harrying the MacDonalds, and so fiercely and destructively was the feud conducted thereafter that King James thought it time to interfere lest he should have no subject left in the Western Highlands. The warring chiefs were summoned to Edinburgh, imprisoned and fined, after which they made their peace with the king and returned to their island realms. The affair of the Florencia was named in the charges brought against MacLean. In the official records of Holyrood Palace, seat of the Scottish kings, is this information, laid before the Privy Council on January 3rd, 1591, that in the preceding October, Lachlan MacLean, accompanied with a great number of thieves, broken men, and of clans, besides the number of 100 Spaniards, came to the properties of His Majesty, Cana Rum Egg, and the Isle of Elenor, and after they had wrecked and spoiled the said islands, they treasonably raised fire, and in most barbarous, shameful, and cruel manner burnt the same island, with the men, women, and children there, not sparing the youths and infants, and at the same time came to the castle of Ardamarchan, besieged the same, and lay about the said castle 3 days, using in the meantime all kinds of hostilities and force, both fire and sword. The like barbarous and shameful cruelty has seldom been heard of among Christians in any kingdom or age. On the 20th of March, 1588, King James granted a remission to Lachlan MacLean of Duart for the cruel murder of certain inhabitants of the islands of Rum, Cana, and Egg, but from the remission was expected the plotting or felonious burning and flaming up by sulphurous powder of a Spanish ship and of the men and provisions in her, near the island of Mull. Swift and tragic as was the fate of Captain Pereira and his ship's company, it was perhaps more merciful than that which befell the great squadron of galleons of the Armada. They were cast on the coast of Ireland, on the rocks of Clare and Kerry, Galloway Bay, and along the shores of Sligo and Donegal. More than 30 ships perished in this way, and of the 8,000 half-drowned wretches who struggled ashore, no more than a handful escaped slaughter at the hands of the wild Irish, who knocked them on the head with battle-axes or stripped them naked and left them to die of the cold. Many were Spanish gentlemen, richly clad with gold chains and rings, and the common sailors and soldiers had each a bag of ducats lashed to his wrist when he landed through the surf. They were slain for their treasure, and on one sand strip of Sligo an English officer counted 1,100 bodies. In a letter to Queen Elizabeth, Sir E. Bingham, governor of Ulster, wrote of the wreckage of 12 Armada ships which he knew of.
The men of which ships did all perish in the sea, save the number of 1,100 or upwards, which we put to the sword, amongst whom there were divers gentlemen of quality and service, as captains, masters of ship, lieutenants, ensign bearers, other inferior officers, and young gentlemen to the number of some 50, which being spared from the sword till orders must be had from the Lord Deputy how to proceed against them, I had special directions sent to me to see them executed, as the rest were, only reserving alive one Don Luis de Cordova, and a young gentleman, his nephew, to your highness's pleasure be known.
Alas, Elizabeth could not find it in her heart to spare even these 2 luckless gentlemen of Spain, and one judges those rude Highlanders less harshly for their bloodthirsty feuds at learning that the great Queen herself ordered their immediate execution when she received the letter, and it was duly carried out. Froude, in his essay, The Defeat of the Armada, comes to the defense of Elizabeth, or at least he pleads extenuating circumstances. Most pitiful of all was the fate of those who fell into the hands of the English garrisons of Galway and Mayo. Galleons had found their way into Galway Bay. One of them had reached Galway itself, crews half dead with famine and offering a cask of wine for a cask of water. The Galway townsmen were humane and tried to feed and care for them. Most were too far gone to be revived and died of exhaustion. Some might have recovered, but recovered they would have been a danger to the state. The English in the west of Ireland were but a handful in the midst of a sullen, half-conquered population. The ashes of the Desmond Rebellion were still smoking, and Dr. Sanders and his Legantine Commission were fresh in the immediate memory. The defeat of the Armada in the Channel could only have been vaguely heard of. All that the English officers could have accurately known must have been that an enormous expedition had been sent to England by Philip to restore the Pope. The Spaniards, they found, were landing in thousands in the midst of them with arms and money, distressed for the moment, but sure, if allowed time to get their strength again, to set Connaught in a blaze. They had no fortress to hold so many prisoners, no means of feeding them, no more to spare to escort them to Dublin. They were responsible to the Queen's government for the safety to the country. The Spaniards had not come on any errand of mercy to her or hers. The stern order went out to kill them all, wherever they might be found, and 2,000 or more were shot, hanged, or put to the sword. Dreadful? Yes, but war itself is dreadful, and has its own necessities. A quaint recital of the fate of these fleeing galleons is to be found in a history published by order of Oliver Cromwell, with the title of Old England Forever, or Spanish Cruelty Displayed. One chapter runs as follows. Here followeth a particular account of the miserable condition of the Spanish fleet, fled to the north of Scotland, and scattered for many weeks on the sea coast of Ireland, written October 19th, 1588. About the beginning of August, the fleet was, by tempest, driven beyond the Isles of Orkney, the place being above 60 leagues north latitude, as already mentioned, very unaccustomed climate for the young gallants of Spain, who did never before feel storms on the sea, nor cold weather in August. And about those northern islands, their mariners and soldiers died daily by multitudes, as their bodies cast on land did appear. And after 20 days or more, having passed their time in great miseries, they being desirous to return home to Spain, sailed very far southward into the ocean to recover Spain. But the Almighty, who always avenges the cause of his afflicted people, who put their confidence in him, and brings down his enemies, who exalt themselves to the heavens, ordered the winds to be violently contrarious to this proud navy, that it was with force dissevered on the high seas to the west of Ireland, and so a great number of them were driven into divers dangerous bays, and upon rocks, all along the west and north parts of Ireland, in sundry places distant above 100 miles asunder, and there cast away, some sunk, some broken, some run on sands, and some were burned by the Spaniards themselves. As in the north part of Ireland, toward Scotland, between the 2 rivers of Lough Foyle and Lough Sively, 9 were driven on shore, and many of them broke, and the Spaniards, forced to come to land, were succour among the wild Irish. In another place, 20 miles southwest from thence, in a bay called Borris, 20 miles northward from Galloway, belonging to the Earl of Ormond,
One special great ship of 1,000 tons, with 50 brass pieces and 4 cannons, was sunk, and all the people drowned, saving 16, who by their apparel, as it is advertised out of Ireland, seem to be persons of great distinction. Then to come more to the southward, 30 miles upon the coast of Thomond, north from the river of Shannon, 2 or 3 more perished, whereof one was burned by the Spaniards themselves, and so driven to the shore. Another was of San Sebastian, wherein were 300 men, who were also all drowned, saving 60. Third ship, with all her lading, was cast away at a place called Brecon. In another place, opposite Sir Tirlo O'Brien's house, there was another great ship lost, supposed to be a galleass. The losses above mentioned were betwixt the 5th and 10th of September, as was advertised from sundry places out of Ireland. So as by account, from the 21st day of July, when this navy was first beaten by the Navy of England, till the 10th of September, being the space of 7 weeks and more, it is very probable that said navy had never had one good day or night. That much treasure of gold and jewels and plate went down in these lost galleons was the opinion of Scotch and Irish tradition, but these stories gained the greatest credence in the case of the Florencia of Tobermory Bay. She was said to have contained the paymaster's chest of the Armada, and to have carried to the bottom 30 million ducats of money, and the church plate of fabulous richness. It is certain that the Florencia was one of the largest galleons of the Armada, and that she never returned to Spain. Her armament comprised 52 guns, and her company numbered 400 soldiers and 86 sailors. It is probable that this was the Florencia belonging to the Duke of Tuscany, which was refitted at Santander in September 1587, concerning which Lord Ashley wrote to Walsingham, after the destruction of the Armada, that she was commanded by a grandee of the first rank, who was always served on silver. While even now the most painstaking investigation is unable to find definite information regarding the amount of treasure lost in the galleon of Tobermory Bay, that she contained a vast amount of riches was believed as early as a half-century after her destruction. The papers of the great house of Argyle record the beginning of the search almost as far away as 1640. Of these fascinating documents, the first is the grant to the Marquis of Argyle and his heirs by the Duke of Lennox and Richmond, Lord High Admiral, with consent of King Charles I, of all rights and ownership in the wreck of the Florencia and her treasure. The deed of gift is dated from the court of St. Theobald's, February 5, 1641, and proceeds upon the narrative that in the year 1588, when the great Spanish Armada was sent from Spain toward England and Scotland, and was dispersed by the mercy of God, there were divers ships and other vessels of the Armada, with ornaments, munition, goods, and gear, which were thought to be of great worth, cast away and sunk to the sea ground on the coast of Mull, near Tobermory, in the Scots Sea, where they lay and still lie as lost, and that the Marquis of Argyle, near whose bounds the ships were lost, having taken notice thereof, and made inquiries therefore, and having heard some dockers and other experts in such matters state that they consider it possible to recover some of the ships and their valuables, was moved to take and so cause pains to be taken thereupon at his own charges and hazard. For this reason the great admiral, with the king's consent, gives, grants, and disposes to the Marquis the said ships, ornaments, munitions, etc., of the Spanish Armada, and the entire profit that might follow, or that he has already obtained therefrom, with full power to the Marquis, his dockers, seamen, and others, to search for the ships, and intromit with them, providing the Marquis were accountable and made prompt payment to the Duke of Lennox, and Richmond of 100th part of the ships, etc., with deduction of the expenses incurred for the recovery pro rata. In these words, the Crown assigned the treasure of the Florencia to the House of Argyle as part of its admiralty rights along that coast where marched the family estates. In 1665, the 9th Earl of Argyle, son of him who had obtained ownership of the galleon, employed an expert diver and wrecker by the name of James Mauld to search for the treasure of ducats and plate. It was an attractive speculation for that notable docker, who was promised 4/5 of all the gold, silver, metal, goods, etc., recovered, and incidentally the Earl bound himself that the same James Mauld shall not be molested in his work, and that his workmen shall have peaceable living in these parts during their stay and travelling through the Highlands and Isles, and shall be free from all robberies, thefts, etc., so far as the said Earl can prevent the same. The said contract provides further lodging houses for the workmen at the usual rates, and is fixed to endure for 3 years after March 1st, 1666. These divers easily found the hull of the galleon, and they made a chart showing its exact bearings by landmarks on 2 sides of the bay. This ancient chart of the Spanish wreck, as it is labeled, is owned by the present Duke of Argyle, and has been used by the modern treasure seekers, who are unable even with its aid to find the remains of the Florencia, so deeply have her timbers sunk in the tide-swept silt of the bay.
The interest of the 9th Earl of Argyll in exploring the galleon was diverted by Monmouth's rebellion, in which luckless adventure he became an active leader. He was made prisoner and suffered the loss of his head, which abruptly snuffed out his romantic activities as a seeker after lost treasure. He left among his papers a memorandum concerning the galleon under the date of 1677, which states that
Spanish wreck ship was reputed to have been the Admiral of Florence, one of the Armada of 1588, a ship of 56 guns with 30 million of money on board. It was burned and so blown up that 2 men standing upon the cabin were cast safe on shore. It lay in a very good road, landlocked betwixt a little island and a bay in the Isle of Mull, a place where vessels ordinarily anchored free of any violent tide, with hardly any stream, a clean, hard channel, with a little sand on the top, and little or no mud in most places about, upon 10 fathoms at high water, and about 8 at ground ebb. The forepart of the ship above water was quite burned, so that from the mizzenmast to the foreship no deck was left. The hull was full of sand, and the Earl caused it to be searched a little without finding anything but a great deal of cannonball about the mainmast, and some kettles, and tankers of copper, and such like in other places. Over the hinship, where the cabin was, there was a heap of great timber, which it would be difficult to remove, but under this is the main expectation. The deck under the cabin was thought to be entire. The cannon lay generally at some yards' distance from the ship, from 2 to 20. The Earl's father had the gift of the ship, and attempted the recovery of it, but from want of skilled workmen he did not succeed. In 1666 the Lord of Melgum, James Mald, who had learned the art of the diving bell in Sweden, and had made a considerable fortune by it, entered into a contract with the Earl for 3 years, by which Melgum was to be at all the charge, and to give the Earl a 5th part of what was brought up. He wrought only 3 months, and most of the time was spent in mending his bells and sending for materials he needed, so that he raised only 2 brass cannon of a large caliber, but very badly fortified, and a great iron gun. After this, being invited to England, he wrought no more, thinking his trade a secret, and that the Spanish ship would wait for him. On the expiring of the contract, the Earl undertook to work alone, and, without the aid of anyone who had ever seen diving, recovered 6 cannon, one of which weighed nearly 600 weight. The Earl afterwards entered into a contract with a German who undertook great things, and talked of bringing a vessel of 40 guns, but instead brought only a yacht and recovered only 1 anchor, going away soon after, taking his gold with him and leaving some debt behind. The contract with the German has expired, and the Earl is provided with vessel, bells, ropes, and tongs, and with men to work by direction. Yet, although he is confident in his own understanding of the art of diving with the bell, he is willing to enter into a contract. He will rent the vessel for 3 years, provided the contractor should keep 4 skilled men to work in seasonable weather from May 1st to October 1st. The Earl will furnish a ship 60 or 70 tons with 12 seamen, and give his partner a 5th part of the proceeds. If a crown were found, it was to be exempted from the division and presented to his Majesty. It is concluded that if the money expected be fallen upon, the 5th part will quickly pay all expenses and reward the ingenious artist, and if that fail, the canon will certainly repay the charges.
There are also preserved articles of agreement, dated December 18, 1676, by which the Earl makes over a 3-year concession to John St. Clair, minister at Ormanstown in Scotland,
for himself, and as taking burden for his father, to search for the wreck on shares, the Earl reserving 1/3 part of what should be recovered during the first year, and 1/2 of what should be recovered during the last 2 years. It is also provided that if the St. Clairs were disturbed during the first year, so as not to be able to work or raise the wreck without damage to their persons, by reason of the unsettled state of the country, the contract should be regarded as not taking effect for a year. The Earl binds himself to produce, before November 1st, 1676, his right to the ship, under the Great Seal of Scotland, at Edinburgh, and to deliver a copy of it to St. Clair's. John St. Clair, younger, binds himself to repair with all skill for its recovery, and for the recovery of the valuables during the space of 3 years, and to make true account and payment of the shares above, reserved to the Earl and his heirs, etc. Lastly, both parties oblige themselves faithfully to observe all the articles of agreement under the liquidated penalty of 2,000 marks, Scots.
The St. Clairs, or Sinclairs, as the name is spelled in other documents of the same tenor, assign their rights and contract to one Hans Albrecht de von Trolden, who is probably a German referred to by the Earl as taking his gold with him and leaving his debts behind. This document contains a fascinating mention of all that might be found in the water about the ship as gold, silver, bullion, jewels, etc., and sets forth a new scheme of division of the spoils. Now there appears Captain Adolfo E. Smith as a partner of Hans Albrecht von Trebelin, and one finds another parchment executed by the Earl, who appears to have thought that these dowkers would bear watching, for they are enjoined immediately on the recovery of the wreck to deliver on the spot to the Earl's factors or servants, who are daily to attend the work, and to be witnesses of what is recovered. Should the work be impeded by the violence of the country's people, it is provided that the term of contract might be lengthened. The repeated references to molestation by the inhabitants round about were aimed at the Clan MacLean. The great Lachlan Mor had long since closed his stormy career, and, wrapped in his plaid, his bones were smouldering in a grave by Duard Castle. His kinsmen had good memories, however, and there was that debt for provisions which had been left owing by Captain Perea of the Florencia some 80 years before. It might seem that young Donald Glass had squared the account when he blew the galleon and her crew to Kingdom Come, but the MacLeans were men to nurse the embers of a feud and set the sparks to flying at the next opportunity. They held it that theirs was the first right to the wreck, and cared not a rap for any documentary rights that might have been granted to the Campbells, the clan of the Earls of Argyll, by the great Admiral of Scotland. Hector MacLean, brother of Lachlan MacLean of Castle Torlisk near Tobermory, rallied a force and drove the divers from the wreck. Then, in order that there might be no doubt about the views of the MacLeans, they built a small fort overlooking the bay and the scene of the wreck, the ruins of which still survive. There, a detachment was posted with orders to make it hot for any interlopers who might try to find the sunken treasure without first consulting the MacLeans. This interference found its way into the courts at Edinburgh in the form of a petition of grievances suffered by Captain Adolfo E. Smith. He swore before a notary that John MacLean of Kinlochalan and John MacLean, a servitor to Lachlan MacLean of Torlusk, had convocated 6 or 7 score of armed men, and he had exhibited to them a royal warrant bearing His Majesty's protection and free liberty, Captain Smith and his servants, to work at the wrecked ship at Tobermory, and prohibiting any of His Majesty's subjects from interrupting them. Captain Smith then required the MacLeans to dissipate the armed men, part of whom were in a fort or trench at Tobermory, newly built by them for interrupting the work, and the rest in the place or houses adjacent, as John MacLean of Kinlochalan acknowledged, and in His Majesty's name required them to give him and his men liberty to prosecute their work at the wreck. Upon this Kinlochalan answered that the men-at-arms were not commanded by him, but by Hector MacLean, brother of Lachlan MacLean of Torlisk, and others, and he declared that not only would Captain Smith and his men be hindered, but that the men-at-arms would shoot guns, muskets, and pistols at them should any of them offer to duck or work at the wreck, whereupon Captain Smith took this instrument, protesting against the aforesaid MacLeans and their accomplices at Tobermory and Mull, 7 September 1678. The militant and tenacious MacLeans struck terror to the heart of Captain Adolfo Smith, according to another official document called a notarial instrument at the instance of William Campbell, skipper to the Earl of Argyll's frigate called Anna of Argyll. This worthy sea dog, it appears, as a procurator for the Earl, had compared, desired, and required Captain Adolfo E. Smith and his men to duck and work at the wrecked ship, and to conform to the minutes of contract betwixt the Earl and him, otherwise to give the bells, sinks, and other instruments necessary for ducking to William Campbell and the men on board the Earl's frigate, who would duck them without any regard to the threatenings of the MacLeans. Notwithstanding this, Captain Smith and his men refused to duck and work, or to give over the bells, etc., necessary for the work to William Campbell, who thereupon, as procurator for the Earl of Argyll, asked and took instruments, and protested against Captain Smith for cost, scathe, and damage conformed to the contract. The instrument was taken by Donald McKellar, notary public, at and aboard the yacht belonging to Captain Adolfo E. Smith, lying in the Bay of Tobermory, in Mull, 7 September 1678. The wreck of the galleon was fought over about this time, not only by the meddlesome MacLeans, but also by the Duke of York as Lord High Admiral of Scotland and the Isles, succeeding in that office the Duke of Lennox. He challenged the rights of the House of Argyll to the Florencia and her treasure, and instituted legal proceedings in due form which were decided in favor of the defendant, thereby confirming for all time the possession of the wreck, which belongs to the present Duke of Argyll. The verdict read in part as follows. The rights, reasons, and allegations of the parties, and the gifts and ratifications therein referred to,
produced by Archibald, Earl of Argyll, being at length heard and seen, the Lords of Council in session assolized the said Archibald, Earl of Argyll, from the Hale points, and articles of the summons libelled, or precept intended and pursued against him, at the instance of said William Egmont, Procurator Fiscal of the Admiralty, before said Lord High Admiral and his deputies, and decreed and declared him quit and free thereof in all time coming. Dated 27th July 1677. There comes into the story during the lifetime of the 9th Earl the figure of Sir William Sacheverell, Governor of the Isle of Man, who was interested as a partner in one of the several concessions granted. He had left an account of his voyage to Mull in the year 1672, printed shortly after the event, in which he not only records sundry efforts to fish up the treasure, but gives also a lively and vivid picture of the primitive Highlander on his native heather. About 12 o'clock, he wrote, we made the sound of Mull. We saluted the castle of Duart with 5 guns, and they returned 3. I sent in my penance for the boats, and things you had left there, and in the evening we cast anchor in the bay, Tobermoor, which for its bigness is one of the finest and fastest in the world. The mouth of it is almost shut up with a little woody island called the Calve, the opening to the south not passable for small boats at low water, and that to the north barely musket shot over. To the landward it is surrounded with high mountains covered with woods, pleasantly intermixed with rocks, and 3 or 4 cascades of water which throw themselves from the top of the mountain with a pleasure that is astonishing, all of which together make one of the oddest and most charming prospects I ever saw. Italy itself, with all the assistance of art, can hardly afford anything more beautiful and diverting, especially when the weather was clear and serene. To see the divers sinking 80 foot under water, and stay sometimes above an hour, and at last returning with the spoils of the ocean, whether it were plate or money, it convinced us of the riches and splendor of the once thought invincible Armada. This raised a variety of ideas, and a soul as fond of novelty as mine. Sometimes I reflected with horror on the danger of the British nation, sometimes with pleasure on that generous courage and conduct that saved the sinking state, and sometimes of so great an enterprise baffled and lost by accidents unthought of and unforeseen. For the first week the weather was pleasant, but spent in fitting our engines, which proved very well, and every way suited to the design, and our divers outdid all examples of this nature. But with the dog days the autumnal rains usually begin in these parts, and for 6 weeks we had scarce a good day. The whole frame of nature seemed inhospitable, bleak, stormy, rainy, windy, so that our divers could not bear the cold, and despairing to see any amendment of weather, I resolved on a journey across the Isle of Mull to the so much celebrated 2nd Columkill in English St. Colum's Church. The first 4 miles we saw but few houses, but crossed a wild desert country, with a pleasant mixture of woods and mountains. Every man and thing I met seemed a novelty. I thought myself entering upon a new scene of nature, but nature rough and unpolished in her undress. I observed the men to be large-bodied, stout, subtile, active, patient of cold and hunger. There appeared in all their actions a certain generous air of freedom, and contempt of those trifles, luxury and ambition, which we so servilely creep after. They bound their appetites by their necessities, and their happiness consists not in having much, but in coveting little. The women seemed to have the same sentiments as the men, though their habits were mean, and they had not our sort of breeding. Yet in many of them there was a natural beauty, and a graceful modesty, which never fails of attracting. The usual outward habit of both sexes is the plaid. The woman is much finer, the colors more lively, and the squares larger than the men's, and put me in a mind of the ancient Picts. This serves them for a veil, and covers both head and body. The men wear theirs after another manner. When designed for ornament, it is loose and flowing, like the mantles our painters give their heroes. Their thighs are bare, with brawny muscles, a thin brogue on the foot, short buskin of various colors on the leg, tied above the calf with a stripped pair of garters. On each side of a large shot pouch hangs a pistol and a dagger, a round target on their backs, blue bonnet on their heads, and in one hand a broadsword, and a musket in the other. Perhaps no nation goes better armed, and I assure you they will handle them with bravery and dexterity, especially the sword and target, as our veteran regiments found to their cost at Killiecrankie. Although Sir William Sacheverell, he of the facile pen and the romantic temper, brought no Spanish treasure to light, he helped us to see those fighting Macleans and Macdonalds as they were in their glory, and his description was written almost 2.5 centuries ago. The Spanish rack was handed down from one chief of the Campbell clan to another as part of the estate, until in 1740 John, the 2nd Duke of Argyll, decided to try his luck and employed a diving bell, by which means a magnificent bronze cannon was recovered. It has since been kept at Inverary Castle,
the seat of the Dukes of Argyll, as an heirloom greatly esteemed. This elaborately wrought piece of ordnance, almost 11 feet in length, bears the arms of Francis I of France, for whom it was cast at Fontainebleau, and the fleur-de-lis. It was probably captured from Francis at the Battle of Pavia during his invasion of Italy, and the Spanish records state that several of such cannon were put on a vessel contributed to the Armada by the state of Tuscany. At the same time, a large number of gold and silver coins were found by the divers, and the treasure-seeking was thereby freshly encouraged. Modern experts in wrecking and salvage have agreed that the crude apparatus of those earlier centuries was inadequate to combat the difficulties of exploring a wreck of the type of the Florencia galleon, built as she was of great timbers of the iron-like African oak, which today is found to be staunch and unrotted, after a submersion of more than 300 years. The diving bells of those times were dangerous and clumsy and easily capsized. The men worked from inside them by thrusting out hooks and tongue-like appliances, and dared venture no deeper than 8 fathoms, or less than 50 feet. In other words, the treasure might be in the galleon, but it was impossible to find and bring it up. For another century and more, Florencia was left undisturbed till about 40 years ago. The present Duke of Argyll, then Marquis of Lorne, considered it his family duty to investigate the bottom of Tobermory Bay, his curiosity being pricked at finding the ancient chart and other documents already quoted among the archives stored in Inverary Castle. More for sport than for profit, he sent down a diver who found a few coins, pieces of oak, and a brass stanchion, after which the owner bothered his head no more about these phantom riches for some time. In 1903, or 315 years after the Florencia found her grave in Tobermory Bay, a number of gentlemen of Glasgow, rashly speculative for Scots, formed a company and subscribed a good many thousands of dollars to equip and maintain a treasure-seeking expedition by modern methods. The Duke of Argyll, like his ancestors before him, was ready to grant permissions to search the wreck of the galleon for a term of years, conditioned upon a fair division of the spoils. He let them have the chart, without which no treasure hunt deserves the name, and all the family papers dealing with the Florencia. In charge of the operations was placed Captain William Burns of Glasgow, a hard-headed and vastly experienced wrecker who had handled many important salvage enterprises for the marine underwriters in seas near and far. The contrast between this 20th century syndicate with its steam dredges and electric lights and that primitive age when the Macleans were harassing Captain Adolpho Smith from their fort beside the bay is fairly astonishing. The gentlemen of Glasgow were not moved by sentiment, however, and soon Captain Burns was spending their money in a preliminary survey of the waters and the sands where the galleon was supposed to be. Although the ancient chart was explicit in its bearings, and these were made when men were living who had seen part of the wreck above tide, locating the Florencia proved to be a baffling puzzle. During the first season, 1903, divers and lighters were employed in this work of searching, but the salvage consisted of no more than another bronze cannon loaded with a stone ball, several swords, scabbards, and blunderbusses, a gold ring, and some 50 doubloons bearing the names of Ferdinand and Isabella and Don Carlos. 2 years later, in 1905, the work was fairly begun with costly equipment. The bottom of the bay was photographed and a mound of sand revealed, which, it was concluded, covered the surviving part of the galleon. Digging into this bank, the divers found many curious trophies, among them more arms and munitions, bottles of canteens, boarding pikes, copper powder pans, and other small furniture, much corroded and encrusted. It was surmised that the vessel lay with her stern cocked up, and that in this end, indicated by the swelling of the sandbank, treasure was hidden. Powerful suction pumps, worked by steam, were set going to clear away this bank, and they bored into it steadily for 3 weeks while the divers dug shafts to clear away obstructions. At length, a massive silver candlestick was fetched up, and sand pumps clanked more industriously than ever. At the end of the summer, about 100 square feet of the bank had been removed, but the whereabouts of the galleon was by no means certain. As soon as the weather became favorable in the following spring, Captain Burns and his crew returned to the quest with more men and machinery than before. It was really impossible that such a business as this could be carried on without some touch of the fantastic and the picturesque. There now intrudes a Mr. Cossar, employed as the famous expert, who by means of delicate apparatus can indicate where metal or wood is buried in any quantity underground, and he spent the summer taking observations and buoying the bay with floats or markers. At these places boring was carried on by means of steel rods to a depth of 140 feet, while the dredges were busy exploring the vicinity of the sandbank. The area thoroughly explored was increased to 8 acres in 1906, in water from 7 to 14 fathoms deep. That famous expert, Mr. Cossar, and his delicate apparatus were reinforced by Mr. John Steers of Yorkshire, one of the most notable diviners of England. He operated with no more apparatus than a hawthorn twig, and professed to be able to locate precious metals, no matter how many fathoms deep, and more than this, miserable Dick to tell you whether it was gold or silver or copper that made his inspired twig twist and bend in his fingers. Mr. Steers was taken as seriously as Mr. Cossar had been, and the findings of one confirmed the verdicts of the other. The powerful salvage steamer Bremer, with a large crew, searched where the diviner told him to go, and several pieces of silver plate were recovered amid the excitement of all hands. The Bremer continued work in 1907, but during the next year the waters of Tobermory Bay were unvexed by the treasure seekers. Then the syndicate went into its pockets for more cash, got its second wind, so to speak, and wrapped its operations in a cloud of secrecy. Quite the proper dodge for a venture of this kind. A new and taciturn crew was hired for the Bremer, and whatever was found under water was hidden from prying eyes. The additional funds raised amounted to $15,000. Captain Burns was told to obtain the best equipment possible. It was reported in the autumn of that year that Mr. Cossar, the mineral expert, by whose skill the scope of the operations was more or less controlled, had broken down in health owing to the severe strain, and had gone home to recruit. But John Steers of Yorkshire, with his hawthorn twig, was still finding treasure, which refused to be found by divers. This 5-year concession from the Duke of Argyll had expired and was renewed by a syndicate organized in London, the manager of a Colonel K. M. Foss, an American, who appeared in Tobermory and conveyed an impression of cocksure Yankee hustle. He announced that his agents were making historical researches in the libraries and museums of Europe, and had already convinced him that the lost galleon was crammed with treasure, and that the chart relied on past searches was all wrong, and expressed his surprise that the extensive salvage operations of recent years should have failed to locate the exact position of the wreck. In a word, Scotchmen might know a thing or two, but your up-to-date Yankee was the man who cracked the nut of the lost Florencia and deftly extracted the kernel. The appearance of this Colonel Foss in this storied landscape of Tobermory Bay has a certain humorous aspect. He hardly seems to belong in the ensemble of the search for the treasure galleon, which has been carried on for centuries. This entertaining American may perhaps have unearthed information hitherto unknown, but the fact is worth some stress that all previous investigations had failed to prove beyond doubt that the Florencia bore from Spain the 30 millions of money reputed to have been stowed in her lazarette. An ancient document known as the Confession of Gregory de Sotomayor of Melgaco in Portugal contains a list of the treasure ships of the Armada. He was with the fleet in the galleon Nuestra Senora del Rosario, commanded by Don Pedro de Valdez, and he goes on to say, "To the sixth question concerning what treasure there was in the fleet, I said there was great stores of money and plate, which came in the galleon wherein the Duke of Medina was, the San Martin, and in the ship of Don Pedro de Valdez, which was taken, and in the admiral of the galleons, the San Lorenzo, and in the galley Royale, the Capitana Royale, and in the vice admiral, wherein was Juan Martinez de Recalde, the Santa Ana, and in the vice admiral, whereof was General Diego, the San Cristobal, and in the vice admiral of the Pinnacles, Enes de Pilar de Catagoza, and in the vice admiral of the hulks, the Grand Griffon, and in the Venetian ship in which came General Don Alonso de Leña. The report goeth that this ship brought great stores of treasure, for that there came in her the Prince of Ascoli, and many other noblemen. This is all I know touching the treasure." The name of the Florencia does not appear herein, yet the report of her vast riches was current in the Western Highlands no more than one lifetime after the year of the Armada. That men of solid business station and considerable capital can be found today to charter wrecking steamers, divers, dredges, and what not, to continue this enterprise, proves that romance is not wholly dead. In the town of Tobermory, the busy, mysterious parties of treasure seekers, as they come year after year with their impressive flotilla of apparatus, furnish endless diversion and conjecture. People will tell you, in the broad English of the Highlander, and in the Gaelic, even more musical, as it survives among the Western Islands, the legend of the beautiful Spanish princess who came in the Florencia and was wooed and won by a bold MacLean. And they will show you the old mill whose timbers, still staunchly standing, were taken from the wreck of the galleon. In Mull, and oftener among the islands further seaward and toward the Irish coast, are to be found black-eyed and black-haired men and women, not of the pure Celtic race, and whose blood is the distant strain bequeathed by those ancestors who married shipwrecked Spanish sailors of the Armada. And perhaps among them are descendants of these 2 or 3 seamen who were hurled ashore alive when the Florentia was destroyed by the hand of young Donald Glass MacLean. In quaint Tobermory, whose main street nestles along the edge of the bay, the ancient foemen, MacLeans and MacDonalds, tend their shops side by side, and it seems as if almost every other signboard bore one of these clan names. If you would hear the best talk of the galleon and her treasure, it is wise to seek the tiny grocery and ship chandlery of Captain Cole MacDonald, a gentle white-bearded man, so slight of stature and mild of mind and speech that you are surprised to learn that for many years he was master of a great white-winged clipper ship of the famous City Line of Glasgow, in the days when this distinction meant something. Now he has come back to spend his latter days in this tranquil harbor and to spin yarns of many seas.
The scour of the tide has settled the wreck of the galleon many feet in the sand,
He told me.
I can show you on a chart what the old bearings were as they were handed down from one generation to the next, but Captain Burns is not sure that he has yet found her. The money is there, I have no doubt. There was a bark in the bay not long ago, and when she pulled up anchor a Spanish doubloon was sticking into one fluke. Mr. Steers, the Yorkshireman with the divining rod, did some wonderful things, but the treasure was not found. To test him, bags of silver and gold and copper money were buoyed under the water in the bay, with no marks to show. It was done by night, and he was kept away. He went out in a boat next morning and was rowed around a bit, and wherever the metal was hid under water, his twig told him, without a mistake. More than that, he knew what kind of metal it was under the water.
And how was that? I asked of Captain Cowell MacDonald.
He would hold a piece of gold money in each hand when the twig began to twist and dip. If the gold was under the water, the twig would pull with a very strong pull, so that he knew. If it was undecided, he would hold silver money, and the twig told him the proper message. I watched him working many a time, and it was very wonderful.
But he did not find the treasure, I ventured to observe.
Ah, lad, it was no fault of his, returned the old gentleman. The Spanish gold is scattered far and wide over the bottom of the bay. I have no doubt Donald Glass MacLean did a very thorough job when he blew the galleon to hell.
The present Duke of Argyll, brother-in-law of the late King Edward, bears among the many and noble and resonant titles that are by his inheritance, several which recall the earlier pages of the history of the Clan Campbell, the brave days of the feudal Highlands, and the ancient rights in the Armada galleon of Tobermory Bay. He is Baron Invery, Mull, Malvern, and Tirry, 29th Baron of Lochow, with the Celtic title of Claymore, chief of the Clan Campbell, from Sir Colin Campbell, knighted in 1286, Admiral of the Western Coast and Islands, Marquis of Lorne and Kinte, Keeper of the Great Seal of Scotland and of castles of Dunstafnage, Dunoon, and Carvick, hereditary High Sheriff of the County of Argyll. He once explained how the ownership of the Florentia galleon came to his family by means of the ancient grant already quoted. The Campbells held the admiralty rights of the coast of Mull at the time of the Armada, and any wreck was lawfully theirs for this reason. The document was simply a formal confirmation of these rights. The Florentia was flotsam and jetsam to be taken by whatever chiefs held the rights of admiralty. A case involving the salmon fishing rights of a Scottish river was recently decided by virtue of a charter of admiralty rights granted by Robert the Bruce, who ruled and fought 600 years ago. In order to complete the documentary links of this true story of the Armada galleon, it may be of interest to quote from a letter recently received by the author from the present Duke of Argyll, in which he says, "The galleon was a ship furnished by Tuscany as her contribution to the Armada. She was called the Florentia, or City of Florence, and was commanded by Captain Pereira, a Portuguese, and had a crew largely Portuguese on board. We have found specimens of his plate with the Pereira arms engraved on the plate border. She carried breech-loading guns on her upper deck, and you will see one of them at the Blue Coat School, now removed from London to the suburbs. On the lower deck were some guns got from Francis I at the Battle of Pavia. I have a very fine one at Inverary Castle, got from the wreck in 1740.
Diving with a diving bell was commenced in 1670 and discontinued on account of civil troubles. Perea foolishly took part in local clan disputes, helping the MacLeans of Mull against the MacDonalds. One of the MacDonalds, when a prisoner on board, is said to have blown up the vessel as she was warping out of harbor. I found an old plan and located the Spanish wrack from the plan, but only sent a man down once from a yacht. There was little obtained during the last divings: cannonballs, timber, a few pieces of plate, small articles, about $70, etc. Yours faithfully, Argyle. Kensington Palace, April 25th, 1910. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 8. The Lost Plate Fleet of Vigo. No treasure yarn is the real thing unless it glitters with ducats, ingots, and pieces of eight, which means that in the brave days when riches were quickest won with cutlass, boarding pike, and carronade, it was Spain that furnished the best hunting afloat. For 3 centuries their galleons and treasure fleets were harried and despoiled of wealth that staggers the imagination, and their wreckage littered every ocean. English sea rovers captured many millions of gold and silver, and pirates took their fat shares in the West Indies, along the coasts of America from the Spanish Main to Lima and Panama, and across the Pacific to Manila. And today, the quests of the treasure seekers are mostly inspired by hopes of finding some of the vanished wealth of Spain that was hidden or sunk in the age of the conquistadors and the viceroys. Of all the argosies of Spain, the richest were those plate fleets which each year carried to Cadiz and Seville the cargoes of bullion from the mines of Peru and Mexico. And the greatest treasure ever lost since the world began was that which filled the holds of the fleet of galleons that sailed from Cartagena, Portobello, and Vera Cruz in the year 1702. What distinguishes this treasure story from all others is that it is not befogged in legend and confused by mystery and uncertainty. And while ships' companies are roaming the 7 seas to find what small pickings the pirates and buccaneers may have lifted in their time, the most marvelous Spanish treasure of them all is no farther away than a harbor on the other side of the Atlantic. At the bottom of Vigo Bay, on the coast of Spain, lies that fleet of galleons and 100 millions of dollars in gold ingots and silver bars. This estimate is smaller than documentary evidence vouches for. In fact, 28 million pounds sterling is the accepted amount, but $100 million has a sufficiently large and impressive sound, and it is wise to be conservative to the verge of caution in dealing with lost treasure, which has been made so much more the theme of fiction than a question of veracity. After escaping the perils of buccaneer and privateer and frigate, this treasure fleet went down in a home port, mid smoke and flame and the thunder of guns manned by English and Dutch tars under that doughty admiral of Queen Anne, Sir George Rooke. It was the deadliest blow ever dealt the mighty commerce of Spain during those centuries when her ruthless grasp was squeezing the New World of its riches. There, indeed, is the prize for the treasure seeker of today who dreams of doubloons and pieces of eight. Nor could pirate horde have a more blood-stained, adventurous history than these millions upon millions, lapped by the tides of Vigo Bay, which were won by the sword and lost in battle. During these last 200 years many efforts have been made to recover the freightage of this fleet, but the bulk of the treasure is still untouched, and it awaits the man with the cash and the ingenuity to evolve the right salvage equipment. At work now in Vigo Bay is the latest of these explorers, an Italian, Pino by name, inventor of a submarine boat, a system of raising wreck, and a wonderful machine called a hydroscope for seeing and working at the bottom of the sea. With Pino, it is a business affair operated by means of a concession from the Spanish government. But he is something more than an inventor. He is a poet. He has the artistic temperament. And when he talks of his plans, it is in words like these. I have found means to disclose to human eyes the things hidden in the being of the furious waves of the infinite ocean, and how to recover them. Mine is the simple key with which to open to man the mysterious virgin temples of the nymphs and sirens, who by their sweet singing draw men to see and to take their endless treasures.
This interesting Pino is no dreamer, however, and he has enlisted ample capital with which to build costly machinery and charter yachts and steamers. With him is associated Carlo L. Iberti, and there's an ideal pattern of a treasure seeker for you. A man of immense enthusiasm, of indefatigable industry, dreaming, thinking, living in the story of the galleons of Vigo Bay. It was he who secured the concession from Madrid. It was he who, as he says, was flying from province to province, from country to country, from archives to archives, from library to library, ever studying, copying, and acquiring all documents relating to Vigo. I had made up my mind to find out all that was to be known about the treasure, and I believe I have succeeded. Never was there such a prospectus as Iberti wrote to awaken the interest of investors in the undertaking of Pino. It was a historical work, bristling with data, authorities, references from French, Spanish, and English sources. It was convincing, final, positively superb. One blinked at reading it, as if dazzled by the sight of mountains of gold, and moreover every word of it was true. As a text for this narrative, his summary, the peroration, so to speak, fairly hits one between the eyes. As the total quantity of treasure which arrived at Vigo in 1702 amounted to 126,470,600 pesos, or 27,493,609 pounds, there is not the least doubt that the treasure in gold and silver still lying in the galleons of Vigo Bay amounts to as much as 113,396,085 pieces of 8, or 24,651,323 pounds. After deducting the treasure unloaded before the battle, the booty taken by the victors, and that recovered by explorers, that would have been the value of the treasure 200 years ago. Today its value would be greater at a moderate estimate of 28 million pounds. Such is the sum which we who are interested in the recovery of the treasure have set our hearts on winning from the sea. After this, the hoards of the most notorious and hard-working pirates seemed picayune, trifling, shabby, a small change of the age of buried treasure. Why Signor Iberti is so cocksure of his figures, and how that wondrous treasure fleet was lost in Vigo Bay is a story worth telling, if there be any merit in high adventures, hard fighting, and the tang of salty seas in the days when the world was young. No more than 9 years after the first voyage of Columbus, galleons laden with treasure were winging it from the West Indies to Spain, and this golden stream was flowing year by year until the time of the American Revolution. The total was to be counted not in millions, but in billions, and this prodigious looting of the New World gave to Spain such wealth and power that her centuries of greatness were literally builded upon foundations of ingots and silver bars. Before Sir Francis Drake sailed into the Caribbean, the Dutch and English had been playing at the great game of galleon hunting, but their exploits had been no more than vexations, and the security of the plate fleets was not seriously menaced until El Drake spread terror and destruction down one coast of the Americas and up the other, from Nombre de Dios to Panama. Heaven alone knows how many great galleons he shattered and plundered, but from the San Felipe and the Cacafuego he took $2 million in treasure, and he numbered his other prizes by the score. Martin Frobisher carried the huge East India galleon Madre de Dios by boarding in the face of tremendous odds, the blood running from her scuppers, and was rewarded with $1,250,000 worth of precious stones, ebony ivory, and Turkish carpets. During the period of the English Commonwealth, Admiral Stainer pounded to pieces a West Indian treasure fleet of 8 sail, and from one of them took 2 millions in silver, while Blake fought his way into the harbor of Tenerife and destroyed another splendid argosy under the guns of the forts. It is recorded that 38 wagons were required to carry the gold and jewels thus obtained from Portsmouth to London. The records of the British Admiralty have preserved a memorandum of the prize money distributed to the officers and men of the Active and Favourite from the treasures taken in the Hermione galleon off Cadiz in 1762, and it is a document to make a modern mariner sigh for the days of his forefathers. Here is a treasure finding as it used to flourish. The Admiral and the Commander of the Fleet, $324,815. The Captain of the Active, $332,265. Each of 3 commissioned officers, $65,000. Each of 8 warrant officers, $21,600. Each of 20 officers, $9,030. Each of 150 seamen and marines, $2,425. The Captain of the Favourite, $324,360. Each of 2 commissioned officers, $64,870. Each of 77 warrant officers, $30,268. each of 15 petty officers, 9,000, each of 100 seamen, and marines, 2,420. In 1702 it happened that no treasure fleet had returned to Spain for 3 years, and the gold and silver and costly merchandise were piling up at Cartagena and Portobello and Vera Cruz, waiting for shipment. Spain was torn with strife over the royal succession, and inasmuch as the king claimed as his own 1/5 of all the treasure coming from the New World, the West India Company and the officials of the treasury kept the galleons away until it should be known who had the better right to the cargoes. Moreover, the high seas were perilous for the passage of treasure ships, what with the havoc wrought by the cursed English men of war and privateers, not to mention the buccaneers of San Domingo and the Windward Islands, who had a trick of storming aboard a galleon from any crazy little craft that would float, a handful of them. Timidly, the galleons delayed until a fleet of French men of war was sent out to convey them home, and at length this richest argosy that ever furled blue water, freighted with 3 years' treasure from the mines, made its leisurely way into mid-ocean by way of the Azores, bound to the home port of Cadiz. There were 40 sail in all, 17 of the Plate fleet, under Don Manuel de Velasco, and 23 French ships of the line and frigates, obeying the admiral's pennant of the Count of Chateau Renaud. News came to Queen Anne that this fleet had departed from the Spanish Main, and a squadron of 27 British war vessels, commanded by the famous Sir Cloudesley Shovel, was fitted out to intercept and attack it. The maneuvers of the hunted galleons and their convoy wear an aspect grimly humorous as pictured in the letters and narratives of that time. One of these explains that the fleet was performing its voyage always with the fear that the enemy was lying in wait for it. The King of France also was in continual anxiety on the same account, and urged by these forebodings, he sent dispatches in different vessels, so that the fleet might avoid the threatened danger. One of the dispatch boats met it on the open sea, and gave it notice of the enemy's armada being over against Cadiz, upon which warning the commander called a council of war in the ship Capitana to consider and fix upon the port which they ought to make for. At this meeting various views were expressed, for the French held that the fleet would be more secure in the ports of France, and especially in that of Rochelle. Of the same opinion were many of the Spaniards, who were looking not to the interests of individuals, but to the public good. And yet there were also seen the ill consequences that might arise from the treasure not being conveyed to its proper destination, and the possibility of the most Christian kings finding some pretext which would endanger its safety. Which is to say, that if His Most Christian Majesty, Louis XIV of France, who was safeguarding the treasure, should once entice it into one of his own ports, he was likely to keep it there. And so the courteous Spanish captains and the equally polite French captains eyed one another suspiciously in the cabin of the galleon and held council until it was decided to seek refuge in Vigo Bay on the coast of Galicia, thereby both dodging the English and remaining at sufficient distance from France to spoil any designs which might be prompted by the greed of His Most Christian Majesty. Without mishap, the treasure fleet and the convoy anchored in the sheltered, narrow stretch of Vigo harbor, and preparations for standing off an English attack were begun at once. The forts were manned, the militia called out, and a great chain boom stretched across the entrance of the inner roadstead. This was all very well in its way, but so incredible a comedy of blundering, stupid delay ensued, that although for 1 whole month the galleon lay unmolested, the treasure was not unloaded and carried to safety ashore. In a letter from Brussels, printed in the London Postman of November 10, 1702, the grave results of this Spanish procrastination were indicated in these words: "The last advices from Spain and Paris have caused great consternation here. The treasure and other goods brought by the said fleet are of such consequence to Spain, and in particular to this province, that most of our traders are ruined if this fleet is taken and destroyed." While the English and their allies, the Dutch, were making ready to take this treasure fleet bottled up in Vigo Bay, the officials of Spain were so entangled in red tape that there seemed to be no way of unloading the galleons. A Spanish writer of that era thus describes the lamentable state of affairs: "The commerce of Cadiz maintained that nothing could be disembarked in Galicia, that to unload the fleet was their privilege, and that the ships ought to be kept safe in the harbor of Vigo, without discharging their cargoes, till the enemies were gone away. In addition to this, the settlement of the matter in the Council of the Indies was not so speedy as the emergency demanded, both through the slowness and prudence natural to the Spaniard, and through the diversity of opinions on the subject." Don Modesto Lafuento, a later Spanish historian, gravely explains that
As the arrival of the fleet at this port was unexpected and contrary to the usual custom, there was no officer to be found who could examine merchandise for the payment of duties, without which no disembarkation could be lawfully made. When notice of this was at length sent to the court, much discussion arose there as to who should be sent. They fixed upon Don Juan de la Herrera, but this councillor was in no hurry about setting out on his journey, and spent a long time in making it, and when he arrived, he occupied himself with discussion about the disposition of the goods that had come into the fleet. This gave the opportunity for the Anglo-Dutch fleet, which had notice of everything, to set out and arrive in the waters of Vigo before the disembarkation was effected.
Surely never was so much treasure so foolishly endangered, and although a small part of it was taken ashore, notwithstanding the asinine proceedings of the government and Don Juan de la Herrera, the English Post, newspaper of November 2nd, asserted that the Spaniards, being informed that the enemy's fleet was returned home, sent aboard a great quantity of their plate, which they had carried to land for fear of them. Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel missed finding the treasure fleet at sea, but a lucky chance favored another sterling English commander, Sir George Rooke. He was homeward bound from a disastrous attempt to take Cadiz, in which affair the Duke of Ormond had led the troops engaged. One of his ships, the Pembroke, was detached from the fleet, and while calling at Lagos Bay for water, the chaplain became friendly with the gentleman of the port, who passed him word that the galleons and the French fleet were safe at Vigo. This talkative informant proved to be a messenger from Lisbon, sent by the German minister with dispatches for the treasure fleet, which he had first sought in vain at Cadiz. The chaplain carried the rare tidings to Captain Hardy of the Pembroke, who instantly made sail to find Sir George Rooke in the English fleet, which was jogging along toward England. The admiral was extreme glad, says an old account, and imparted the same immediately to the Dutch admiral, declaring it his opinion that they should go directly to Vigo. The Dutchman and his tars joyfully agreed, and Dalrymple, in his memoirs, relates that, at the sound of treasure from the South Seas, dejection and animosity ceased, and those who a few days before would not speak when they met, now embraced and felicitated each other, etc. All the difficulties that had appeared to be mountainous at Cadiz dwindled into molehills at Vigo. The gunners agreed that the bombs would reach the town and the shipping, the engineers that lodgments and works could easily be made, the soldiers that there was no danger in landing, the seamen that the passage of the Narrows could easily be forced, notwithstanding all the defenses and obstructions, and the pilots that the depth of water was everywhere sufficient and the anchors safe. Rooke's gout incommoded him no longer. He went from ship to ship, even in the night time, and became civil, and the Duke of Ormond, with his father's generosity, his brother's and his own, forgot all that was past. These were the sentiments of men who had no more rations left aboard ship than 2 biscuits per day, whose fleet was leaky, battered, and unseaworthy after the hard fighting at Cadiz, and who were going to attack a powerful array of French vessels, protected by numerous forts and obstructions, and supported by the 17 galleons, which in armament and crews were as formidable as men of war. At a council of flag officers called by Sir George Rooke, it was resolved that, considering the attempting and destroying these ships would be of the greatest advantage and honor to Her Majesty and her allies, and very much tend to the reducing of the power of France, the fleet should make the best of its way to the port of Vigo, and insult them immediately with the whole line in case there was room enough for it, and if not, by such detachment as might render the attack most effective. In naval history, no swifter and more deadly insult was ever administered than that which befell when Sir George Rooke, his gout forgotten, appeared before Vigo and lost no time in coming to close quarters. Called a council of the general land and sea officers, who concluded that, in regard the whole fleet could not, without being in danger of being in a huddle, attempt the ships and galleons where they were. A detachment of 15 English and 10 Dutch ships of the line of battle, with all the fire ships, should be sent to use their best endeavors to take or destroy the aforesaid ships of the enemy, and the frigates and bomb vessels should follow the rear of the fleet, and the great ships move after them, to go in if there should be occasion. Next morning the Duke of Ormond landed 2,000 British infantry to take the forts and destroy the landward end of the boom, made of chain cables and spars which blocked the channel. These errands were accomplished with so much spirit and determination that the grenadiers fairly chased the Spanish garrisons out of their works. Rooke did not wait for the finish of his task, but flew the signal to get under way. Vice Admiral Hobson leading in the Torbay, British and Dutch together, the wind blowing half a gale behind them, surged toward the inner harbor, stopped not for the boom, but cut a way through it, and became engaged with the French men-of-war at close range. The hostile fleets were so jammed together that it was not a battle of broadsides. A Spanish chronicler related that
they fought with fires of inhuman contrivance, hand grenades, fireballs, and lumps of burning pitch.
within 1/2 hour after the English and Dutch had gained entrance to the bay, its surface was an inferno of blazing galleons and men of war. Some of the French ships were carried with the cutlass and boarding pike, but fire was the chief weapon used by both sides. The flaming vessels drifted against each other, some of them sent purposely alight and filled with explosives. When the galleons tried to move further up the bay, British troops on shore raked them with musketry, and prevented the attempts to put some of the treasure on land. The lofty treasure ships, their huge citadels rising fore and aft, and gay with carving and gilt, burned like so much tinder. The English had no desire to destroy these golden prizes, and as soon as the French fleet had been annihilated, every ship burned, sunk, captured, or driven ashore, heroic efforts were made to save the galleons still unharmed, whereupon Don Manuel de Velasco, who was not wanting in courage, but only in good fortune, ordered them to be set on fire. The enemy saw the greater part of the treasure sunk in the sea. Many perished seeking for riches in the middle of the flames. These, with those who fell in the battle, were 800 English and Dutch, 500 were wounded, and 1 English 3-decker was burnt. Nevertheless, they took 13 French and Spanish ships, 7 of which were men of war, and 6 merchantmen, besides some others much damaged and half burnt. There fell 2,000 Spaniards and French. Few escaped unwounded. The day after the bloody battle, they sent down into the water a great many divers, but with little result, for the artillery of the city hindered them. So setting to work to embark their people, and covering their masts with flags and streamers, they celebrated their victory with flutes and fifes. Thus they steered for their own ports, leaving that country full of sadness and terror. It was a prodigiously destructive naval engagement, the costliest in point of material losses that history records. Victors got much booty to take home to England and the Netherlands, and were handsomely rewarded for their pains. Sir George Rooke carried to London the galleon Toro, which had escaped burning, and she had a mighty freight of bullion in her hold. Of this ship, the Post-Boy newspaper made mention January 19, 1703. There was found in the galleon unloaded last week abundance of wrought plate, pieces of 8, and other valuable commodities, and so much that 'tis computed the whole cargo is worth 200,000 pounds. All records of that time and event agree, however, that the treasure saved by the Allied fleet was no more than a small part of what was lost by the wholesale destruction of the galleons, and chiefly interesting to the present day are the most reliable estimates of the amount of gold and silver that still rests embedded in the tidal silt of Vigo Bay. There were sunk in water too deep to be explored by the engineers of that century 11 French men of war, and at least a round dozen of treasure-laden galleons. The French fleet carried no small amount of gold and silver which had been entrusted to the admiral and his officers by merchants of the West Indies. As for the galleons, the English Post of November 13, 1702, stated, 3 Spanish officers belonging to the galleons, one of them who was the admiral of the Asanga's ships, are brought over, who report that the effects that were on board amounted to 9 million sterling, that the Spaniards, for want of mules to carry the plate into the country, had broke the bulk of very few ships before the English forced the boom. The amount of the treasure is greatly underestimated in the foregoing assertion, for the annual voyage of the plate fleet had carried to Spain an average lading worth from $30 to $40 million, and this doomed flota bore the accumulated treasure of 3 years. Not more than $10 million in bullion and merchandise could have been looted by the Dutch and English victors, according to the most reliable official records. Our enthusiastic friend, Senor Don Carlos Alberti, he whom had been flying from province to province in behalf of the latest treasure company of Vigo Bay, dug deep into the musty records of account books of the Ministry of Finance, of the colonies, of the Royal Treasury, of the Comercio of Cadiz, of the Council of the West Indies, and so on, and can tell you to the last peso how much gold and silver was sent from the mines in America in the treasure fleets, and precisely the value of the shipments entrusted to the magnificent flota of 1702. A score of English authorities might be quoted to confirm what has been said of the vastness of this lost treasure. The event was the sensation of the time in Europe, and many pens were busy chronicling in diverse tongues the details of the catastrophe and the results thereof. In a letter from Madrid, which reached England a few days after the event, the writer lamented,
Yesterday an express arrived from Vigo with the melancholy news that the English and Dutch fleets came before that place the 22nd past, and having made themselves masters of the mouth of the river, in less than 2 hours took and burnt all the French men of war and galleons in the harbor. We have much greater reason to deplore our misfortune in silence and tears than to give you a particular account of this unspeakable loss, which will hasten the utter ruin of this our monarchy. The inhabitants of this place, not being able to recollect themselves from their consternation, have shut up their houses and shops for fear of being plundered by the common people, who exclaim publicly against the government, and particularly against Cardinal Porto Carrero and others of the council, who, not being content with the free gift of 3 millions offered to the king out of the galleons, besides an indulto of 2 millions, hindered the landing of the plate at Vigo before the enemy arrived there. But the cardinal laid the blame on the council tet of Seville, who, mistrusting the French, would not suffer them to carry the galleons to Brest or Port Louis, but gave orders that they should sail back from Vigo to Cadiz after the English and Dutch fleets were returned home. 'Tis said that only 3 of the galleons put their cargo ashore before the arrival of the enemy.
The news was a most bitter pill for His Christian Majesty Louis XIV of France, and put him and his court into a mighty consternation. He was quoted as saying that there was not 1/10 part of the plate and merchandise landed from on board the fleet. This is the most facetious piece of news that could come to the enemies of France and Spain. All the records lay stress on the immense value of the treasure lost. One, that the Spanish galleons were coming from Mexico overladen with riches. Another, that vast wealth in gold, silver, and merchandise was lost in that terrible battle of Vigo. A third, that this was the richest flota that ever came into Europe. It is extraordinary that most of the treasure has remained untouched for more than 2 centuries at the bottom of Vigo Bay. The records of the Spanish government contain almost complete memoranda of every concession granted to searching parties and of the valuables recovered, which total to date is no more than $1.5 million. Soon after the battle, Spain began to fish for her lost galleons, and in that same year of 1702, the official newspaper of Madrid recorded that we are instructed from Vigo that they are proceeding with success in the raising of the precious burden belonging to the Capitana and Almiranta of the Flota. For some reason or other, the task was shortly abandoned and the work turned over to private enterprise and companies which were granted special charters, the crown demanding as much as 95% of all the treasure recovered. During the half-century following the loss of the fleet, as many as 30 of these concessions were granted, but most of them accomplished nothing. The first treasure hunter to achieve results worth mentioning was a Frenchman, Alexandre Goubert, who went to work in 1728, and after prodigious exertion succeeded in dragging almost ashore a hulk, which turned out to be no galleon, but one of the men of war of his own country, at which there was much merriment in perfidious Albion. This disgusted M. Goubert, and he was heard of no more. An Englishman, William Evans, tried a diving bell of his own invention in the same century, and raised many plates of silver, but a Spanish concessionaire, jealous of this good fortune, persuaded his government that it was in bad taste to let history repeat itself by giving the English another fling at the treasure. In 1825, time having softened these poignant memories, a Scotchman was permitted to work in the bay, and local tradition affirms that he found much gold and silver, outwitting the officials at Madrid, who demanded 80% of his findings. The inspectors posted to keep watch of his operations he made comfortably drunk, bundled them ashore, clapped sail on his brigantine, and vanished with his booty. Later a castle was built near Perth in Scotland, and given the name of Dollar House. Here the Scotchman aforesaid lived happily ever afterwards, for all that is known to the contrary. Through the 18th century, French, English, and Spanish exploring parties were intriguing, quarreling, buying one another out, now and then finding some treasure, and locating the positions of most of the galleons. In 1822, American treasure hunters invaded the bay, organized as the International Submarine Company, and hailing from Philadelphia. Nothing worth mention was done until these adventurous gentlemen, after a good deal of bickering, made a fresh start under the name of the Vigo Bay Treasure Company. Their affairs dragged along for a half-century or so, during which they lifted one galleon from the bottom, but the weight of the mud in her hull broke her to small bits. A Spanish war vessel watched the operations by night and day, the government being somewhat sensitive and suspicious ever since the flight of that Scotchman and his brigantine. At last the American company was unable to get a renewal of its long drawn-out concession, and for some time the galleons were left alone. It was in 1904 that Senor Don Carlos Berti obtained the royal decree of concession for the Pinot Company Limited of Genoa, and now indeed there was to be treasure-seeking in earnest.
Until recently, the search for the treasure in the Bay of Vigo seemed only an utopian mania, cried Berti.
Those who set about the arduous enterprise were taken for mad scientists, rascals, or deceivers of innocent speculators. But for my part, I shall always admire those bands of adventurers who sought to recover this treasure from the first day after the battle until the present time.
Pino's first invention was a submarine boat, which was tested with brilliant success before putting it into service at Vigo Bay. For the preliminary work of treasure finding, he perfected his hydroscope, a kind of sea telescope consisting of a floating platform, from which depend a series of tubes ending in a chamber equipped with electric lamps, lenses, and reflectors, like so many gigantic eyes through which the observer is able to view the illuminated bottom of bay or ocean.
To lift the galleons bodily is Pino's plan, and he has devised what he calls elevators, or clusters of great bags of waterproofed canvas, each capable of raising 40 tons in the water when pumped full of air. These are placed in the hull of the sunken ship, or attached outside, and when made buoyant by means of powerful air pumps, exert a lifting force easily comprehended. In addition, this ingenious Italian engineer, who has made a science of treasure-seeking, makes use of metal arms capable of embracing a rotting, flimsy hull, huge tongs which are operated by a floating equipment of sufficient engine power to lift whatever is made fast to. The Japanese government successfully employed his submarine inventions in raising the Russian warships sunk at Port Arthur.
Already one of the Spanish galleons has been brought to the surface of Vigo Bay, but she happened to have been laden with costly merchandise instead of plate, and her cargo was long since ruined by water and corrosion. The list of articles recovered during the searches of recent years is a fascinating catalogue to show that the story of the lost fleet is a true romance of history. I quote Alberti, who dwells with so much joyous enthusiasm over the anchors, including that of the Misericordia of Santa Cruz, guns of different caliber, wood of various kinds, 30-gun carriages, wheels, mortars, silver spoons, mariners' compasses, enormous cables, and numerous balls and bombs, statuettes of inlaid gold, magnificently engraved pipe holders, Mexican porcelain, tortas, or plates of silver, some weighing as much as 80 pounds, gold pieces stamped by the Royal Mint of Mexico, and ingots from Peru. The latest of the concession held by Pino and his company, whose shareholders have invested large sums of real money, is an unusual document, and that bona fide treasure-seeking seems so incongruous an industry in this 20th century. It bears the signature of His Excellency Don Jose Ferrandez, Minister of the Royal Navy, and was granted on August 24, 1907, to be in force until 1915. The wording runs thus: "With this date, I say to the Director General of the Mercantile Marine as follows.
Most excellent sir, having taken into consideration the petition presented by the Italian subject Don Carlos Alberti, representing Cav. Don Jose Pino, inventor of the hydroscope apparatus for seeing, photographing, and recovering objects sunk to the bottom of the sea, in which petition he explains that he obtained a concession for the term of 8 years to exploit what there is in the Bay of Vigo appertaining to the galleons which came from America, which concession was published in the Gazzetta Oficial of the 5th of January 1904, that he was at the Bay of Vigo from the month of April until the end of the said year, carrying on dredging operations, but unforeseen difficulties prevented them from effecting a real and direct exploitation, so that the work accomplished was only preliminary, as that of seeing, examining, and studying the difficulties of the submarine bed and the conditions in which the submerged galleons are, that having obtained all these data necessary for undertaking the work for recovery, in accord with the commander of the marine at Vigo, and other gentlemen who constitute the council of inspection, they suspended the operations in order to study and construct new apparatus, more powerful, and more adapted to this kind of operation, and they returned to Italy with the intention of going again to Vigo as soon as they had finished the new appliances with which to complete the work of recovery, that they have already spent large sums there, the greater part of which have gone to benefit the inhabitants of Vigo, that in the view of all this that has been put forward, he prays for an extension on the same terms in which the concession was granted. Considering that by granting him the solicited extension, the state's interest would not be prejudiced, on the condition of its receiving 20% of all that is recovered, irrespective of the artistic and historic value of the objects recovered, His Majesty the King, in accord with what has been proposed by the Council of Ministers, has deigned to grant the solicited extension on the same conditions which were already put in the concession, which are: First, the concessionaires shall utilize, for all manual labor which shall be necessary, the small craft of the locality and sailors of the Maritime Department. Second, the work, once commenced, shall be carried on without interruption unless there shall be justifiable cause to hinder it. Third, he undertakes to give the state 20% of the value of the objects recovered. Fourth, in fulfillment of what has been established by Article 351 of the Civil Code, if any objects of interest to science or art, or of any historic value shall be extracted, they shall be given to the state, if it requires, and the state will pay the fair price, which will be fixed by experts, taking into account the expenses of their recovery, which by royal decree I have the pleasure to announce to you for your knowledge and satisfaction. May God preserve you for many years. This long-winded proclamation seems faintly to echo of another and far distant day, appertaining to the galleons which came from America, that day on which the news of the catastrophe was received in the palace of Madrid. Gabrielle de Savoy, the child queen, then only 14 years old and wed to Philip V, heard the tidings of the battle of Vigo Bay on the day and hour which was fixed upon for her to go in public to give thanks to the Virgin of Ochoa for the triumphs of the king, and to place in that temple the banners captured from the enemy in Italy. This wise lady lamented bitterly such fatal news, but not wishing to discourage and afflict her people, she put on courage, and resolving to go forth, presented herself with so serene a countenance as to impose upon all, who were astonished at her courage, and the ceremony was performed as if nothing had happened. Vigo today is a pretty and thriving town of 30,000 people, with a large trade by sea, and fertile fields stretching between bay and mountain. Round about are the ancient forts and castles, which were stormed and battered by the grenadiers of the Duke of Ormond, and the guns of the British and Dutch ships under Sir George Rooke. Vigo won a melancholy renown on that terrific day so long ago, and its blue waters have a haunting interest even now, recalling the glory of the age of the galleons and the wild romance of their voyaging from the Spanish Main. Perhaps the ingenious Don Jose Pino, with his modern machinery, may find the greatest treasure ever lost, certain as he is that, in dim green depths, wrought ingot-laden ships with gold doubloons that from the drowned hand fell. At any rate, there is a treasure trove in the very story of that fight in Vigo Bay, in the contrast between the timid, blundering, procrastinating Spanish, afraid to leave their gold and silver in the galleons, yet afraid to unload it, and the instant decision of the English admiral, who cared not a rap for the odds. His business was to smash the French fleet and destroy the plate ships, and he went about it like the ready, indomitable sea dog that he was. Among the English state papers is the manuscript logbook of the captain of the Torbay, flagship of the Vice Admiral Hobson, who led the attack. This is how a fighting seaman of the old school disposed of so momentous and severe a naval action as that of Vigo Bay, as if it were no more than a commonplace item in the day's work.
This 24 hours little wind, the latter part much rain and dirty weather. Yesterday about 3 in the afternoon we anchored before Vigo town in 15 fathoms water. This morning Vice Admiral Hobson hoisted the red flag at our fore-topmast head in order to go ahead of the fleet to defeat the French and Spanish galleons which lay up the river. About noon we weighed, having sent our soldiers on there to engage the forts, which opposed our coming. We being come near, the forts fired at us. About 1 o'clock, coming across the forts, which were on each side of the harbor, they fired smartly at us, and we fired our guns at both sides of them again, and went past and broke the boom which crossed the river to hinder our passage, so that 4 or 5 men of war engaged us at once, but soon deserted, firing and burnt their ships. They sent a fire ship, which set us on fire.
It was a very simple business, to hear the captain of the Torbay tell it, but the golden empire of Spain was shaken from Cadiz to Panama, and gouty, dauntless Sir George Rooke helped mightily to hasten the end, which was finally brought about by another admiral, George Dewey by name, in that Manila Bay whence the treasure galleons of the East Indies flota had crossed the Pacific to add their wealth to the glittering cargoes gathered by the viceroys of Mexico and Peru. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne. Chapter 9. The Pirates' Hoard of Trinidad. Of all the freebooters' treasure for which search is still made by means of curious information having to do with charts and other plausible records, most famous are those buried on Cocos Islands in the Pacific and on the rocky islet of Trinidad in the South Atlantic. These places are thousands of miles apart, the former off the coast of Costa Rica, the latter several hundred miles from the nearest land of Brazil, and not to be confused with the better-known British colony of Trinidad in the Leeward Islands group of the West Indies. Each of these treasures is of immense value, to be reckoned in millions of dollars, and their stories are closely interwoven because the plunder came from the same source at about the same time. Both narratives are colored by piracy, bloodshed, and mystery. That Cocos Island perhaps the more luridly romantic of the two by reason of an earlier association with the English buccaneers of Dampier's crew. Each island has been dug over and ransacked at frequent intervals during the last century, and it is safe to predict that expeditions will be fitting out for Cocos or Trinidad for many years to come. The history of these notable treasures is a knotty skein to disentangle. Athwart its picturesque pages marches a numerous company of bold and imaginative liars, every man of them ready to swear on a stack of Bibles that his is the only true, unvarnished version of the events which caused the gold and jewels and plate to be hidden. However, when all the fable and fancy are winnowed out, the facts remaining are enough to make any red-blooded adventurer yearn to charter a rakish schooner and muster a crew of kindred spirits. During the last days of Spanish rule on the west coast of South America, the wealthiest city left of that vast domain, won by the conquistadors and held by the viceroys, was Lima, the capital of Peru. Founded in 1535 by Francisco Pizarro, it was the seat of government of South America for centuries. The viceregal court was maintained in magnificent state, and the Archbishop of Lima was the most powerful prelate of the continent. Here the religious orders and the Inquisition had their centers. Of the almost incredible amount of gold and silver taken from the mines of the country, much remained in Lima to pile up fortunes for the grandees and officials, or to be fashioned into massy ornaments for the palaces, residences, churches, and for the great cathedral which still stands to proclaim the grandeur that was Spain's in the olden days. When Bolivar, the liberator, succeeded in driving the Spanish out of Venezuela, and in 1819 set up the Free Republic of Colombia, the ruling class of Peru took alarm, which increased to panic as soon as it was known that the revolutionary forces were organizing to march south and assault Lima itself. There was a great running to and fro among the wealthy Spanish merchants, the holders of fat positions under the viceroy, and the gilded idlers who swaggered and ruffled it on riches won by the swords of their two-fisted ancestors. It was feared that the rebels of Bolivar and San Martin would loot the city and confiscate the treasure, both public and private, which consisted of bullion, plate, jewels, and coined gold. Precious property to the value of 6 million sterling was hurried into the fortress of Lima for safekeeping, and after the capture of the city by the Army of Liberation, Lord Dundonald, the English admiral in command of the Chilean fleet assisting the revolutionists, offered to let the Spanish governor depart with 2/3 of this treasure if he would surrender the remainder and give up the fortifications without a fight. The Peruvian liberator, San Martin, set these terms aside, however, and allowed the Spanish garrison to evacuate the place, carrying away the 6 million sterling. This immense treasure was soon scattered far and wide by sea and land. It was only part of the riches dispersed by the conquest of San Martin and his patriots. People of Lima, hoping to send their fortunes safe home to Spain before the plundering invaders should make a clean sweep, put their valuables on board all manner of sailing vessels which happened to be in harbor, and a fugitive fleet of merchantmen steered out of the hostile coast of Peru, the holds piled with gold and silver, cabins crammed with officials of the state and church, and other residents of rank and station. At the same time they were sent to see the treasure of the great cathedral of Lima, all its jeweled chalices, monstrances and vestments, the solid gold candlesticks and shrines, the vast store of precious furniture and ornaments, which had made this one of the richest religious edifices of the world. There had not been so much dazzling booty afloat at one time since the galleon plate fleets were in their heyday during the 16th and 17th centuries. In 1820 there were no more of those great buccaneers and gentlemen adventurers who had singed the beard of the King of Spain in the wake of Francis Drake. They had sailed and fought and plundered for glory as well as gain, or for revenge as much as for doubloons. Their successors as sea rovers were pirates of low degree, base wretches of a sordid commercialism who preyed on honest merchant skippers of all flags, and had little taste for fighting at close quarters. The older race of sea rogues had been wolves. The pirates of the early 19th century were jackals. Many one of these gentry got wind of the fabulous treasure that had been sent afloat from Lima, and there is no doubt that much of it failed to reach Spain, while in some instances these fleeing ships were boarded and scuttled by pirate craft. In others the lust of gold was too strong for the seamen, to whom the rare cargoes had been entrusted, and they rose and took the riches away from their hapless passengers. It has been believed by one treasure-seeking expedition after another, even to this day, that Captain Thompson of the British trading brig Meridier received on board in the harbor of Lima as much as $12 million worth of gold and silver, and that he and his crew, after killing the Spanish owners, sailed north in the Pacific and buried the booty on Cocos Island. Captain Thompson somehow escaped and joined a famous pirate of that time, Benito Bonito, who accumulated a large treasure, which he also buried on Cocos Island. The British Admiralty records show that Bonito was overhauled in his turn by the frigate Espiegel, and that rather than be hanged in chains, he very handsomely blew out his brains on his own deck. This same treasure of Lima, or part of it, furnished the foundation of the story belonging to the volcanic islet of Trinidad, in the South Atlantic. One version of this is that the pirates who chose this hiding place had been the crew of a fast English schooner in the slave trade. While at sea, they disposed of their captain by the unpleasant method of pinning him to the mainmast with a boarding pike through his vitals. Then the black flag was hoisted, and with a new skipper they stood to the southward, finding a great amount of plunder in a Portuguese ship, which had on board a Jew diamond dealer, among other valuable items. After taking an East Indiaman and other tempting craft, they buried the total proceeds on the desolate, uninhabited island of Trinidad, intending to return for it before the end of the cruise. Unfortunately for the successful pirates, they ran afoul of a heavily armed and manned merchant vessel, which shot away their rudder, tumbled their spars about their rascally ears, boarded them, great spirit and determination, and clapped the shackles on the 20 gentlemen of fortune who had survived the engagement. These were carried into Havana and turned over to the Spanish authorities, who gleefully hanged 19, not 20, mark you. One had to make a marvelous escape in order to hand down the secret of the treasure to posterity. This survivor died in bed in England at a very great age, so the story runs, and of course he had a chart to set the next generation to digging. The earlier statements of this narrative may be cast aside as worthless. The real, true pirate of Trinidad was not in the slave schooner which captured the Jew diamond dealer of the Portuguese ship. An odd confusion of facts caused the mistake. While Benito Bonito was harrying the Spanish shipping of the Pacific and burying his treasure on Cocos Island, there was on the Atlantic a bloodthirsty pirate by the name of Benito de Soto. He was a Spaniard who sailed out of Buenos Aires in the year 1827, bound to Africa to smuggle a cargo of slaves. The crew was composed of French, Spanish, and Portuguese desperados, and led by the mate and de Soto, they marooned the captain and ran away with the ship on a pirate voyage. They plundered and burned and slaughtered without mercy, their most nefarious exploit being the capture of the British merchant ship Morning Star, bound from Ceylon to England in 1828, and carrying as passengers several army officers and their wives, and 25 invalided soldiers. After the most fiendish conduct, Soto and his crew drove the survivors into the hold of the Morning Star and fastened the hatches, leaving the vessel to founder, for they had taken care to bore numerous auger holes in her bottom. By a miracle of good fortune, prisoners forced the hatches and were taken off next day by a passing vessel. Benito de Soto met his end as the result of being wrecked in his own ship off the Spanish coast. He was caught in Gibraltar and hanged by the English governor. An army officer who saw him turned off related that he was a very proper figure of a pirate. There was no drivelling fears upon him. He walked firmly at the tail of the fatal cart, gazing sometimes at his coffin, sometimes at the crucifix, which he held in his hand. This he frequently pressed to his lips, repeated the prayers spoken in his ear by the attendant clergyman, and seemed regardless of everything but the world to come. The gallows was erected beside the water, and fronting neutral ground. He mounted the cart as firmly as he'd walked behind it, and held up his face to heaven and the beating rain. Calm, resigned, but unshaken, and finding the halter too high for his neck, he boldly stepped upon his coffin and placed his head in the noose. Then, watching the first turn of the wheels, he murmured, "Farewell, all," and leaned forward to facilitate his fall. The black boy was acquitted at Cadiz, but the men who had fled to the Caracas, as well as those arrested after the wreck, were convicted, executed, their limbs severed, and hung on iron hooks, as a warning to all other pirates. This Benito, who died so much better than he had lived, was not hanged at Havana, it will be perceived, and the version of the Trinidad treasure story already outlined is apparently a hodgepodge of the careers of Benito de Soto and of Benito of Cocos Island, with a flavor of fact so far as it refers to the 20 pirates who were carried to Cuba to be strung up or garroted. The Spanish archives of that island record that this gang was executed, and that they had been found guilty of plundering ships sailing from Lima shortly after the city had been entered by the revolutionists. Their association with the island of Trinidad is explained herewith, as it was told to E.F. Knight, an Englishman, who organized and commanded an expedition which sailed in search of the treasure in 1889.
There was at that time near Newcastle, England, a retired sea captain who had been in command of an East Indiaman engaged in the opium trade in the years 1848 to 1850. The China seas were then infested by pirates, said Mr. Knight's informant, so that his vessel carried a few guns and a larger crew than is usual in these days. He had 4 quartermasters, one of whom was a foreigner. The captain was not sure of his nationality, but thought he was a Finn. On board the vessel, the man went under the name of the Pirate because of a deep scar across his cheek, which gave him a somewhat sinister appearance. He was a reserved man, better educated than the ordinary sailor, and possessing a good knowledge of navigation. The captain took a liking to him and showed him kindness on various occasions. This man was attacked by dysentery on the voyage from China to Bombay, and by the time the vessel reached port he was so ill, in spite of the captain's nursing, that he had to be taken to the hospital. He gradually sank, and when he found that he was dying, he told the captain, who frequently visited him, that he felt very grateful for the kind treatment given him, and that he would prove his gratitude by revealing a secret which might make the captain one of the richest men in England. He then asked the skipper to go to his chest and take out from it a parcel. This contained a piece of old tarpaulin with a plan of an island of Trinidad upon it. The dying soldier told him that at the spot indicated, that is, at the base of the mountain known as Sugarloaf, there was an immense treasure buried, consisting principally of gold and silver plate and ornaments, the plunder of Peruvian churches which certain pirates had concealed there in the year 1821. Much of this plate, he said, came from the Cathedral of Lima, having been carried away from there during the War of Independence, when the Spaniards were escaping the country, and that among other riches were several massive gold candlesticks. He further stated that he was the only survivor of the pirates, as all the others had been captured by the Spaniards and executed in Cuba some years before, and consequently it was probable that no one but himself knew the secret. He then gave the captain instructions as to the exact position of the treasure in the bay under the Sugarloaf, and enjoined him to go there and search for it, as it was almost certain that it had not been removed. Mr. Knight, who was a young barrister of London, investigated this story with much diligence, and discovered that the captain aforesaid had sent his son to Trinidad in 1880 to try to identify the marks shown on the old pirate's tarpaulin chart. He landed from a sailing ship, did no digging for lack of equipment, but reported that the place tallied exactly with the description, although a great landslide of reddish earth had covered the place where the treasure was hid. This evidence was so convincing that in 1885 an expedition was organized among several adventurous gentlemen of the South Shields, who chartered a bark of 600 tons, the Aurea, and fitted her at a large outlay with surf boats, picks, shovels, timber, blasting powder, and other stores. This party found the island almost inaccessible because of the wild, rock-bound coast, the huge breakers which beat about it from all sides, and the lack of harbors and safe anchorage. After immense difficulty, 8 men were landed, with a slender store of provisions and a few of the tools. The dismal aspect of the island, the armies of huge land crabs which tried to devour them, burning heat, and the hard labor without enough food or water, soon disheartened this band of treasure seekers, and they dug no more than a small trench before courage and strength forsook them. Signaling to their ships, they were taken off, worn out and ill, and thus ended the efforts of the expedition. In the same year, an American skipper chartered a French sailing vessel in Rio de Janeiro and sailed for Trinidad with 4 Portuguese sailors to do his digging for him. They were ashore several days, but found no treasure, and vanished from the story after this brief fling with the dice of fortune. Now, Knight was of different stuff from these other explorers. He was a first-class amateur seaman who had sailed his yacht Falcon to South America in 1880, and was both experienced and capable afloat and ashore. While bound from Montevideo to Bahia, he had touched at Trinidad, curious to see this remote islet, so seldom visited. This was before he heard the buried treasure story. Therefore, when he became acquainted, several years later, with the chart and information left by the old pirate, he was able to verify the details of his own knowledge, and he roundly affirmed, In the first place, his carefully prepared plan of the island, the minute directions he gave as to the best landing, and his description of the features of the bay on whose shores the treasure was concealed, proved beyond doubt to myself and others who know Trinidad that he, or if not himself, some informant of his, had landed on this so rarely visited islet, and not only landed but passed some time on it, and
carefully surveyed the approaches to the bay so as to be able to point out the dangers and show the safest passage through the reefs. This information could not have been obtained from any pilot book. The landing recommended by previous visitors is at the other side of the island. This bay is described by them as inaccessible, and the indications on the Admiralty chart are completely erroneous. And beyond this, the quartermaster must have been acquainted with what was taking place in two other distant portions of the world during the year of his professed landing on the desert island. He knew of the escape of pirates with the Cathedral Plate of Lima. He was also aware that shortly afterwards there were hanged in Cuba the crew of a vessel that had committed acts of piracy on the Peruvian coast. It is scarcely credible that an ordinary seaman, even allowing that he was superior in education to the average of his fellows, could have pieced these facts together so ingeniously into this plausible story. This argument has merit, and it was persuasive enough to cause Knight to buy the staunch cutter Alert, muster a company of gentlemen volunteers, ship a crew, and up anchor from Southampton or Trinidad. There was never a better found treasure expedition than this in the Alert. The 9 partners, each of whom put up £100 toward the expenses, were chosen from 150 eager applicants. Articles of agreement provided that 1/20th of the treasure recovered was to be received by each adventurer, and he in turn bound himself to work hard and obey orders. In the equipment was a drilling apparatus for boring through earth and rock, a hydraulic jack for lifting huge boulders, portable forge and anvil, iron wheelbarrows, crowbars, shovels, and picks galore, a water distilling plant, a rapid-fire gun, and a full complement of repeating rifles and revolvers. A few days before the Alert was ready to sail from Southampton, an elderly naval officer boarded the cutter and was kind enough to inform Mr. Knight of another buried treasure which he might look for on his route to Trinidad. The story had been hidden for many years among the documents of the Admiralty, and as a matter of government record, it is, of course, perfectly authentic. In 1813, the Secretary of the Admiralty instructed Sir Richard Bickerton, commanding at Portsmouth, to send in the first King's ship touching at Madeira, a seaman who had given information concerning a hidden treasure, in order that the truth of his story might be tested. The Admiralty order was entrusted to Captain Hercules Robinson of the Prometheus, and in his report he states that, after being introduced to the foreign seaman referred to in the above letter, and reading the notes which had been taken of his information, he charged him to tell no person what he knew or what was his business, that he was to mess with the captain's coxswain, and that no duty would be required of him. To this the man replied that that was all he desired, that he was willing to give his time, and would ask no remuneration for his intelligence. While the Prometheus was anchored at Funchal, Madeira, Captain Robinson closely questioned the mysterious seaman, whose name was Christian Cruz. He declared that he had been in a hospital ill of yellow fever several years before, and with him was a shipmate, a Spaniard, who died of the same malady. Before his death he told Cruz that in 1804 he had been in a Spanish ship from South America to Cadiz, with 2 millions of silver in chests. When nearing the coast of Spain, they were signaled by a neutral vessel that England had declared war and that Cadiz was blockaded. Rather than risk capture by the British fleet, and unwilling to run all the way back to South America, the captain resolved to try to gain the nearest of the West Indies and save his treasure. Passing to the southward of Madeira, a cluster of small uninhabited islands called the Salvages was sighted. Thereupon the crew decided that it was foolishness to continue the voyage. The captain was accordingly stabbed to death with a dirk, and the ship steered to anchorage. The chests of Spanish dollars were landed in a small bay, a deep trench dug in the sand above high water mark, and the treasure snugly buried, the body of the captain deposited in the box on top of it. The mutineers then sought the Spanish Main, where they intended to burn their ship, buy a small vessel under British colors, and return to carry off the $2 million. Near Tobago they suffered shipwreck because of poor navigation, and only 2 were saved. One died ashore, and the other was the Spanish seaman who made the dying declaration to Christian Cruz in the hospital at Veracruz. Captain Hercules Robinson was a seasoned officer of His Majesty's Navy, used to taking sailors' yarns with a grain of salt, but that he was convinced of the good faith of Christian Cruz and of the truth of the narrative is shown by his interesting comments, as he wrote them down a century ago. May Cruz not have had some interested object in fabricating this story?
Why did he not tell it before? Is it not the cold-blooded murder, inconceivable barbarity, and the burying the body over the treasure too dramatic and buccaneer-like? Or might not the Spaniard have lied from love of lying, mystifying his simple shipmate? Or might he not have been raving? As to the first difficulty, I have the strongest conviction of the honesty of Christian Cruz, and I think I could hardly be grossly deceived as to his character.
and his disclaiming any reward unless the discovery was made, went to confirm my belief that he was an honest man. And then, as to his withholding the information for 4 or 5 years, be it remembered that the war with Denmark might have truly shut him out from any intercourse with England. Next, as to the wantonness and indifference with which the murder was perpetrated, I am afraid there is no great improbability in this. I have witnessed a disregard of human life in matters of promotion in our service, etc., which makes the conduct of these Spaniards, under vehement temptation, and when they could do as they pleased, sufficiently intelligible. But certainly the coffin over the treasure looked somewhat theatrical, and gave it the air of Sadler's Wells or a novel, rather than matter of fact. I inquired, therefore, from Christian Cruise why the body of the captain was thus buried, and he replied that he understood the object was that in case any person should find the marks of their proceedings and dig to discover what they had been about, they might come to the body and go no further. After further reflection, Captain Robinson convinced himself that the Spanish seaman had been clear-headed when he made his confession to Cruise, and that it would have been beyond him deliberately to invent the statement as fiction. The Prometheus was headed for the Salvages, and arriving off the largest of these islands, a bay was found and a level white patch of beach above high water mark, situated as had been described to Christian Cruise. 50 sailors were sent ashore to dig with shovels and boarding pikes, making the sand fly in the hope of winning the reward of $100 offered to the man who found the murdered captain's coffin. The search lasted only 1 day because the anchorage was unsafe and Captain Robinson was under orders to return to Madeira. Arriving there, other orders recalled his ship to England for emergency duty, and the treasure hunt was abandoned. So far as known, no other attempt had been made to find chests of dollars until Mr. Knight decided to act on the information and explore the Salvages in passing. Of this little group of islands, it was decided by the company of the Alert that the one called the Great Pinton most closely answered the description given Christian Cruise by the Spanish pirate. A bay was found with a strip of white sand above high water mark, and Mr. Knight and his shipmates pitched a camp nearby and had the most sanguine expectations of bringing to light the rude coffin of the murdered captain. A series of trenches was opened up after a systematic plan, and some crumbling bones discovered, but the ship's surgeon refused to swear that they had belonged to a human being. Trouble was that the surface of the place had been considerably changed by the actions of waves and weather, which made the Admiralty charts of a century before very misleading. The destination of the Alert was Trinidad, after all, and the visit to the Salvages was only an incident, so the search was abandoned after 4 days. In all probability, the treasure of the Salvages is still in its hiding place, and any adventurous young gentleman seeking a field of operations will do well to consult for themselves the documentary evidence of Captain Hercules Robinson, Christian Cruise, as filed among the records of the British Admiralty Office. Trinidad is a much more difficult island to explore than any of the Salvages group. In fact, this forbidding mass of volcanic rock is a little bit of inferno. It is sometimes impossible to make a landing through the surf for weeks at a time, and when a boat makes the attempt in the most favorable circumstances, the venture is a hazard of life and death. As a vivid summary of the aspect of this lonely treasure island, I quote from Mr. Knight, because he is the only man who has ever described Trinidad at first hand. As we neared it, the features of this extraordinary place could gradually be distinguished. The north side, that which faced us, is the most barren and desolate portion of the island, and appears to be utterly inaccessible. Here the mountains rise sheer from the boiling surf, fantastically shaped volcanic rock, cloven by frightful ravines, lowering in perpendicular precipices, in places overhanging threateningly, and where the mountains have been shaken to pieces by the fires and earthquakes of volcanic action, huge landslips slope steeply in the yawning ravines, landslips of black and red volcanic debris, and loose rocks large as houses, ready on the slightest disturbance to roll down, crashing into the abysses below. On the summit of the island there floats almost constantly, even on the clearest day, a wreath of dense vapor, never still, but rolling and twisting into strange shapes as the wind eddies among the crags. And above this cloud wreath rise mighty pinnacles of coal-black rock, like the spires of some gigantic Gothic cathedral piercing the blue southern sky. It would be impossible to convey in words a just idea of the mystery of Trinidad. The very coloring seemed unearthly, in places dismal black. In others, the fire-consumed crags are of strange metallic hues, vermilion red and copper yellow. When one lands on its shores, this uncanny impression is enhanced. It bears all the appearances of being an accursed spot, whereupon no creatures can live, save the hideous land crabs and foul and cruel seabirds.
An ideal place, this, for pirates to bury treasure, you will agree, and good for nothing else under heaven.
The South Atlantic Directory, the shipmaster's guide, states that the surf is often incredibly great and has been seen to break over a bluff which is 200 feet high.
Trinidad was first visited by Halley, the astronomer, after whom the famous comet was named, who called there in 1700 when he was a captain in the Royal Navy. Captain Amos Delano, the Yankee pioneer in the Far Eastern trade, made a call in 1803, prompted by curiosity, but as a rule mariners have given the island a wide berth, now and then touching there when in need of water or fresh meat in the shape of turtles. At one time the Portuguese attempted to found a settlement on Trinidad, probably before the forest had been killed by some kind of volcanic upheaval. The ruins of their stone huts are still to be seen as humble memorials of a great race of explorers and colonists in the golden age of that nation. With tremendous exertion, the party from the Alert was landed with its tools and stores, and headquarters established close to the ravine, which was believed to be the hiding place of the treasure, as indicated by the chart and information of the Finn quartermaster with the scar across his cheek. It was found that there had been no actual landslide, but the ravine was choked with large boulders, which at various times had fallen from the cliffs above. These were packed together by the red earth, silting and washing during the rainy season when the ravines were flooded. Along the whole of the windward coast were found innumerable fragments of wreckage, spars, timbers, barrels. From the position of the island, in the belt of the southeast trade winds, many derelict vessels must have been driven ashore. Some of this immense accumulation of stuff may have lain there for centuries, or ever since vessels first doubled the Cape of Good Hope. Here and there were the gaunt rows of ribs to show where a ship had been stranded bodily, and doubtless much valuable property in silver and gold, in bars, ingots, and doubloons, lies buried in the shattered hulks of these old Dutch East Indiamen and galleons from Peru.
As particular landmarks near the ravine, the pirate had mentioned 3 cairns, which he and his comrades had heaped up. Sure enough, the previous treasure seekers of the Arya expedition from England had found the 3 cairns, but foolishly demolished them on the chance that gold might be buried underneath. Mr. Knight could find traces of only one of them, and he discovered also a water jar, a broken wheelbarrow, and other tools to show where the others had been digging. The crew of the Alert were confident that they were at the right place, and they set to work with the most admirable zeal and fortitude, enduring hardships cheerfully, and during the 3 months of their labors on Trinidad, removing earth and rock literally by the thousands of tons, until the ravine was scooped out to a depth of from 8 to 20 feet. Their vessel had to anchor far offshore, and once forsook them for a 1,400-mile voyage to Bahia to get provisions. These London lawyers and other gentlemen, unused to toil with the hands, became as tough and rough and disreputable to see as the pirates who had been there aforetime. In costume of shirt, trousers, and belt, they became ragged and stained from head to foot with the soil, and presented a uniform dirty, brownish-yellow appearance like so many Brazilian convicts. Their surf boat was wrecked or upset at almost every attempt to land or go off to the Alert, and when they were not fishing one another out of the surf, they were diving to recover their submerged and scattered stores. Their leader, Mr. Knight, paid them a tribute of which they must have been proud.
They had toiled hard and kept up their spirits all the while, and what is really wonderful, under circumstances so calculated to try the temper and wear out the patience, they had got on exceedingly well with each other, and there had been no quarreling or ill feeling of any sort. At length the melancholy verdict was agreed upon in council. All the bright dreams of carrying home a fortune for every adventurer were reluctantly dismissed. The men were worn to the bone, and it was becoming more and more difficult to maintain communication with the Alert. The prodigious excavation was abandoned, and Mr. Knight indulged himself in a soliloquy as he surveyed the great trenches, piled up mounds of earth, the uprooted rock, with broken wheelbarrows and blocks, worn-out tools, and other relics of our 3 months strewn over the ground. And it was sad to think that all the energy of these men had been spent in vain. They well deserved to succeed, and all the more so because they bore their disappointment with so much pluck and cheerfulness.
But in truth the expedition had not been in vain. The toilers had been paid in richer stuff than gold. They had lived a true romance, nor could a man of spirit and imagination wish for anything more to his taste than to be encamped on a desert island, with the surf shouting in his ears, seabirds crying, all hands up with daybreak to dig for buried treasure, whose bearings were found on a tarpaulin chart that had belonged to a pirate with a deep scar across his cheek. How it would have delighted the heart of Robert Louis Stevenson to be one of this company of the Alert Trinidad. The gallant little vessel, only 64 feet long she was, filled away for the West Indies, homeward bound, while the men aboard amused themselves by wondering how many nations might have laid claim to the treasure had it been found. England, which hoisted its flag on Trinidad in 1770. Portugal, because Portuguese from Brazil made a settlement there in 1750. Brazil, because the island lay off her coast. Spain, to whom the treasure had belonged. And Peru, from whose cathedral it was taken. And lastly, the Roman Church.
In conclusion, Mr. Knight, to whose fascinating narrative, The Cruise of the Alert, I am indebted for the foregoing information, sums it up like a true soldier of fortune.
Well, indeed, it was for us that we had not found the pirate's gold, for we seemed happy enough as we were, and if possessed of this hoard, our lives would of a certainty have become a burden to us. We should be too precious to be comfortable. We should degenerate into miserable, fearsome hypochondriacs, careful of our means of transit, dreadfully anxious about what we ate or drank, miserably cautious about everything. Better far, no doubt, exclaim these cheerful philosophers, to remain the careless, happy paupers that we are. Do you still believe in the existence of the treasure? Is a question that has often put to me since my return. Knowing all I do, I have very little doubt that the story of the Finn quartermaster is substantially true, that the treasures of Lima were hidden on Trinidad, but whether they have been taken away, or whether they are still there, and we failed to find them because we are not in possession of one link to directions, I am unable to say.
In later years, E.F. Knight became a war correspondent and lost an arm in the Boer campaign. I met him at Key West during the Spanish War, in which he represented the London Times, and found him to be a solid, well-ballasted man who knew what he was about, and not at all one to have gone treasure-seeking without excellent reasons. That he was adventurous in his unassuming way, he proved by landing on the Cuban coast near Havana in order to interview the Spanish Captain General. A newspaper dispatch boat ran close inshore, the skipper risking being blown out of the water by the batteries of Morro Castle, and Knight was transferred to a tiny flat-bottomed skiff of the tonnage of a bathtub. Equipped with a notebook, revolver, water bottle, and a small package of sandwiches, he said goodbye in his very placid manner, and was seen to be standing on his head in the surf a few minutes later. He scrambled ashore, probably recalling to mind a similar style of landing on the coast of Trinidad,
And vanished in the jungle.
that he ran grave danger of being potted for an Americano by the first Spanish patrol he encountered appeared to give him no concern whatever. It was easy to perceive that he must have been the right kind of man to lead a treasure-hunting expedition.
Since the Alert sailed on her dashing quest in 1889, the Pirate's Gold of Trinidad has figured in an adventure even more fantastic. Many readers will doubtless remember the career of the late Baron James Hardin Hickey, who attempted to establish a kingdom of his own on the islet of Trinidad.
He belonged in another age than this, and he was laughed at rather more than deserved. Duelist, editor, boulevardier, fond of the tinsel and trappings of life, he married the daughter of John H. Flager of the Standard Oil Company, and with funds from this excessively commercial source created a throne, a court, and a kingdom. He had seen the island of Trinidad from a British merchant ship, which he went round the Horn in 1888, and the fact that this was a derelict bit of real estate to which no nation thought it worthwhile to lay formal claim appealed to his active imagination. The would-be king has difficulty in finding a stray kingdom nowadays, and Hardin Hickey bothered his head not in the least for the problem of populating this god-forsaken jumble of volcanic rock and ashes. Ere long he blossomed forth most gorgeously in Paris and York as King James I of the Principality of Trinidad. There was a royal cabinet, a minister of foreign affairs, a chancellery, in uniforms, court costumes, and regalia designed by the king himself. Most dazzling of all the equipment was the order of the insignia of the Cross of Trinidad, a patent and decoration of nobility to be bestowed on those deemed worthy of the signal honor. The newspapers bombarded King James I with jibes and jeers, but he took himself with immense, even tragic seriousness, and issued a prospectus of the settlement of his kingdom, inviting an aristocracy of intellect and good breeding to comprise the ruling class, while the hard work was to be done by hired menials. He mustered on paper some kind of a list of resources of Trinidad, although he was hard put to name anything very tangible, and laid special stress on the buried treasure. It was to be dug up by the subjects, and found to be divided among the patriots who had bought the securities issued by the royal treasury. Surely, a pirate's treasure was never before gravely offered among the assets of a kingdom, but King James had no sense of humor, and the lost treasure was as real to him as any other of his marvelous dreams. Some work was actually done at Trinidad, building material landed, a vessel chartered to run from Brazil, and a few misguided colonists recruited, when in 1895 the British government ruthlessly knocked the Principality of Trinidad into a cocked hat and toppled over the throne of King James I. The island was wanted as a cable landing or relay station, and a naval officer raised the red ensign to proclaim annexation by reason of Halley's discovery in 1700. At this, Brazil set up a protest on the ground that her Portuguese had been the original settlers. While the diplomats of these two powers were politely locking horns over the question of ownership, that unfortunate monarch, King James I, the Principality of Trinidad, Baron Hardin Hickey of the Holy Roman Empire, perceived that his realm had been pulled out from under him, so to speak. Whichever nation won the dispute, it meant no comfort for him. Trinidad was no longer a derelict island, and he was a king without a kingdom. He surrendered not one jot or tittle of his rights, and to his Minister of Foreign Affairs he solemnly bequeathed the succession and the claim to proprietorship. And among these rights and privileges was the royal interest in the buried treasure. Hardin Hickey, when he could no longer live a king, died as he thought befitting a gentleman by his own hand. It seems a pity that he could not have been left alone to play at being king and to find the pirate's gold. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Book of Buried Treasure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Buried Treasure by Ralph Delahaye Payne.
Chapter 10. The Lure of Cocos Island. It will be recalled that Lord Bellomont, in writing to his government of the seizure of Kidd and his treasure, made mention of
a pirate committed who goes by the name of Captain Davis, that came passenger with Kidd from Madagascar. I suppose him to be that Captain Davis that Dampier and Wyfer speak of in their printed relations of voyages, for an extraordinary stout man. But let him be as stout as he will, here he is a prisoner, and shall be forthcoming upon the order I receive from England concerning him.
If Bellomont was right in this surmise, then he had swept into his dragnet one of the most famous and successful buccaneers of the 17th century, a man who must have regarded the alleged misdeeds of Kidd as much ado about nothing. Very likely it was this same Captain Edward Davis who may have been at the East Indies on some lawful business of his own. But he had no cause for anxiety at being captured by Bellomont as a suspicious character. He had honorably retired in 1688 from his trade of looting Spanish galleons in treasure towns, in which year the king's pardon was offered all buccaneers who would quit that way of life and claim the benefit of the proclamation. It is known that he was afterwards in England, where he dwelt in quietness and security. William Dampier mentions him always with peculiar respect. Though a buccaneer, he was a man of much sterling worth, being an excellent commander, courageous, never rash, and endued in a superior degree with prudence, moderation, and steadiness, qualities in which the buccaneers generally have been most deficient. His character is not stained with acts of cruelty. On the contrary, wherever he commanded, he restrained the ferocity of his companions. It is no small testimony to his abilities that the whole of the buccaneers in the South Seas, during his time, in every enterprise where he bore part, voluntarily placed themselves under his guidance, and paid him obedience as their leader, and no symptom occurs of their having at any time wavered in this respect or shown inclination to set up a rival authority. During the Kidd proceedings, the Crown officers made out no case against Edward Davis, and he appears at the trial only as a witness in Kidd's behalf. He testified in corroboration of the fact that Kidd had brought home the 2 French passes taken out of his captures, and his experienced mind was quick to recognize the importance of the documents as a sound defense against the charges of piracy. Curiously enough, the name of Captain Edward Davis has since been linked with a buried treasure story, that of Cocos Island in the Pacific. Certain it is that he and his comrades took great spoils along the Spanish coasts of South America and the Isthmus, and that he used Cocos Island as a convenient base for careening ship and recuperating the health of his hard-fighting, careless crew. Wafer has given the following description of this popular resort for treasure seekers of modern times. The middle of Cocos Island is a steep hill, surrounded with a plain declining to the sea. This plain is thick set with coconut trees. But what contributes greatly to the pleasure of the place is that a great many springs of clear and sweet water, rising to the top of the hill,
are there gathered as in a deep large basin or pond, and the water having no channel, it overflows the verge of its basin in several places. It runs trickling down in pleasant streams. In some places of its overflowing, the rocky side of the hill being more perpendicular and hanging over the plain beneath, the water pours down in a cataract, so as to leave a dry space under the spout, and form a kind of arch of water. The freshness which the falling water gives the air in this hot climate makes this a delightful place. We did not spare the coconuts. One day some of our men, being minded to make themselves merry, went ashore and cut down a great many coconut trees, from which they gathered the fruit, and drew about 20 gallons of the milk. They then sat down and drank healths to the king and queen, and drank an excessive quantity. Yet it did not end in drunkenness, but this liquor so chilled and benumbed their nerves that they could neither go nor stand, nor could they return on board without the help of those who had not been partakers of the frolic. Nor did they recover under 4 or 5 days' time.
Captain Edward Davis had found this delectable islet during a singularly adventurous voyage. The English buccaneers and the French filibusters, who had long cruised in the West Indies, were driven from their haunts by the vigorous activity of the European governments, and in 1683 an expedition was organized to go pirating against the Spaniards in the Pacific, or the South Sea. Dampier was of this number, also Captain John Cook, Captain Edward Davis, and Lionel Wafer, who wrote the journal of the voyage. The scheme was hatched on the coast of Hispaniola, after taking 2 prizes, French vessels, to Virginia to be sold. Company 70 strong, and most of them old hands at this game, stood off from the Chesapeake in the 18-gun ship called the Revenge. Off the coast of Guinea they found a large Danish ship, which better suited their purpose, wherefore she was carried by boarding. They christened her the Bachelor's Delight, and abandoned their old vessel, which was burned, that she might tell no tales. In February of 1684 they rounded Cape Horn and made for the island of Juan Fernandez, which several of the company had previously visited with Watling. Then sailing northward, the ship visited the Galapagos Islands to catch turtle, and bore away for Cocos, which was missed because of adverse winds and faulty navigation. On this stretch of the voyage, the Bachelor's Delight passed what was known as the Isle of Plate, or Drake's Island, in latitude 2 minutes 42 seconds south, which has an alluring lost treasure story of its own.
Says Esquemeling.
This island received its name from Sir Francis Drake and his famous actions, for here it is, reported by tradition, that he made the dividend or sharing of that quantity of plate which he took in the armada of this sea, distributing it to each man of his company by whole bowlsful. The Spaniards affirm to this day that he took at that time 12 score tons of plate and 16 bowls of coined money a man, his number being then 45 men in all, insomuch that they were forced to heave much of it overboard because the ship could not carry it all. Hence was this island called by the Spaniards themselves the Isle of Plate, from this great dividend, and by us Drake's Isle.
The mainland of South America, or New Spain, was sighted near Cape Blanco, where Captain John Cook died, and Edward Davis, then quartermaster, was elected commander. He cruised for some time along the coast, learning, among other interesting news, that at Point St. Helena, many years before, a rich Spanish ship was driven ashore for want of wind to work her, that immediately after she struck she heeled off to seaward, and sank in 7 or 8 fathoms of water, and that no one ever attempted to fish for her, because there falls in here a great high sea. In the Bay of Guayaquil, on the coast of Peru, Davis and Swan, who had joined him in a small ship called the Cygnet, captured 4 vessels, 3 of which had cargoes of Negroes. Most of them were let go, to the great disappointment of Dampier, who was filled with a mighty scheme of treasure-finding, which he outlined in these words.
Never was put into the hand of men a greater opportunity to enrich themselves. We had 1,000 Negroes, all lusty young men and women, and we had 200 tons of flour stored up at the Galapagos Islands. With these Negroes we might have gone and settled at Santa Maria on the Isthmus of Darien, and have employed them in getting gold out of the mines there. All the Indians living in that neighborhood were mortal enemies to the Spaniards, were flushed by successes against them, and for several years had been fast friends of the privateers. Add to which, we should have had the North Sea open to us, and in a short time should have received assistance from all parts of the West Indies. Many thousands of buccaneers from Jamaica and the French islands would have flocked to us, and we should have been an overmatch for all the force the Spaniards could have brought out of Peru against us. Soon after this, the little squadron blockaded the Bay of Panama for several weeks, plundering whatever shipping came their way. There they were joined by 200 Frenchmen and 80 Englishmen, old buccaneers who had crossed the Isthmus of Darien to have a fling in the South Seas.
Presently, another party of 264 sea rowers under French command were added to the fleet, besides a strong force of Englishmen led by one Townley. Davis was made commander-in-chief of this formidable combination of 10 ships and 960 men, of which the flagship was the Bachelor's Delight. They laid in wait for the annual treasure fleet sent by the Viceroy of Peru to Panama and found it, but were beaten off because Davis's Confederates lacked his eagerness for fighting at close quarters. Turning his attention to the mainland, Davis sacked and burned the city of Leon on the Lake of Nicaragua. There one of the freebooters killed was a stout, gray-headed old man of the name of Swan, aged about 84 years, who had served under Cromwell, and had ever since made privateering or buccaneering his occupation. This veteran would not be dissuaded from going on the enterprise against Leon, but his strength failed in the march, and after being left on the road he was found by the Spaniards, who endeavored to make him their prisoner, but he refused to surrender, and fired his musket amongst them, having in reserve a pistol still charged, on which he was shot dead. After this the force scattered in small bands to plunder on their own account, Davis keeping together the best of the men, whom he took to Cocos Island, where a considerable stay was made. Thence he ravaged the coast of Peru, capturing many vessels and taking many towns. With booty amounting to 5,000 pieces of eight for every man, Davis sailed to Juan Fernandez to refit, intending to proceed from there to the West Indies. But before the ships and men were ready for the long voyage around Cape Horn, many of the buccaneers had lost all their gold at dice, and they could not endure to quit the South Seas empty-handed. Their luckier comrades sailed for the West Indies with Captain Knight, while they chose to remain and try their fortune afresh with Captain Davis and the Bachelor's Delight. They soon fell in with a large party of French and English buccaneers, who had formerly cruised with them, and were now engaged in trying to take the rich city of Guayaquil. They were making sorry business of it, however, and in sore need of such a capable leader as Davis. He finished the task with neatness and dispatch, and shared in the gorgeous plunder of gold and silver and jewels, reckoned by one of the Frenchmen in his account of the episode at 1,500,000 livres.
Davis was now satisfied to leave the Pacific. Whether he went first to Cocos Island to bury any treasure, history saith not,
although tradition roundly affirms that he did. Then he and many of his fellow buccaneers frequently resorted to the Galapagos group, as well as tarrying at Cocos, is a matter of record. Of the former islands, Captain Colnett, who touched there in 1793, wrote, "This isle appears to have been a favorite resort of the buccaneers, as we found seats made by them of stone and earth, and a considerable number of broken jars scattered about, in some hole in which Peruvian wine and liquors of the country are preserved. We also found daggers, nails, and other implements. The watering place of the buccaneers was at this time entirely dried up, and there was only found a small rivulet between two hills running into the sea, the northernmost of which hills forms the south point of the freshwater bay. There is plenty of wood, but that nearer the shore is not large enough for other use than firewood." The buccaneers of other voyages than these may have landed at Cocos Island to leave their treasure. Heaven knows they found plenty of it in those waters. There was Captain Bartholomew Sharp, for example, with whom Dampier had sailed several years before. He took a Guayaquil ship called the San Pedro off Panama, and aboard her found nearly 40,000 pieces of eight, besides silver bars, and ingots of gold, and a little later captured the tall galleon Rosario, the richest prize ever boarded by the buccaneers. She had many chests of pieces of eight, and a quantity of wine and brandy. Down in her hold, bar upon bar, were 700 pigs of plate, rough silver from the mines, not yet made ready for the Lima mint. The pirates thought this crude silver was tin, and so left it where it lay in the hold of the Rosario, which we turned away loose into the sea with the precious stuff aboard her. One pig of the 700 was taken aboard the Trinity of Captain Sharp to make bullets of. About 2/3 of it was melted and squandered, but a fragment remained when the ship touched at Antigua, homeward bound, and was given to a Bristol man in exchange for a drink of rum. He sold it in England for 75 pounds sterling. "Thus," says Basil Ringrose, "we parted with the richest booty we got on the whole voyage." Captain Bartholomew Sharp may have been thinking of something else than the cargo of silver, for aboard the Rosario was a woman, the beautifulest creature that his eyes had ever beheld, while Ringrose calls her the most beautiful woman that I ever saw in the South Seas. Of these wild crews that flung away their lives and their treasure to enrich romance and tradition, it has been said, "They were of that old breed of rover whose port lay a little farther on, a little beyond the skyline. Their concern was not to preserve life, but rather to squander it away, to fling it, like so much oil, into the fire for the pleasure of going up in a blaze. If they lived riotously, let it be urged in their favor that at least they lived." They lived their vision. They were ready to die for what they believed to be worth doing. We think them terrible. Life itself was terrible, but life was not terrible to them. For they were comrades, and comrades and brothers in arms are stronger than life. Those who live at home at ease may condemn them. The old buccaneers were happier than they. The buccaneers had comrades and the strength to lead their own lives. This stout old breed had long since vanished when Cocos Island once more became the theater of buried treasure legend. The versions of this latter story agree in the essential particular that it was Captain Thompson of the merchant brig Mary Dear who stole the $12 million worth of plate, jewels, and gold coin which had been entrusted to him by the Spanish residents of Lima in 1820, and buried them on Cocos Island. Then, after he had joined the crew of the pirate, Benito Bonito, and somehow managed to escape alive, when that enterprising gentleman came to grief, he tried to return to Cocos Island to recover the fabulous treasure. The account of his later wanderings and adventures, as handed down in its most trustworthy form, has been the inspiration of several modern treasure-seeking expeditions. It is related that a native of Newfoundland, Keating by name, while sailing from England in 1844, met a man of middle age, handsome in appearance, and having about him something of an air of mystery, which had an attraction of its own. This was, of course, none other than Captain Thompson of the Mary Dear. He became friendly with Keating, and when they landed at Newfoundland, the latter asked him to accept the hospitality of his home. The stranger, who appeared anxious to avoid public notice, remained for some time with Keating, and wishing to make some return for his kindness, at length confided that he was one of the 2 survivors of Benito Bonito's crew, and possessed a secret which would make them immensely rich. If Keating could persuade one of the merchants of Newfoundland to fit out a vessel, they would sail to the Pacific and fetch home enough treasure to buy the whole island. Keating believed the strange tale and passed it on to a ship owner, who agreed to furnish a vessel, provided one Captain Bogue should go in command of the expedition. While preparations were under way, Thompson was inconsiderate enough to die. But it goes without saying they left a map, carefully marked with crosses and bearings. Keating and Bogue set sail with this precious document, and after a long and tedious voyage into the Pacific, they cast anchor off Cocos Island. There the brace of adventurers were rowed ashore, leaving the vessel in charge of the mate. Captain Thompson's directions were found to be accurate, and a cave was discovered, and in it a dazzling store of treasure to make an honest sailorman rub his eyes and stagger in his tracks. Keating and Bogue decided that the secret must be withheld from the crew at all hazards, but their excitement betrayed them, and all hands clamored that they must be given shares of the booty. Keating protested that division should not be made until they had returned to their home port, and the owner of the ship had been given the greater part, which belonged to him by rights. Mutiny flared up, and the mate and the men went ashore, leaving Keating and Bogue marooned on board, but the search was bootless for lack of directions. They returned to the ship in a very savage temper indeed, and swore to kill the 2 leaders unless they should tell them how to find the cave. Promising to show the way on the morrow, Keating and Bogue slipped ashore in a whaleboat that night, planning to take all the treasure they could carry and hoping to find opportunity to secrete it on shipboard. This program was spoiled by a tragedy. While trying to get back to the ship through the heavy surf that roared on the beach, the boat was upset. Bogue, heavily ballasted with treasure, went to the bottom like a plummet and was seen no more. Keating clung to the waterlogged boat, which was caught in the current and carried to sea. 2 days later he was picked up, exhausted almost unto death, by a Spanish schooner which put him ashore on the coast of Costa Rica. Thence he made his way overland to the Atlantic and worked his passage home to Newfoundland in a trading vessel. His ship returned with never a doubloon among the mutinous crew. This experience seemed to have snuffed out the ardor of Keating for treasure-seeking, and it was as much as 20 years later that he confided the tale to a townsman named Nicholas Fitzgerald. They talked about fitting out another ship, but Keating up and died in the midst of the scheming. He had married a very young wife, and she set great store by the chart and directions preserved as a heritage from Captain Thompson. In 1894 she struck a partnership with a Captain Hackett, and they organized an expedition which sailed for Cocos Island in a small brig called the Aurora. This adventure amounted to nothing. There was dissension on board. The voyage was longer than expected, provisions fell short, and the Aurora jogged homeward without sighting the treasure island. Meanwhile, other explorers had been busy. A German, Von Bremer, spent several $1,000s in excavating and tunneling, and found no reward.
The tales of treasure also fired the brain of a remarkable person named Gissler, who took up his solitary residence on Cocos Island more than 20 years ago, where he has since reigned with the title and authority of governor of the same, by virtue of a commission duly signed, sealed, and delivered by the Republic of Costa Rica. As a persistent and industrious treasure hunter, this tropical hermit is unique. He was visited in 1896 by Captain Shrapnel of HMS Haughty, who had heard the stories of Thompson and Benito Bonito along the coastwise ports. By way of giving his blue jackets something to do, he landed a party 300 strong on Cocos Island, whose landscape they vainly blasted and otherwise disarranged for several days, but without success. The Admiralty lacked imagination and reprimanded Captain Shrapnel for his enterprising break in the dull routine of duty. It was decreed that no more naval vessels were to touch at Cocos Island on any pretext whatever. This by no means discouraged Captain Shrapnel, who waited until it was permissible for him to apply for leave of absence. In England he found gentlemen adventurers sufficient to finance an expedition which sailed in the Lytton in 1903. Of this party was Hervé de Montmorency, whose account of the venture includes the following information. On the 9th of August, at 4 o'clock in the morning, every treasure seeker was on deck, straining his eyes to penetrate the mist and darkness. Then, as the sun rose, the gray mass on the horizon turned to green. And Cocos Island, with its lofty wooded peak, its abrupt cliff-like shores, its innumerable cascades of sparkling water, was displayed to eager and admiring eyes. The anchor was dropped in the little bay, and at the splash flocks of birds rose screaming and circling overhead. The sandy beach on which the seekers landed is strewn with boulders, on each which is carved the name and business of some vessel which has called at Cocos. Some of the dates carry one back to Nelson's time, and all sorts of ships seem to have visited the lonely little island, while many a boulder testified to lighted hopes and fruitless errands after treasure. Captain Shrapnel's party set to work with the highest expectations. No previous expedition had been so well furnished with clues. Once on the right track, it seemed impossible that they should fail. They searched for 10 days, encouraged now by the finding of the broken arm of a battered cross brought from some Peruvian church, again by a glimpse into what promised falsely to be a treasure cave. But all blasting, digging, and damming of streams proved useless. Captain Shrapnel at last called a council of war and declared his opinion that the search was hopeless. Landslips, previous excavations, and the torrential rains of this tropical region had so entirely altered the face of the island that clues and directions were of little avail, nor did their agreement with the owners of the Lytton permit of a longer stay on Cocos. We did not leave the island, however, without paying a visit to its governor, Gissler, whose little settlement is on Wafer Bay. Rounding the headland from Chatham Bay, we came into the quiet little nook where he has made his home, and he at once waded out in the surf to greet the visitors. A tall bronze man, with a long gray beard reaching below his waist, and deep-set eyes which gazed with obvious suspicion. Gissler had learned to distrust the coming of strangers, who have paid small regard to his rights, pillaging his crops, killing his livestock, and even making free with his home. Reassured by Captain Shrapnel's party that he had nothing to fear from them, he invited them to his house and clearing, and told them of his long and lonely hunt for the pirates' treasure. When he first went to live on Cocos, he found many traces of the freebooters. There were traces of their old camps, with 32 stone steps leading to a cave, old fireplaces, rusty pots and arms, and empty bottles to mark the scene of their carousing. He had found only one gold coin, a doubloon of the time of Charles III of Spain, bearing the date of 1788. In 1901, a company was formed in Vancouver with capital of $10,000 to fit out an expedition for Cocos Island. Gissler got wind of this project and formally addressed the government of Costa Rica in these written words. Allow me to inform you that no company with any such intent would have the right to land on Cocos Island, as I hold a concession from the authorities of Costa Rica in regard to this said treasure, in which concession the Costa Rica government has an interest. Certainly anything that might be undertaken by such a company from Vancouver would amount to naught without my consent. This protest was paid due heed, but 2 years later an Englishman, Claude Robert Guinness, persuaded the officials of Costa Rica to listen kindly to his plea, and he was granted the right to explore the island for 2 years. Gissler stood by his guns, drew up a list of grievances, and sailed for the mainland in a small boat to assert his rights to his kingdom. At that time a wealthy British naval officer, Lord Fitzwilliam, was bound out to Cocos Island in his own steam yacht with a costly equipment of machinery and a heavy crew to find the treasure. He found poor Gissler in a Costa Rican port, became interested in his wrongs, and promptly supported his claims. An English nobleman with surplus wealth, a person to wield influence in the councils of a Central American republic, Gissler was pacified and given a renewal of his documentary rights as governor and population of Cocos Island. Lord Fitzwilliam took him on board the yacht, and in this dignified fashion Gissler returned to this kingdom. He earned his passage by telling his own version of the treasure, as he had culled and revised it from various sources, and his bill of particulars was something to gloat over, including as it did such dazzling bits of narrative as this. Besides the treasure buried by Captain Thompson, there was vast wealth left on Cocos by Benito Bonito himself. He captured a treasure galleon off the coast of Peru and took 2 other vessels laden with riches sent out from Mexico at the outbreak of the revolution against the Spaniards. On Cocos he buried 300,000 pounds weight of silver and silver dollars in a sandstone cave in the side of the mountain. He then laid kegs of powder on top of the cave and blew away the face of the cliff. In another excavation he placed gold bricks, 733 of them, 4 by 3 inches in size and 2 inches thick, and 273 gold-hilted swords inlaid with jewels. On a bit of land in the little river he buried several iron kettles filled with gold coins. Lord Fitzwilliam and his yacht arrived at Cocos in December of 1904, and the party of laborers fell to with prodigious zest. While they were making the dirt fly, another English expedition, commanded by Arnold Gray, hove in sight, and proceeded to begin excavating at inconveniently close range. In fact, both parties were cocksure that the lost cave was located in one spot beneath the great mass of debris that had tumbled down from the overhanging height. The inevitable result was that a petty quarrel arose. Neither force would yield its ground. Inasmuch as both were using dynamite rather lavishly, treasure hunting became as dangerous as war. When the rival expeditions were not dodging the rocks that were sent hurtling by the blasting, they were using bad language, the one accusing the other of facing its landmarks and playing hob with its clues. The climax was a pitched battle in which heads were broken and considerable blood spilt. It is almost needless to observe that no treasure was found. Lord Fitzwilliam sailed home in his yacht, and found that the news of his escapade had aroused the displeasure of the naval authorities, after which he lost all zest for finding buried treasure. Since then, hardly a year has passed but an expedition or 2 for Cocos Island has been in the wind. In 1906, a company organized in Seattle issued an elaborate printed prospectus, offering shares in a venture to sail in a retired pilot schooner, and recounting all the old tales of Captain Thompson, Benito Bonito, and Keating. At about the same time, a wealthy woman of Boston, after a summer visit to Newfoundland, was seized with enthusiasm for a romantic speculation, and talked of finding a ship and crew. San Francisco has beheld more than one schooner slide out through the Golden Gate in quest of Cocos Island. To enumerate these ventures and describe them in detail would make a tiresome catalogue of the names of vessels and adventurous men with the treasure bee in their bonnets. Charts and genuine information are no longer necessary to one of these expeditions. Cocos Island is under such a spell as has set a multitude to digging for the treasure of Captain Kidd. The gold is there, this is taken for granted, and no questions are asked. The island was long a haunt of buccaneers and pirates, this much is certain, and whoever heard of a true pirate of romance who knew his business, that did not employ his spare time in a burying of his treasure? End of chapter 10.